Chapter 1. Fretful Rest. Nathan lay down, expecting to pass out instantly. He'd slept about 2 hours in the last 72. God, it's been a long couple of days. To think, 3 days ago we woke up in the cozy underground bunker of that Edrani Empire outpost. Since then, I've fought and won 3 battles. I ran 100 miles, killed an archmage, and gained 56 levels. Why am I still awake? For a moment, he was scared he'd messed up his brain chemistry by using perfected body to push off the need for sleep. But a second of introspection revealed that wasn't the problem. He was exhausted, bone-tired, and past the point where adrenaline or stress could keep him awake. No, what was bothering Nathan was the contemplation of murder. After all, he'd killed people for the first time today. He'd slain the slave soldiers guarding the gate to Tael's mansion, then broken through and killed the archmage himself. Nathan had reconciled with his desire to kill Tael a long time ago.
The man had needed to be killed to prevent him from doing any more harm. It was as simple as that. But those slave soldiers, I might have been able to free them. I freed Stella from the best mind magic Tael had, but I didn't even stop to consider freeing the guards. Nathan sat up to check once more that his friends were still present. His new magical sense let him feel the magic inside Stella and Kachi, but the ability was too new to fully trust. The heirs completely occupied Feline's bed, so Nathan was sprawled out on the floor on a spare blanket. He lay back down, sighing and adjusting his position. It's done. I'm the only person here who could free those slaves. It's like curse-breaking inside a brain. It would have complicated our escape, and I don't regret how things turned out. I won. I rescued my friends, and I killed Tael. Of course, he couldn't have done it without Feline. The leader of the Assassins of Gamor was definitely an elite adventurer, with 2 classes and several hundred levels to her name. She'd offered to teach Nathan how to gain a 2nd class right before he went to bed. Her offer was really what was keeping him awake. He wasn't about to turn her down. He'd declared his intentions to bring down Giant's Rest, and meant it. He wasn't about to stop at the first instance of bloodshed. Sometimes you just need to kill people to stop them. That's how it works. Evil must be challenged, or else it just keeps doing evil. And challenging it means hurting people, killing them. But now he was thinking about the deaths that might lie in his future. Hundreds of mages, not all of whom might be guilty of as much as Tael. Children, students like Harthi. Kachi had convinced Nathan to spare Harthi, and Nathan didn't regret it. But I will have to kill more people like her, knowing it is possible to spare them. Should I try to spare them? This whole thing would have been easier if Kachi hadn't convinced me that Harthi could become better. But not all evil is cackling old men torturing you, and if I'm going to truly challenge Giant's Rest, I'm going to need to kill mages of all descriptions. Sometimes evil is the enchanter working in a workshop, building weapons for the legions of slave soldiers. Nathan rolled over, trying to change his train of thought. This was worth thinking about, but maybe when he had a bit more sleep. Bereft of other options, Nathan sat up, crossing his legs and keeping his eyes closed, as he used the first skill he'd ever acquired on Devrar. Focused mind had developed into battle meditation, which was essential to keep him centered in the midst of a rage. But it still fulfilled its original purpose. Focusing on his breath let Nathan shed his worries. He didn't need to figure out all of his problems now. A better, more rested Nathan could worry about all of that tomorrow. Right now, it was just time to feel his body, listen to the sounds of the heirs snoring, and relax. Sometime later, a much calmer Nathan lay back down and went to sleep almost immediately, comforted by the knowledge that his friends were close. He woke to the sound of jangling metal.
Nathan rolled to the side and jumped to his feet, breathing quickly as he looked around. He relaxed as he felt the trace of divine power. He turned toward the sound, where Kachi was putting on his heavy plate armor over the padded undercoat. The wolf man gave him an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I was trying not to wake you, but I wish to feel my armor around me. We are still in the city of our enemies." "That makes sense." Nathan looked around, seeing that all of the other members of the heirs were gone. "Where is everybody else?" Kachi gestured toward the door out of the bedroom. "Awake. It has been nearly a full day, but we thought it better to let you rest. Feline has made food."
We all wish to hear your tale, if you would tell it.
Right. They still don't know much about what happened. I didn't even tell Feline about how the heirs got kidnapped. As far as they know, they went to sleep after fighting the Fortress Foundry and then woke up as captives of Giant's Rest. Nathan winced at that thought, but shrugged it off. They'd hear the story soon, and he doubted they'd fault him for failing to take on Badud and Teol. He examined his own clothing, the baggy slave robes Feline had given them yesterday after escaping Teol's mansion. It was more like a big bathrobe of coarse cloth, with multiple fabric strips for belting various portions of the outfit tighter to his body. A pile of clothing hit Nathan in the chest, and he looked up to see Kachi closing a dimensional bag. "We have all of our gear, including at least a few sets of spare clothes for you." His canine mouth quirked in a grin. "It's one of our largest consumables. Sarah can make ammunition. My magic means we don't need healing potions, and Stella doesn't need mana potions. But you seem to end up naked after every fight." Grinning back, Nathan started pulling on the new clothes. They weren't especially high quality, but they were comfortable and familiar. "Not my fault that I keep getting blown up." Kachi gave him a meaningful look. "Really? You have a habit of baiting the castle bear. It is lucky that you can survive nearly anything. And you shine brightly enough in that armor, it's a wonder I get attacked at all." Nathan's tone was teasing, keeping the conversation light. "I think he needs to pretend everything is normal. I need it too." "Ah, yes. But I remain in the rear, unthreatening. You charge every threat you see, then try to punch it." The corner of Nathan's mouth twisted up.
I should tell you about the Callous Conclave Tower I ran into on the way here.
Kachi made a sound halfway between a chuckle and a growl as he fastened the last strap on his armor and pushed the door open. "You can tell all of us. I would not deny my teammates a story of Nathan Lark charging at a magical danger that would make any other adventurer hesitate to even approach." The smell of food drifted through the door, and Nathan realized he was ravenous. He followed Kachi into the only other room in Feline's safe house. The rest of the heirs were seated around the sole table in the room. As Nathan came through the door, Arl quickly stowed the sabers he'd been polishing. Then the wiry, copper-skinned man got up and gestured for Nathan to take his seat. Nodding his thanks to his friend, Nathan sat down and looked around the table. Sarah was to his left, cleaning the internals of her revolvers. She was Arl's twin, sharing his wiry build and reddish-brown skin tone. Stella sat across from Nathan, and the red-haired mage didn't look like she was in great shape. Nathan's new magical senses let him feel the wellspring of power that was his friend, but it seemed muted and unstable. Her skin was wan, while her eyes appeared sunken and bloodshot. She clutched a mug of tea close to her face and looked like she might just fall asleep at the table. Feline deposited a large bowl in front of Nathan. The willowy assassin was dressed in the same black leathers that Nathan had first seen her in, her dark hair loose and flecked with a myriad of colors. "Of course, I know she can shapeshift unrestricted by height or weight. And unless that ability has restrictions I don't know about, this is just the shape she chooses to show us." Nathan looked down at the bowl, then back up to Feline. "Boiled grain? We're in the slums. What do you expect? High delicacies? Spoiled adventurers, she sighed. But I do steal every Giant's Rest delicacy I can. She flicked her wrist in a familiar gesture, but instead of a knife, she held out a glass bottle of syrup. Don't use it all. Spreading a generous dollop of syrup onto the grain, Nathan dug in. The richness was welcome, but it almost didn't matter. Nathan was famished, inhaling one bowl before getting up for seconds. The other heirs seemed intimidated by Feline, and mildly shocked by how casually Nathan had addressed her. They killed time while waiting for Nathan to finish eating. Eventually, he put the bowl down, and the heirs leaned in. After a moment, Sarah spoke, gesturing impatiently. Do we need to bribe you with a dragon's hoard? Tell us what occurred. Nathan shrugged, speaking dismissively. There isn't much to tell. Badud, the questor, and Teol showed up during my watch and kidnapped you. Then I came to free you. Not even as a game would that story suffice, Sarah replied derisively. Don't hide the details. I want to know the depth of our debt. Nathan frowned. Sarah, you know that's not why I did it. Friendship, Arl broke in. Yes, we know. But still we must know. We were kidnapped more than 100 miles south of here, and taken to the most defended stronghold of Giant's Rest short of the Ascendant Academy itself. I expected our parents to try to rescue us, but by then, he shrugged, Teol would have had time. To do what, he left unsaid. Sighing, Nathan raised his hands defensively. All right, fine. I'll start at the beginning. Feline slid languidly into the chair on Nathan's right. By the giant, I wish to hear this. You gave but a single breath of explanation yesterday before we challenged an archmage. She paused for a moment, eyeing the heirs. I am glad it was successful. I was on watch, Nathan twisted his lips, and they kidnapped you anyway. He looked down, feeling guilty again. Both Badud and Teol were invisible, flying. Right after I noticed them, Badud cast an mass levitate to keep you asleep and pull you out of my reach. Kachi nodded gravely. A questor is an uncommon foe, difficult to fight against. It is strange that they found us in such an isolated place. They were pretty chatty after you were captured, and they were flying above my reach while Badud monologued at me. From what he said, I think Teol was the one who woke the fortress foundry, and somehow he pointed it at the village of Terran. He knew we were in the area and wanted to lure us in to fight the constructs. He was planning to capture us then, but he didn't attack because Kozar was around and posed a threat to him. Nathan sighed. When we left after Simla's death, Teol followed and called in Badud to ensure the capture went smoothly. Kind of pisses me off that Kozar's presence was protecting us. The man's an ass, the leader of the traditionalist Gamor adventurers, and really seemed to want to kill me after his nephew died. Stella coughed wetly, chuckling. Teol didn't feel confident capturing us on his own after his first try. Needed a questor to be sure. She looked up at Nathan. Don't think yourself a fool for driving us away from Kozar. He's muck-grabber slime, and we would have parted company regardless. What else did they say? Feline broke in, tapping her finger on the table. You said earlier that Badud called you a rival? Nathan grimaced. He said that if I defeated Teol, then he'd consider me a rival. But I think he expected it to take longer. The direct quote is, "Become a dragon, Nathan Lark. It has been too long since I had a hated rival." I'm not sure I'm ready to be a rival to a questor. There was a moment of silence, then Arl gave a low chuckle. You killed an archmage of Giant's Rest in direct combat on his home territory. That seems a deed worthy of a dragon, though even a dragon might balk at challenging a questor. How did you slay the archmage? Sarah leaned back and flicked her brother in the chest. Let him tell the tale in the order it occurred. I wish to hear it sensibly. She turned her attention back to Nathan. Was there anything else to your discussion with the Questor of Giant's Rest? Not really. Nathan shrugged, thinking for a moment. Oh, yeah. He said he planned to send an army or 3 to recapture Jamor while he was in Giant's Rest. That seems like an important detail. I'm glad I have enhanced memory for details like that. I was a bit distracted at the time. Feline pulled out a knife, rolling it through her fingers. Yes, an important detail. One to include in our report to the guild. Stella, have you sent a message yet? She frowned. Can your message reach all the way to Jamor from here? Yes. Stella looked faintly nauseous at the thought of casting the spell. I can't cast yet, but my can reach Gamor. With my insight, I could reach Agmon from here. Right. She uses light mana for her spell, since it's based on my explanation of radio waves. Maybe she shouldn't be explaining how valuable the magical insights I taught her are. That's most of the reason Tail went after us in the first place. Feline's eyebrows rose slightly at the information, but she simply gestured for Nathan to resume his tale. Before he left, Badud said he was giving you all to Tail. I think his real goal was testing Tail. He wanted to force me into conflict with him. Then Badud used mass teleport to leave. Nathan furrowed his brow, remembering his desperation after the heir's kidnapping. I knew from Harthy that Tail was based in Halsmet, so I thought I could find you here. And I decided to follow because I couldn't accept my friends getting brainwashed by magic for weeks. So I came here as quickly as I could. I thought Tail wouldn't be expecting me to show up the same day, after he left me so far to the south. Feline cocked an eyebrow at him as the blade continued to dance through her fingers. The landscape to the south is rough, and the dungeons are dense. How did you travel so fast? Nathan shrugged, looking over the airs. My build makes me stronger and faster. I developed my running skill, and then went to a Kalis Conclave dungeon to... We understand. Don't speak of your build here, Sarah cut Nathan off, giving Feline a significant glance. Right. Not supposed to give out any details of my build. It's a pretty big secret that I'm not just immune to magic, but I absorb it to fuel my stamina. Feline gave a wry smile and shrugged, but made no other comment. Nathan continued. I ended up on the outskirts of Halsmet. I knocked out a farmer slave and took his clothes and cart, then snuck into the city. Feline found me when the gate guards got suspicious. She guided me to Tail's mansion. We killed the guards, then I entered while she kept our escape clear. Nathan glanced at Feline, seeing if she had anything to contribute. Tail was your nemesis to slay, and I will never let an archmage know me as an enemy across the battlefield, Feline added. A disintegrate will kill me as easily as it kills any. Except you, Nathan Lark. Nathan nodded to acknowledge her point and continued his story. Tail was learning Stella's magical insights inside. He had her mind controlled. Kachi slapped the table, growling heavily. He ignored us as base iron to the adamant of Stella, muttered about the insights he wanted to tear from her, locked us in those devices to break our wills slowly over time. Sarah gave Kachi a bland look. I didn't hear that. You could listen to what Tail was saying? My path gives me resistance to mental spells. Kachi's lips curled back from his canines. But not enough to break free when restrained.
Regardless, what occurred after you entered the courtyard?
Tail spoke for a bit. Nathan spent a moment reviewing what the Archmage had said for any important details. It wasn't very relevant, he was just ranting, but he was standing on a balcony I couldn't get to. Then he told Stella to capture me, and we fought. He thought I wouldn't hurt her, and thought that if any mage could fight me, it would be Stella. He also didn't want to owe Exia a favor for borrowing soldiers to capture me. Exia is the governor of Hallsmet and an archmage of Giant's Rest. Vicious old prune of a woman, Feline said. That wasn't the part the rest of the heirs had fixated on. Sarah, Kachi, and Arl darted apprehensive looks between one another. Stella opened her mouth to speak, her expression sad and tired. I don't think I want to hear her apologize for fighting and almost killing me. I think she just feels obligated to make the apology. She has to know it wasn't her fault. Nathan cut her off. We fought, and I figured out how to break the mind control spell. It took a bit because there were fail-safes to kill Stella if the spell was broken, but I managed it. He smirked at Stella conspiratorially. Then Stella interrupted Tails' teleport and brought him to ground level, where I could get to him. So I killed him. Thanks for that. I never would have gotten to him if you hadn't broken the balcony. Mid-tier lecturing. 9 achieved. A bit of a strange rank up. I wonder if it's because I'm describing my own actions, doing something that earned me a lot of levels. Stella returned his smile with a vicious twist to her lips. I'm filled with sadness that he died so quickly, before I could pry some insights from his muck-grabber-slimed corpse. Then she shrugged. At least I gained some levels from his death. Feline continued rolling a dagger through her fingers as she examined Nathan. Impressive. Those mind control spells are solid. I assumed Tail must have used a lower-tier spell in his haste, though Giant's Rest is usually careful about their fail-safes on high-value slaves, which all of you would have been. She sighed. But you are not free yet, for we are still in the midst of Giant's Rest's power. The alarm has been raised, and they will be searching for you, she grimaced. And me. They'll have activated the detection enchantments, and Exia will have mages scouring the city and surrounding wilderness. Badud, the questor, may also involve himself, since you have slain his student. The heirs reacted quickly, with Arl and Sarah stowing weapons, while Stella shook herself and moved to stand. Kachi's brows furrowed as he spoke. Why are you only mentioning this now? Feline rolled her eyes as she pulled her knife from the table and sheathed it. Because we are protected. This safe house is shielded from the detection enchantments. The only course that does not lead to discovery is for you to stay here. She turned to Nathan. Meanwhile, Nathan and I will investigate the state of the city. We need to learn more before we can make a plan. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1, Aura of Anti-Magic 1. Permanent Talent 2, Perfected Body 6. Talent 3, High Tier Slow Fall 9. Class Implacable. Anti-Mage Level 144. Deepened Stamina 3,920 over 4,620. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum, Raging Thrill, Implacable Inertia, Unarmored Resilience, Improved Anti-Magic, Strenuous Agility, Hand-to-Hand Expertise. Utility Skills. Battle Meditation, 6, High Tier. Earnestness, 9, High Tier. Sprinting, 3. Magical Perception, 2, High Tier. Notice, 5, High Tier. Identify, 6, High Tier. Dodging Footwork, 6, High Tier. Enhanced Memory, 8, Mid-Tier. Lecturing, 9, High Tier. Tumbling, 3. Chapter 2. A Plan of Evasion. Sarah spoke gingerly, aware she was addressing one of the elites of the Jamor Adventurers Guild, and one of the most infamous. What is the plan, Feline? The beautiful woman shrugged and smiled wide to reveal unnaturally sharp teeth. We must scout. Exia will be loath to keep the city locked down for too long, and the detection enchantments take mana to run. They cannot use them forever, for they drain the marks of every mage in Giant's Rest. They also expose embarrassing secrets." She snorted slightly. "Half the mages of Helsmet are probably trying to hide undeclared children or unrecorded slaves as we speak." Her expression firmed, and she pinned the airs with a look, sweeping her gaze to encompass them all. "Those enchantments will track any inside the city who is not marked as a graduate of the Ascendant Academy. It can filter out those who have an authorized slave collar or correct mental magic. If you step outside, you will lead them here, and you will have to fight the mobilized might of Halsmet. If that happens, I will not save you, for that would lead to my death or capture." The assassin walked over to the corner where Teol's body lay. "I did have Kachi grab the corpse as we ran. I wanted his stuff, and to be really, really sure he didn't get resurrected or reanimated or something." Feline leaned down, rooting through the rings on Teol's fingers. After a moment, she made a noise of satisfaction and pulled one free, showing them the chunky piece of jewelry. "The mark of an archmage. It allows the wearer to bypass a dozen forms of security used by Giant's Rest, including the detection enchantments. Such enchantments can only be recharged by the bearer's mana, but this one should last quite a bit longer than a standard mage's mark. Good to know there was some useful loot on him." She rolled the ring between her fingers before sliding it over her thumb. "I assume Nathan is immune to detection spells?" She cocked an eyebrow. "Do I have true aim?" "Yup." Nathan's anti-magic had let him ignore disintegration spells and bypass magical traps, and it had only grown more powerful recently. Now it said that he was an embodiment of anti-magic. He should be able to avoid a city-wide detection spell. At least I'll be able to tell if it latches onto me with my new magic senses. Feline proceeded to quickly strip Teol of jewelry and clothing, making a neat pile of loot. "Then we shall depart for a time to scout and develop a plan. We will return by morning. Rest, recover. Steel yourself for what may come. If you are discovered, the outer wall is that way. There is an old Gemor dungeon some distance south-southeast. If you can reach it and survive while hiding within, you may be able to lose your pursuers. But that is a desperate defense." Hiding inside a dungeon? Yeah, desperate is one way to describe it. She stuffed Teol's corpse into a dimensional bag, the action looking comical as Teol's bulk vanished into the small container. "I'll dispose of this later." She turned toward the door and gestured for Nathan to follow. He shared a look with the heirs, then shrugged. "See you. Stay safe." Kachi touched his brow with 4 fingers, then swept his hand at Nathan. "And I'll go as luck ride with you." Feline made sure the ring was secure on her thumb. Then she pulled another outfit out of her dimensional bag and swept it over her shoulders. When the fabric settled, the lithe woman was replaced by a taller man with a pockmarked face who bore the distinctive whip of a Giant's Rest slave master. "Let's go." The voice that came from her mouth was rough, and Nathan threw on the coarse gray outfit Feline tossed him and followed her through the door. They emerged into the same grim slums as before. There were more slaves present than earlier, the lockdown having chased them back to their homes. They were mostly occupied with mundane tasks, doing laundry and cooking with a constant but desultory pace that indicated a directive to survive, not the desire to live. Feline strode quickly away from the safe house, speaking quickly. "We check the gates. Keep yourself hidden. If I snap my fingers twice, like this, then attack. If we must fight, kill quickly and move quickly. We will need to create smoke and blood. They know we're in the city, but we must avoid being marked and tracked." A man, a slave, stepped out of a doorway and tossed a bucket of filth into the street at their feet. Nathan dodged around it and looked quickly at Feline, who followed his gaze to the witness. He definitely overheard her. She shook her head.
My skills will hide our conversation from casual eavesdropping, especially from befuddled slaves. Nathan licked his dry lips. You told the heirs we would be focusing on escape.
That's not what you suggested last night. Feline turned back towards him, and her disguised eyes met his, dark and foreboding. We will seek to aid their escape. But if I am to teach you the insight of a second class, you will stay here with me while we scout and wait out the lockdown. We will hunt. She waved her hand vaguely, to distract attention from the heirs. If the questor intervenes, we want him focused on chasing us inside the city, while they flee outside it. They walked a few more steps in silence before she spoke again, the rough voice underscoring the seriousness of her tone. Regardless of your intentions, do not speak of the insight of the second class to the heirs. It is an insight few can accomplish, and better adventurers than they have lost their paths trying to grasp it. But you think I can learn it? The cruel smile was audible in her voice. I do. They have suffered, but their own paths are as of yet unbent by Giant's Rest's cruelty. But you are open to the insight of paths, and its implications. People have mentioned paths before. Arthur told me that he was teaching me the path of rage, and it seems like another word for your build. Or maybe the philosophy behind your build. That seems more like how Kia used the word. Nathan remained silent, waiting for Feline to continue. After a moment, she did. The first layer of the insight of paths is common, and variations of it are known to many. To level quickly, and indeed to level at all past 500, it is necessary to understand your own path and act according to it. Feline held out her hand to gesture Nathan to stop. She carefully looked around the corner of a narrow alley that led to the main thoroughfare before quickly pulling back. Her pocked face grimaced. Mage-led patrol. They mean to question any they find. We will have to avoid them. She looked at Nathan, considering. You have no stealth skills, do you? He shook his head. I thought about picking one up, but it's hard to drop a utility skill once you've developed it. There's one or two I could drop if I need to. Feline shook her head firmly. Do not, if they are useful to your fight. We will gain you your second class tonight, and then you will secure more utility skills. She pursed her lips and set off in a new direction through the maze-like slums. Noticeability, to be sure. Lockpicking. Any stealth skills you are capable of. Wait, tonight? The day's half over already. And more utility skills? That's exciting. Good to have confirmation on that. The assassin cocked an eyebrow in his direction, but kept speaking. Sleight of hand is a skill for every assassin, but you do not use weapons, or a dimensional bag. She glanced around another corner before continuing. Hear me, but this is an excellent issue to have. I would give a grand insight to learn more utility skills. Tonight? How will I get a second class by tonight? Nathan's voice almost cracked. You must understand the deeper meaning of the insight of paths. Then it is only a matter of a suitable deed. Ah, here. The disguised Feline stepped through a narrow gap between two ramshackle buildings. Nathan followed, having difficulty squeezing through the opening. I can probably use perfected body to help me out with obstacles like a tight passage. It's not fast, it's not shape-shifting, but it can make meaningful differences to my body over time. Even if it's best suited to things like increasing muscle density and bone strength, and still limited to things that are physically possible with normal biology, for now. Shaking aside the distraction, Nathan emerged from the slums to find himself only feet away from the outer wall. The ramshackle buildings were built up almost to the side of the barrier, and a narrow path ran along the wall's base. Feline was craning her neck to see atop the tall stone barrier, and Nathan followed her gaze. The walkway at the top was covered with guards. There seemed to be a slave soldier stationed every 10 feet. Most were keeping watch out of the city, but every fourth faced inwards. Nobody else was approaching the wall, but Nathan watched as the nearest slave's eyes panned right over them as if they weren't there. Harpy's tits. Full stand too. No places without direct observation. Feline spun to face Nathan with a playful smile. But that means lighter interior defenses, especially in the upper quarter. Next is the gatehouse. Follow, but stay back. They skulked along the base of the wall, hiding in its shadow. Above them, slave masters and mages patrolled the top of the wall, keeping an eye on the slaves and looking out for oddities. Nathan tried to follow Feline's movements as she smoothly passed by dozens of watchful eyes.
She wasn't flitting from shadow to shadow, but instead keeping a constant pace that tacked along lines of shadow and behind sight blockers.
I know she has some stealth skills that can beat my own. Notice. I have to be benefiting from them right now, somehow. If I can take more utility skills soon, maybe I should watch what she does and try to figure out how it works. A stealth skill sounds useful. She mentioned noticeability? They approached the gatehouse. Nathan hung back, stepping around a corner of an alley and waiting while Feline scouted ahead. She came back with that same grimly satisfied expression. Guarded tighter than a giant's nutsack. Again, fewer guards elsewhere. They don't want us getting out of this city. It's a noose. She guided him back into the slums that bordered the wall. After they were out of sight of the watchers, Feline resumed lecturing. Your path is the source of your class, and is shaped by how you develop it. At first, paths are broad.
A path can be about fighting, or bare-knuckle brawling. Then they become more specific, as more specific class skills are developed. Raging for vengeance. Fighting against ancient dungeons with wit and guile. The way to level is to accomplish deeds aligned with your path. She stopped in a side street, watching Nathan to see if he understood. This is the first insight of paths. As an adventurer gains in level, their path becomes narrower. If they accomplish the correct deed, they will level just as much at a higher level as they did at lower levels, often more, as they are capable of greater things. She held up 2 fingers to signify a point. But it becomes more difficult to find suitable goals. To reach a high level, you must choose your developments for how they shape your path and your actions to follow. If you reach level 500 as a dragon slayer, but you have slain all of the dragons, then your path is at an end. The pockmarked face nodded to Nathan. If you are dedicated to fighting mages, and you slay a siege boar, you will not be rewarded with many levels. If you slay an archmage, on the other hand, that makes a lot of sense. It also explains my leveling. I get more every time I break a magical construct or kill a mage. My path is about loud, bare-knuckled brawling, breaking magical constructs and the mages behind them. Nathan thought about the implications for a second. This seems like a critical insight that everybody could use. Why wasn't it taught to us earlier? It would have been a pretty valuable consideration on my last class development. I wonder if the heirs knew. This insight is not widely agreed upon, or especially well known. Feline shrugged, then turned to proceed farther into the city. This is my version, but many elite adventurers have their own interpretation. Some believe that more specialized paths award more levels, while others believe that it is inconsequential, and choosing developments for anything but immediate power will get you killed. She was silent for a moment. The guardians follow the latter understanding. They have not told their children of the insight of paths in nearly any form. She paused. Barring Kia. I believe Kachi knows some version, but Kia has warned him against mentioning it to any others. Kia holds many powerful insights and is wary of their spread. She knows a lot of history. What does that mean?
They walked in silence as Nathan thought through the implications of what Feline had said. This sounds like a superstition. I doubt there's been a randomized controlled trial to test the insight of paths. No wonder people believe different versions or believe the effect isn't strong. Struck by another thought, Nathan asked a question. Is the same true for utility skills and talent developments? If I develop a talent to be broader in scope, will it rank up more easily? Feline shot an amused look back at him. Brightness shines from your eyes. I believe so, but I also hold that broader paths require more powerful insights to develop. A broad talent may rank up quickly, but it requires a grand insight to develop, and a smaller insight will make it more specialized and less useful. It is a balance. They again walked in silence for a time, dodging past a series of collared slaves working on repairing their crudely built homes. Nathan knew they couldn't hear him, but he still restrained himself while they were so close. Those repairs look long overdue. I bet they're only able to work on it now because of the lockdown. Nathan was about to ask more questions, but Feline held up a silencing hand. We are soon to enter the inner city. Keep your head down. Make no moves unless I give the signal. Feline led Nathan out into the streets, weaving past several patrols that didn't give them a second glance, likely due to her skills. She was taking them on a circuitous path that didn't seem to be approaching the inner city. A few times they came into view of the guarded entrances, but then they turned back immediately, and for no apparent reason. I'm already trusting her a lot. She backed me against Tail. She has a plan, and just hasn't seen fit to inform me yet. As they walked, Nathan felt magic pulse across the city in an intangible wave that washed through streets and buildings alike. The parts of the complex spell that approached Nathan fizzled out and vanished an inch away from his skin. His stamina ticked up a few points. Seems like the detection enchantment. Not powerful locally, but over an entire city, it's got some serious juice. Pretty complex to boot. I wonder if humans can cast spells like that, or if you need a huge enchantment for it. Probably. I know of spells like Earthquake. Feline gave no sign she'd noticed, and they continued to walk calmly along the streets, surreptitiously dodging patrols. The pulse came again, and then again. It wasn't entirely predictable, but seemed to happen approximately every half hour. With nothing better to do, Nathan started anticipating the activation of the detection enchantment, trying to understand it better, as well as pinpoint the source. He didn't get anything better than in the center of the city, but did catch the spell interacting with Tail's ring. The wave of magic wrapped around Feline like cling wrap for a moment. Then a faint pulse of magic emanated from the Archmage's mark, and the spell vanished from Feline like foam under a blowtorch. Magical Perception 3 achieved. Eventually, Feline found what she was looking for, and they headed towards a minor gate into the inner city. It was tucked away behind a series of workshops, and was almost more of an alley than a gate. At first glance, it looked unguarded, but as they approached, Nathan spotted a single slave master leaning against the wall, with a half-dozen slave soldiers on the other side of the gate. The slave master looked blearily up and murmured something inaudible. The derision in Feline's tone was clear. What was that? The man looked up at her with bloodshot eyes blinking rapidly. Password? He didn't sound like he was asking for a password. He sounded like he was trying to figure out if he should ask for the password. A blurred word came from Feline before she moved to walk past the man with a businesslike stride. He frowned slowly, then held out his hand to block her path. What's that? Feline rounded on him. You are drunk, she sniffed slightly. And while on duty in an emergency. I will not be delayed by your inability to remember the proper call and response. The other man cowered, and Nathan felt the backwash of some kind of social skill. It was a bit like the intimidation skill he'd felt from Kozar, but more nuanced. That skill had tried to cow Nathan with the threat of imminent violence. This one sought to impose Feline's chosen narrative on the victim. I bet it's called something like, "Believe my tale," or "The world is my stage." It seems like Feline's build is heavy on social manipulation and stealth skills, but light on combat. The slave master cowered back with vague complaints that there hadn't been any warning on the call-out. Feline merely snorted and walked past him into the inner city, with Nathan close on her tail. There were fewer patrols here, though the ones that did exist were led by mages instead of slave masters. Feline dodged them adroitly, always keeping a large distance from the patrols. They skirted just barely around one group, and Nathan sensed a spell spread in a radius from each mage. It was a detection spell. It would latch onto large, living things and point them out to the mage. Feline seemed to know the path by heart, and they moved through the city without incident before entering a large park that occupied the space between the second and third hills. A wave of mental magic spread over the city again, more powerful now that they were closer to its source. "I think that's coming from the first hill, Exia's mansion." "Makes sense. She's the governor. She controls the Giant's Rest military. Not a surprise the security enchantments are also there. That makes it a giant target for us." There was a hedge maze in the center of the park that was full of private little corners, and Nathan let out a relieved breath as Feline ushered him into a hidden nook. Night fell as he sat down on the stone bench, and he looked up at Feline. "It's night. What is the second part of the inside of paths? And how does it get me a second class?" She transformed back into her more familiar form. Her eyes were like green fireflies in the sudden darkness. "Your path is more than what your class is specialized towards. It is your purpose, and elites are those who align their class and their purpose. They take a class that suits them." Feline's attention felt like a heavy blanket, like she was proctoring a life-or-death exam. "Tell me, Nathan Lark, what is your purpose on Davrar? What do you seek to accomplish?" Chapter 3. Purposeful Assignations. Nathan looked back into Feline's burning eyes and considered how to answer her question as they sat in the darkened maze. He took his time. "What is my purpose?" "I want to protect people." Nathan spread his hands wide. "There are so many threats on Davrar. Giant's Rest is evil, and they use the worst magics to facilitate their empire." Feline nodded, but didn't say anything. She was waiting for more. "But there are also all of the innate dangers of Davrar," Nathan continued. "Monsters, dungeons, endings. The worst of those are magical, so I am uniquely positioned to fight them. I want to ensure people can be happy, healthy, and safe. That's something I want for myself as well, for my friends, the heirs, and otherwise." Feline tilted her head, her eyes glowing in the darkness. They bore into Nathan as she evaluated his answer. It felt like she was judging Nathan and every action he'd taken since he'd come to Davrar. She nodded. "Perfect." The black-clad assassin sat down on the stone bench next to him. "That purpose, your path, suits your class well. A denial of magic, and an unstoppable rage against that which would harm." Her hips touched his, and Nathan became quite aware of how close Feline was. "I'd be more excited about that if I wasn't so wary of her. Remember Stanel's warnings." The whole leather-clad assassin thing is hot, but I'm pretty damn sure I don't want to give her that kind of lever to control me. I have little doubt she'd use it. Feline elbowed him lightly. "Now I have shown light in your eyes. How would you gain a second class?" From what she'd said so far, the answer seemed obvious. Have a second path. Which means having a second purpose? Nathan frowned, looking away. But that seems too simple. There has to be more to it than that. Or else a second class would be more common. The assassin dipped her head slightly in acknowledgement. A powerful deduction. Her lips tilted in a faint smile. The detail is in the deed. The deed to earn a second class must be upon a different path than the first, and impressive enough to boost you to level 9 all at once. You cannot do it in pieces. Seeing Nathan's confused look, she continued. To earn your first class, you must be accomplished enough to reach level 9.
Then, Davra presents you with a choice of classes, which is truly a choice of paths. She pulled out a faintly glowing dagger and examined it. I am not certain, but I think it possible that a second class cannot follow any path available in your first choice of classes. My first classes were all related to performing, traveling, and manipulation. Feline's eyes grew shadowed, their glow receding as she looked backwards in time. It was only after the death of my mother and subsequent events that I was offered a second class, on a very different path to the first. The woman rolled the dagger through deft hands before it vanished. She raised her eyes to meet Nathan's once more, and they flashed brightly. The requirements to reach a second class are higher. Tonight, you will accomplish a deed from a different path, which is sufficient to reach level 9 in one act. Nathan blinked at her. How am I supposed to do that? His thoughts interpreted Feline's comments over the last day. Go kill somebody? That seems like it would align with the class I already have. Feline shook her head slightly, keeping eye contact. The purpose of your path is key. Your class focuses on protection. You rage against the harm that would be caused and seek to prevent it through violence. Your class is one of protection. She flexed her fingers, and the knife reappeared. Kill in chill calm, for no other reason than your own desire. Do not use skills from your current class. Do it because you have decided to kill, and because you can dispense that death. From what I know of you, none of your offered paths focused on lethal intent. Her face was inches from him, but the topic of conversation killed any physical intimacy that their closeness might have inspired. Nathan took a shuddering breath. He leaned back and looked out at the world above as he thought. She's trying to convince me to murder somebody I don't know, in cold blood. And succeeding. Anybody in a position of authority around here has signed their own death warrant. Evil needs to be challenged. Giant's Rest is evil. He stood abruptly, getting farther away from the attractive woman. Okay, who do we kill? Exia? Feline snorted. Once you gain this second class and some levels, maybe. Her face became serious as she stood. But she is protected by more than just magic. For now, we have a different target. She started walking out of the hedges. Nathan nodded, following her between the walls of greenery. Fair enough. I guess if it's a mage of Giant's Rest, it doesn't matter exactly who. If I'm going to kill a random mage, I'd almost prefer not to know too much about them. I don't want them to be a person. It matters. On the path of the assassin, you should know who you kill, and kill them with purpose. This is death with intention, not unguided slaughter. Even if you strike on the battlefield, you mark your target and decide their death. Feline had turned her head back, even as she grew taller and once again took up the disguise of a slave master. Her eyes muted, and her voice deepened as the transformation completed. You will kill Histoldo Fulku, the leader of the enforcement mages in Halsmet. He is a trusted agent of Exia's, and a reason why Halsmet runs smoothly. Nathan couldn't see Feline's expression well without the light from her eyes, but caught a flash of teeth. You met him yesterday. He was the blue-robed mage who stopped us as we escaped from Tael's mansion. He led a company of soldiers.
So blue robes are enforcement mages? If Histol's part of the power structure propping up this hellhole of a city, then I don't have a problem killing him. He has 2 wives he treats well, and several children he is preparing to send to the academy when they are old enough. He owns few guards, relying on powerful enchantments for security. Why did she tell me that? Not like it changes anything that he has a family. Even if he's nice to them, he's still part of the Giant's Rest system. Nathan sighed deeply, drawing a wary look from Feline. He shook his head, releasing his thoughts. Let's go. How are we going to get in? There's a side door, locked by magic. Will you be able to kill that problem? Nathan shrugged one shoulder. Probably. Does let me break traps and triggers without ever touching them, after all. Even ones inside walls or on the other side of doors. And lets me figure out if they're there in the first place. They emerged from the unlit park like specters in the night, avoiding the magical lights. Feline moved like a gust of wind, her feet not making the slightest sound as they crept through the deserted streets. Nathan tried to match her movements, but still felt like an ungainly oaf in comparison. He was dressed in light clothing, and only wore thin shoes, so it was easy to move quietly and smoothly. Even so, every faint scrape or cast shadow stood out to him and his notice. I'm looking forward to getting some stealth skills. That'll be useful. I can sneak reasonably well because I don't wear armor, but it's not enough against people with specialized skills like me. Feline led him into an alley that looked like it was used for deliveries, with prominent wheel ruts. There were doors on both sides, but she pointed out a double door that looked large enough to drive a cart through. Nodding, Nathan knelt down before the door. There was a keyhole, and he placed his hand against it, feeling for magi and finding it. A powerful magical lock, and no way to unlock it from this side. Also, a loud alarm if the door is smashed open or disconnected from its frame. But nothing more than that. I can just take out the central spell and the whole thing will fall apart. Nathan seized his anti-magic, pleased at how responsive it was. He'd always shifted the magic-denying effect around with his intentions, but it had never wanted to leave the confines of his body before. Now the anti-magic flowed and shifted above his skin like water in a bowl. It took only a moment of focus to draw the aura into a spike that extended 6 inches from his hand. Nathan activated battle meditation, sinking into a state of calm focus. He pushed harder, and the aura extended, becoming almost a foot long. I can push it more, but only at the expense of a lot of attention and stripping the anti-magic away from other parts of my body. As it is now, I'm still immune to magic, but instead of an aura, I have a foot-long blade of immaterial anti-magic. This is so cool. Shivering with anticipation, Nathan smoothly pressed his hand against the wood, angling the anti-magic to annihilate the magic on the door. Stamina flowed back into him as he pushed on the door, but it remained stubbornly closed, locked by mundane methods as well as magical. Feline gestured Nathan aside and slid a pair of lockpicks into the keyhole for a moment. Silently, the portal swung open to reveal a large room beyond. The assassin ghosted forward, passing by Nathan as she examined the dark space. She had transformed back into a slim leather-clad woman, drawing daggers in each hand. After a few sniffs, she gestured him forward with a whisper. There may be more alarms and traps beyond. Move slow and stay quiet. Never underestimate the paranoia of a mage of Giant's Rest. He followed her instructions, stepping carefully across the room and feeling out for magic. There was magic around, and plenty of it, but none of it harmful. Nathan let his anti-magic spike lapse down to a shell a few inches above his skin. Instead, he focused on expanding his magical senses as far as they would go. His attention was caught by a concentration of ice mana on the far side of the room, but a second's probing revealed it was just a magical freezer. Just past it was a kitchen, replete with more enchantments, but they mostly appeared to be for cooking. There were no traps that he could sense. Nonetheless, Nathan moved slowly, relying on notice to help him pick up anything that stood out. Everything stands out. You're walking through a magical kitchen, sensing all of the magic that keeps it running. This place is loaded with magic. A magical oven, some kind of magical stirring contraption, a few enchanted locked cabinets. Wonder if there are expensive spices in there. No, none of this is what I'm here for. Nathan was so caught up examining the magic of the kitchen with his skills, he barely avoided tripping over somebody sleeping on a thin pad in the doorway out of the kitchen. He gently stepped over the still form and looked into the corridor beyond.
Just a few feet away was a narrow stairwell that climbed towards the second floor. Struck by a sudden thought, Nathan turned back towards the sleeping slave, likely the cook. I could probably break the mind magic on her, like I did with Stella. Feline had followed closely behind him, and she bent down to check that the figure was really asleep. Her blade was positioned to plunge into the cook's throat. Upon seeing Nathan's glance, she narrowed her eyes and gestured up the staircase. Nathan tilted his head to indicate the woman, and Feline shook her head firmly. She pointed down the corridor next to the stairwell. Nathan turned to follow her finger and saw a soldier standing guard. He had his back toward them, standing guard in the center of the grand entrance foyer into the well-appointed home. Adrenaline flushed through Nathan's body at the sight of a foe, and he walked quickly over to the base of the staircase to break the line of sight. His steps were quiet on the stone floor, and he started up the staircase. Breaking the magic on her would definitely be a risk right now. Just waking her up might alert that guard. It was only thanks to notice and battle meditation that Nathan noticed the magical tripwire before he blundered into it. It was a very faint wire at thigh height, and even dispelling the wire would have caused the recipient enchantment to trigger. There are so many enchantments here. I think the floors are enchanted to be clean and warm. The metal banister is enchanted to prevent patination, and there are dormant light enchantments everywhere. Nathan stopped still, taking a calming breath and pushing away his adrenaline, and the rage that was never far behind. Then he set to work, following the faint tripwires back to their source. High tier notice 6 achieved! It was really quite amazing. There was a secondary and tertiary series of spells that would detect if the primary alarm was tampered with, each setting off a different tier of response. The tripwire alone would trigger an alarm and a paralysis spell. The second would wrap the trespasser in electrified chains. The third spell was extremely aggressive. Following that thread drew Nathan's attention to a series of explosive runes buried underneath the stairs that blended into the heating enchantments. If somebody managed to disarm the first 2 traps but set off the third, there wouldn't be a staircase anymore. Nathan was tempted to just jump over the tripwire, but there was a series of them farther up the stairs that would require a contortionist's skill to navigate. So he disabled the traps in reverse, stabbing his anti-magic into the stone wall to disable the connections of the third trap, then moving on to the second, where it was hidden behind a painting, before disabling the tripwires themselves with a casual flick at the central nexus hidden in the carpet. He shivered at the rush of stamina, feeling it exceed his cap and making him jittery. Move calmly. We're not done with this yet. Nathan let out a faint breath, looking over his shoulder to see Feline watching his every move, tension evident in every aspect of her body. She seemed apprehensive, as if this was new territory for her. I suppose disabling traps like this is outside her skill set. I honestly don't know how anybody without magic, or anti-magic, could disable that trap buried in the wall. He gave her a grin and proceeded up the staircase. Upon reaching the top, Nathan found a series of wooden doors and another staircase. There was also another guard, pivoting their heads sleepily back and forth. They were looking towards the other staircase when Nathan saw them.
Their helmeted heads started turning back towards him, and Nathan ducked down quickly. He turned back to his companion and held up one finger, mouthing, "One." Feline nodded, crouching low and beckoning for him to follow. She slid forward silently, the iridescent streaks in her hair dimming to a black curtain that blended into the dark house. The assassin's head peeked above the stair, and she waited for a heartbeat before springing forward. Nathan followed, barely managing to keep his feet from hammering into the stairs. He found Feline gently lowering the slave to the ground, one hand clasped over the man's mouth, while the other held a dagger in his heart. Casting his magical sense around the foyer, Nathan relaxed. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the magic on the slave.
A spell had reached out to somewhere else in the building and was starting to activate. He crossed the gap quickly, slamming his palm into the side of the man's head and dispelling every trace of spell work connected to the dying man's brain. The guard's eyes rolled with desperation before fixing on Nathan with a confused expression. His attempts to bite at Feline's hand were replaced by a series of choking gurgles. Then he lay still, dead. Nathan stood over the corpse, conflicted. I could have saved that man from the magic that had enslaved him. Maybe. I'm still not sure if many of the slaves of Giant's Rest can be freed. But now he's dead. He raised his head to scan the doors that surrounded him. Each looked similar, though the one the guard had been standing behind was the most decorated. Feline was already stepping towards it, but Nathan held out his hand. All of the doors were locked and seemed to have alarm spells on them, but they varied in design and complexity. The obvious door was indeed the most heavily warded, but Nathan wanted to try something. He closed his eyes and focused entirely on his new sense. Earlier, he'd sensed Stella's mana pool. So, Nathan reached out with his new skill, looking for living sources of magic. There were dozens of enchantments around him, but the feeling of a living mage was distinct, and coming from the door opposite the one they'd been focused on. Not as much raw power as Stella, but more structured? Higher level, if I had to guess. Probably over 243, but I really don't have a baseline for this stuff. Magical Perception 4 achieved. Nathan pointed directly at where he felt the mage, opening his eyes to find Feline contemplating him. She tilted her head at the other door, and Nathan nodded, crossing the hallway to examine it. These locks were more sophisticated and powerful than the one down below, but also entirely magical. It only took a few seconds longer for Nathan to get through. He disabled a failsafe, then destroying the magic around the frame before gesturing for Feline to proceed. She stepped forward, pulling a thin but completely opaque cloth from her dimensional bag and sticking it like a curtain to the top of the doorframe with some sticky putty. She grabbed Nathan's hand and pulled him underneath the cover, waiting for it to settle to the floor and block all external light. Once again, Nathan was face to face with Feline, her skin warm against his own. Her eyes glowed green in the darkness, illuminating a predatory smile as her eyes met his. She winked, one eye flashing pink. Then the glow dimmed, and she eased open the door to slip into the dark suite beyond. The room was darker than the main house, though Feline's cloth kept any stray light from giving away their entry. It took Nathan's eyes a moment to adjust as he eased the door shut. Maybe I can improve the speed of my eyes adapting with perfected body. It'll take experimentation, and I don't see having a lot of time for that in the near future. There was a dim light emanating from a crystal on a shelf, very much like a nightlight. It was enough to see the broad bed and the three figures sleeping upon it, one of whom glowed to Nathan's senses with powerful magic. Histol, the man I'm here to assassinate. Chapter 4. Paths of Darkness. Nathan stepped forward, trying to look out for any traps that might awaken his target. Feline had faded into the shadows,
invisible to his senses, but his attention was on the man in the bed. Histol do Fulku was a high-leveled enforcement mage, a member of the Giant's Rest military and a dangerous foe. At least, usually would be. But he's asleep, and I'm close enough it wouldn't matter if he woke up now. But it's important that I don't kill him in a rage in direct combat, like I've faced every enemy I've fought so far. I need to assassinate him. Kill him without a fair fight. Not because he poses a threat, but because I want him dead. Shivering slightly at the thought, Nathan's feet padded across the thick carpet. He was jittery from stamina overload, and he slipped into battle meditation to control his breathing. But this felt different than the usual rush of combat. He'd gotten used to the thrill of the fight, a sensation more intense than the most extreme sport. This was different, more like the sick anxiety of an exam, where the body's fight-or-flight response was more of a hindrance than help. I need to be calm, precise. This isn't a fight. It's an assassination. Nathan paused, closing his eyes and focusing on manually bringing his hormone and blood sugar levels back to normal. Thanks to perfected body, it worked. A few seconds later, Nathan opened his eyes, looking around the room without his earlier tunnel vision. The first thing that caught his attention was that seemingly everything in the room was enchanted to one degree or another, often for comfort or durability, or simply for beauty. Categorizing and dismissing items occupied Nathan for a little while, as he focused on a few that shone more brightly than anything else. A ring on Histol's finger reminded Nathan of the enchantments on the mark that Feline still bore, which had been taken from Teol's body. It wasn't the same, not as powerful, but of a similar type. That's his mage mark. Probably opens doors and enchantments all over the city. Quite a few of them, if he's an agent of Exia. There was another item that caught Nathan's attention, which was a pendant around the man's neck. It was a buzz with powerful enchantments, and he narrowed his eyes at the complex magic crammed into the item. It clearly had multiple functions, but one of them reminded Nathan of something he'd seen not so long ago. It's got a message component, and healing of some kind. I bet it'll trigger a spell if he gets injured or dies, maybe even if it's removed from him. High tier identify, 7 achieved. Nathan spared a glance for the other figures in the bed, taking in the 2 women. The one on the far side of the bed was older, similarly well-fed and middle-aged as Histol. She was also a mage, but only a weak one. If he had to guess, she wasn't even level 81. I mean, you need to survive something like 10 life-threatening encounters to reach level 81, so it's not an easy bar to clear. Though I'm pretty sure Giant's Rest has a safer way to level at their academy. The other occupant of the bed, on the side closer to Nathan, was a pretty woman around his age. She bore a slim leather collar around her neck that contained the familiar threading of mind magic, though it had a lighter touch than most of the spells Nathan had encountered before. Should I free her? Maybe after we're done. I don't know anything about her, and don't want her waking Histol by accident. Nathan narrowed his attention down to just his target and took a deep breath. He once more formed a spike of anti-magic extending from his fist, carefully poking it into the amulet. It might be a powerful healing item, but it almost certainly would alert somebody if Histol died. The spike of anti-magic enveloped the amulet and stabbed into the mage's chest. Can I drain him of magic permanently? Let him live somehow, maybe take it for myself. I'm planning on killing him anyway, but it would be good to know. It was an option for a potential development of implacable anti-mage. Nathan was aware he was clutching at straws here, but he paid close attention to his sense of Histol's magic before his attention was drawn back to the amulet. Every other enchantment had broken in moments before his talent,
but this item was stubbornly resisting in a way Nathan didn't understand.
Its magic was a cut above every other item in the house, and there was an extra layer to it Nathan couldn't quite grasp. But it wasn't activating or fighting back. He took his time, eroding the powerful magic piece by piece. Even the hardest rock is worn down by water and wind, and this is closer to zinc and hydrochloric acid. It took concentration and focus, but after a minute, the outer shell of the amulet cracked apart, revealing a fractal complexity beyond what Nathan had initially detected. The edges of the magic eroded as excess stamina flowed into Nathan once more. He calmed the jitters with perfected body as they threatened to throw off his focus. Aura of Anti-Magic 2 achieved. The entire time, the spike of aura had been connected to Histol's chest. Nathan could feel the man's magic, the pool of power granted by his class attached to him, but not a part of his body. He tried to siphon the resource, but only the barest shred of raw mana escaped.
There was a feeling that it was close, that he could adjust the wavelength of his anti-magic to completely drain the mana out of the mage. Not permanently, yet. But if I figure it out, I bet it'll be an option when I develop implacable anti-mage. His experimentation was interrupted by the amulet finally coming apart with a small puff of dust and scattering of sparks. Nathan froze in place as Histol murmured in his sleep, but the younger slave that he was leaning over blinked awake, looking up at him in bleary surprise. Then Feline was there, her hand clapped over the woman's mouth as a dagger stabbed into a smooth back, once, twice, 3 times. Right lung, left lung, heart. Blood spurted off the bed, spattering Nathan's legs. Feline's voice was a whisper in his ear, the tone a smooth counterpoint to the brutal violence. Kill him. You have decided he will die. Now fulfill your own prophecy. He could feel the heat from her breath on his neck, more intimate than the gross warmth of the lifeblood dripping down his legs. Nathan closed his eyes for a second, shutting out the slave's glassy eyes and bearing down on the moment of nausea. The man deserves to die. His eyes opened, his brow furrowed, and his fist came down. It wasn't driven by rage, but by a cold determination and Nathan's entire body weight. Histol's neck folded around his fist as the skill and talent-enhanced blow crushed the trachea and fragmented bone. The mage's eyes flew open, but only a faint choking sound escaped his mouth. Histol's lower body stayed completely immobile as his face twitched, gasping for air. It took less than 10 seconds for him to fall unconscious. Yup, blocked the carotid with that hit. Internal bleeding in the neck, in addition to a broken spine. Nathan felt detached as he clinically watched Histol turn purple, his chest struggling to rise and fall. Then the movement stopped. Feline appeared on the other side of the bed, seriously gauging Nathan's expression. The last person alive in the bed stretched in her sleep and rolled to put an arm around Histol. Feline casually stabbed the middle-aged woman in the back of the neck, the enchanted dagger severing the spine and emerging from the front of her throat with a spurt of blood and a gurgling gasp. Congratulations, you have killed Histol Do Fulku of Giant's Rest, a powerful enforcement mage. You can either gain 12 levels of Implacable Anti-Mage, or gain the second class, Assassin. A description of his new class popped up, and Nathan looked it over carefully. Assassin. You have infiltrated a highly secured location to assassinate an enemy without facing him in open combat. This class will make you stealthier and more adept at neutralizing enemies in a single, unexpected attack. It may develop into classes focused on stealth or dealing grievous wounds unexpectedly. Feline hadn't broken eye contact with Nathan, and she raised one delicate eyebrow inquisitively. He nodded back. The green in the woman's eyes flared to life
and her smile was positively shark-like. The assassin spread her bloody hands wide like a stage magician unveiling a trick. Now you have stared the ghoul in the eye. Accept the class, and I will put you on the path of an Jamor. Nathan accepted the new class with only the barest moment of hesitation. Not like I'm going to reject it now. A second class with its own skills is worth significantly more than a few more levels of my current class. Congratulations! You are now an assassin, and have unlocked 3 class skills. These skills are tied to the parent class, and their power will increase with your level in that class. Devrar applauds your achievement, and hopes you will continue to survive and prosper. New class skill. Focus. You have unlocked the Focus resource. Focus will accumulate during periods where you are free from distraction, and can be spent to enhance your attention and improve your control. It can also be used to amplify other skills or talents that utilize focus. New class skill. Vital targeting. You will be better able to identify the weak points of your foes, and your strikes against those areas are more likely to inflict debilitating damage. New class skill. Stealthy movement. Your movements will be harder to notice. This effect can be enhanced by spending focus. Has leveled up to 12. Nathan shook himself, the reality of what he'd done setting in. He'd killed before, but the cold-blooded rationality of this had felt different. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Certainly not to Histol. Nathan's eyes panned over the other 2 corpses. They wouldn't be dead if he hadn't come here for Histol, and he wasn't entirely sure either of them had deserved to die. The slave especially. Maybe if I'd moved faster, Feline wouldn't have killed them. But it had happened. Nathan felt the slave's blood dripping down his legs. We need to get out of here. We're still in the middle of a city whose rulers want us dead, and we just killed a leader of their security. He moved to leave, breathing deeply. Then Nathan heard a rattle behind him and turned to see Feline leaning over the bed, stripping the jewelry from the corpses. The blood seemed to slide from her black clothing as she moved around the room, whipping a blue mage's robe off a stand and stuffing it into her bag. She sent him a quieting gesture. There is much to be gained here, as the alarm has not been raised. Wait a moment. Nathan collapsed into a small enchanted chair that sat against one wall, flinching slightly as it tried to conform to his bulk before the enchantment broke. He watched dully as Feline efficiently searched the room, throwing things into her pouches based on some metric he didn't have the energy to figure out. After all, he had other things to think about. I got another class resource? Not something I was expecting. This class isn't as good in direct combat as Anti-Magic Brawler was, but that's not a surprise. It's not really a direct combat class, but it's probably as close to one as I could get without overlapping too heavily with, and just getting levels in that instead of a new class. The whole point was that I didn't kill Histol in direct combat. The new skills are okay. Seems great, but looking over it again, it only boosts movement, not stealth generally. And is kind of, If I get my hands on a mage, they're already toast, so it's more helpful for fighters or constructs. Though it might be really helpful for magical constructs.
It's not always easy to tell where to hit them when they're covered with armor. I think it'll help some in a fight. If nothing else, focus is useful, and should let me pull off even more ridiculous acrobatics. And the other 2 won't hurt. The class will let me start fights on my own terms, instead of just busting in and drawing all of the attention. I think I'm most excited about the new utility skills. Feline said she's planning on teaching me noticeability and lock-picking. Both sound useful, though lock-picking seems kind of underwhelming. Let's go. Feline's low voice shocked Nathan out of his stupor. Wipe down your legs. He quickly stood, following her directions before walking out of the bedroom and to the foyer. Feline had collected the dark sheet of fabric and was looking around at the other doors before pointing to the heavily warded one they'd almost entered. The one the guard had been standing in front of. Nathan blinked at her, then shrugged and walked over to disable the magical locks and traps. His additional rank of Aura of Anti-Magic made it easier than before, and it took only a minute before he pushed through the door to reveal a lavish office that was a total mess. The desk was cluttered with scrolls, while small glowing tablets were scattered nearly everywhere. Feline spent 10 minutes tearing the room apart, enlisting Nathan to crack open several locked drawers and a small safe. The safe was a heavily enchanted block of solid metal, and the tiny compartment inside held a single-dimensional bag. Feline checked it, and a sly smile spread across her face. Enough enchanted items and magical materials to draw a questor's eye. They left the office, and Feline indicated the next door over. Nathan took a step towards it before he paused. He spoke in a whisper, still aware of the guard down in the entryway to the house. What's behind there? More bedrooms?
The assassin gave him an evaluating look, taking a full 5 seconds to examine his face. Then she shrugged and spun towards the back stairs. Let's depart. We have what we came for. I wonder what that was about. They retraced their steps, stepping over the sleeping cook. Nathan thought his movements were definitely smoother than before. He didn't have to pay attention to avoid banging into anything, and the door closed with barely a whisper of sound. They exited out into the alley, and he felt a weight lift from his chest. I know we could have fought our way out, but right now it feels like I just escaped an enemy stronghold with a valuable prize. Even if we're still in the center of the most militarized city in Giant's Rest, I've got the new class, which is one heck of a prize. Nathan leaned against the wall and let out a breath. What now? Back to the heirs? Feline shook her head, pointing farther down the street. We have lit a flame. It would be a waste not to fan it to the fullest. She produced the ring she'd taken from Histol's finger, then quickly swapped it with Tails. Tails' mark will attract too much attention. But Histol... Feline's expression was satisfied as her face morphed into a visage Nathan had just seen, though that one had been purple and dead. Histol isn't dead yet. Feline drew out the blue robe she'd grabbed upstairs, settling it over her new form before kissing the ring. She pulled out a badge she'd grabbed from inside and clipped it to her chest before frowning down at her neck. You destroyed the amulet because it was dangerous? Nathan nodded back. I think it could cast message autonomously. Didn't want it to alert somebody that Histol was under attack. The disguised assassin pursed her lips. True aim. This should kill the problem. She pulled a different amulet from her pouch, tucking it under her robe. Put this on. She tossed a purple robe at Nathan. He caught it, fingering the fine fabric for a moment before pulling it over his own loose clothing. What did the colors mean? Gesturing for him to follow, Feline set off. There are 9 main colors. Purple is a high-tier student who has passed the second tier of exams at the Ascendant Academy and proven themselves worthy of apprenticeship. Most seek to become archmages. The sneer was obvious in her voice, like hearthy. Both she and her friend had purple robes. Feline turned the corner and took a careful look around before she continued her lecture. Gray marks the low-tier students, those who have not passed the first test. Mid-tier students wear white. She fingered her own blue robe. Blue are enforcement mages, those who keep the peace and defend the cities. There are more. Green for enslavement mages, red for war mages, pink for entertainment. Her face twisted in a snarl. Black for the nails. Nathan cocked his head. Nails? Mages who specialize in stealth, assassination, and subterfuge. She spun a knife Nathan hadn't seen her draw. They focus inside Giant's Rest, ensuring that none challenge the will of the Archmages, or the Founders. I do not think there are many in this city, because Exia is unfriendly with Kala. Then the knife vanished. They come to Jamor occasionally. The guard is trained and equipped to spot them. I catch any who slip through. She turned to speak to Nathan directly. They use spells and coins as their weapons. It was a nail that hired the pack leaders to kidnap you. Her blood was on my knife when first we met. Feline quirked her lips. I wonder how Eldred is doing now. Probably running another sad escort route to deliver fabric from Surfeld, while you strike at the heart of Giant's Rest. Her gaze dropped to Nathan's fist. Or its throat. Then she turned and strode purposefully away. Your gaze should be on our next mission. We head to the barracks for mages who do not yet have their own houses. Most are recent graduates of the academy. Do not underestimate them. They all know mind magic, and most have used it. We're going to go kill more people in their sleep? Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1. Aura of Anti-Magic. 2. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body. 6. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall. 9. Class. Implacable. Anti-Mage Level 1. 144. Deepened Stamina. 4,610. Over 4,620. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Improved Anti-Magic. Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-hand Expertise. Class. Assassin. Level 12. Focus. 220 over 220. Vital Targeting. Stealthy Movement. Utility Skills. Battle Meditation 6. High Tier Earnestness 9. High Tier Sprinting 3. Magical Perception 4. High Tier Notice 6. High Tier Identify 7. High Tier Dodging Footwork 6. High Tier Enhanced Memory 8. Mid-Tier Lecturing 9. High Tier Tumbling 3. Chapter 5. Of Blade and Blood. Nathan's shoulders sagged for a moment. He felt overwhelmed from the events of the night so far, and struggled to track Feline's change of topics. After a moment, he spoke. So we're sneaking in again to kill more mages. They know mental magic. They enslave people. I should be killing them. Evil needs to be challenged. He cracked his knuckles. What should I do? Feline's adopted face was blank, but she nodded reassuringly at his words. Don't speak. I will give the signal if we are to fight. Prevent any magic from checking your identity, but refrain from breaking spells until we enter. Then we will move quickly and quietly, killing every mage we can. There will be servants and guests. Do not show mercy, and be ready to flee if the alarm is raised. You are an assassin now. Yeah, I'm an assassin deep behind enemy lines. I can't take prisoners, and anybody I spare will raise the alarm. She turned down another street, giving a stern look to a pair of slave masters standing in the middle of the intersection with a bevy of slave soldiers. The two men stood up straight and looked terrified. Their presence didn't interrupt her lecture. Before we reach the barracks, I have a pair of insights for you. The first is for the utility skill, noticeability. When you know that people are watching you, spend your focus to track their attention.
Pay careful attention to exactly when they watch you and when they stop. Try to change your movements to suit their expectations of your disguise and control their attention. Doing this successfully will unlock higher-tier versions of the skill. Giving insights out like candy. I need to keep in mind that what she's telling me is literally priceless. The secret of paths alone is a real dragon's insight. What's the price for all of this?
The disguised assassin didn't check to see if Nathan was following along before launching into the second insight. For the class development of Assassin of Jamor, remember your purpose. We are here to deliver death to slavers. Their own arrogance and purpose makes them worthy of death, and we are here to deliver it. Move quickly, killing as many as you can before the alarm is raised. Every strike is focused on the kill. Do not aim to wound, aim to kill, beyond hope of healing. Aim for the heart, brain, and neck. If your first strike does not ruin one of those, then strike again. Do not leave your enemies for dead. Ensure their deaths. She pointed ahead towards a large and well-lit building that occupied a large block of land. And beyond all blasphemy, remember that you follow a legacy. You are one of many who have fought Giant's Rest. You represent the wrath of Jamor, for the treatment of our ancestors, for the ongoing attempts at subjugation. On the other hand, this training is even more brutal than Kia's. She's basically just giving me some tips and tossing me into the deep end. Nathan activated battle meditation as they approached the front door of the barracks, which was guarded by 5 elite soldiers and an enforcement mage. He started spending his limited pool of focus, and the world slowed down. It was easy to pay attention to everything. Nathan saw the sweat trickling down the face of a slave standing too close to a torch. He could map out the enchantments beneath his feet. He realized that the engraved figures of mages set into the walls were actually golems, awaiting some kind of signal to spring into motion. The soldier's eyes tracked them for a moment, but they started scanning the darkness as soon as they saw the robes that identified them as mages of Giant's Rest. But most of all, Nathan watched the blue-robed mage standing in front of the door, and how her gaze followed them. She frowned to herself as they stepped into the light, her eyes flitting from Feline to Nathan. I'm in the robes of an advanced student, standing next to somebody wearing the face, robes, and identification of the leader of the enforcement mages in Hallsmet. It's reasonable to think I'm apprenticed, so act like an apprentice. He was already walking behind Feline, but he adjusted his position to be half a step behind her right hand. He ducked his head when the enforcement mage tried to meet his eyes, holding his hands awkwardly together over his chest. Out of the edge of his vision, Nathan saw the blue-robed mage mentally dismiss him, her gaze settling on the disguised Feline instead. She performed the strange Giant's Rest salute of clasping her hands together in front of her chest. What occurs, Histol? Inspection. I wish to be sure that no infiltrators hide within. The woman nodded, stepping aside and gesturing to the door. We are but fingers of the archmages. She raised an eyebrow at Nathan. Is this a new apprentice? Do you tire of Ovi? Feline shrugged. He arrived from the academy just now. I have brought him to find a room. She stepped up to the door, pressing Histol's ring into a small indentation on one side. Beyond which his hands will aid my search, for I know a mage straight from the academy is not an impostor. The door gave a heavy clunk as it opened. Nathan tried his best to act as expected, attempting to slip from notice. The soldiers had already started ignoring him and gone back to scrutinizing the darkness. If you conform to people's expectations, they won't notice or even remember you. The enforcement mage turned her attention back to the street. The luck of the founders go with you. I hope we catch these stalker shits soon. The enhanced security is a pain in the knuckles. Feline grunted her agreement, walking through the door. Nathan followed, noticing the exact moment when the blue-robed woman stopped paying any attention to him. I could take 2 steps sideways and break her neck before she even noticed I was there. Pending utility skill, mid-tier noticeability. You have learned to detect how you are perceived and used focus to modulate the appearance you portray. You will know when others' eyes are upon you and can spend focus to shift their attention. Interesting, that's what unlocked the skill. Definitely useful. Seems like I'm building up a solid core of stealth-related skills. Congratulations, you have accepted the mid-tier noticeability utility skill. The door slammed shut behind him. They were in an entrance foyer, decorated with statues that could come to murderous life if the alarm was triggered. Nathan released his focus, which had been reduced by roughly a third. However, it started regenerating as he watched, though somewhat slowly. Interesting. It says it will accumulate during periods where you are free from distraction. I guess using battlefield meditats? Battle Meditation 7 achieved! Nice! I'm constantly regenerating focus, even in the middle of a fight. Feline gestured up the grand stairs at the back of the room. Go up. I will stay on this level. She caught Nathan's eye. Our purpose here is to kill. Meet back here when the job is done, or back at the safe house if the alarm is raised. With a quick nod, she was off, striding away as the confident Histal Do Fulku, the enforcement mage who had every right to be here. Nathan felt naked without the protection of the elite assassin, but standing around wasn't going to change that. He rapidly scaled the steps, staying away from a mural showing a massive tower casting benevolent light over a civilization as it expanded into dark wilderness. The expansive painting was certainly detailed, but the perspective was awful and the colors garish. What truly caught his attention was the magic laid into the artwork. A thin skein of subtle mental magic stretched out from the painting. Nathan eyed it carefully, trying to pick apart the function. It doesn't look like a tripwire. It's supposed to be a subtle mental effect of some kind. Let me guess. Inspiring awe in everybody who walks past the stupid propaganda mural. Thoroughly irked, Nathan skipped stairs one at a time before reaching the second floor. There was a lounge area at the top of the stairs, complete with low couches and tables. This really is like a college dorm in a lot of ways. He didn't see anybody, but Nathan felt somebody's attention land on him. It was like an itch manifested on his skin, pointing in the direction of the observer. A quick glance showed a green-robed mage sitting in an alcove behind the stairs, shielded by illusions and look-away magic. I probably shouldn't be able to see him. Let's just pretend to be a normal student who didn't notice anything and proceed about my business. You know, murder. I don't want the first hidden watcher to set off the alarm. Nathan looked around ostentatiously, spending focus to seem like a confused student wandering the halls late at night. He strode towards a residential hallway lined with doors, keeping his magical perception trained on the alcove with the hidden mage. Mid-tier noticeability 2 achieved. He was rewarded by a force spell materializing behind his head that flicked forward with enough force to have definitely knocked him over. Nathan dodged the motion on reflex, twisting into a crouch and spinning around. A mocking chuckle rolled out from the hidden observer. Good reflexes, mageling. The enslavement mage stepped out from the alcove, walking towards Nathan while rolling his well-muscled neck back and forth. Am I getting hazed? The man was over 6 feet tall and came to a looming stop in front of Nathan, the effect slightly spoiled by the fact that he was shorter. He frowned. I'm Codius Do Den. By the fingers of a hand, this is a bad time to start an apprenticeship. You'll need to watch out for the agents of Jamor stalking our streets. He smiled condescendingly at Nathan. Watch yourself, or you'll wake to find your hands bound and your life bleeding away. He rolled his shoulders, the cut-off sleeves emphasizing his musculature. The academy trains you to fight with magic, but spells don't always stop the dangers of housemet. His smirk turned cruel. But I'll be a friend to you, guide you through the dangers of this place.
I'll honor the founders with my generosity.
And trade favors. The last words were pronounced with special weight, as if Nathan should know what it meant. I bet it means about the same as it means in Jamor. Trading favors around, using them to bargain for insights. Though this seems less a trade and more of a shakedown. The mage was waiting for Nathan's response, growing increasingly impatient as Nathan hesitated. He casually cracked his knuckles, once more trying to intimidate him with his bulk in a clearly practiced manner. It might have been more effective if Nathan hadn't outmassed him, though some of that was hidden by the purple robe he was wearing. First he tries to bowl me over, then to intimidate me. It's kind of hilarious he's relying on physical strength as a mage to coerce people. He reminds me of Eldred. And he's a mage of Giant's Rest, and an enslavement mage at that. I think I've found my first victim. Nathan looked around quickly, ensuring there was nobody in sight. No observation spells trained on him. His lip curled with disgust, and his rage flared to life as Codius moved closer. Codius misinterpreted the look, sneering. "It's late. Let's sit down and have a chat." His arm reached for Nathan's shoulder. Nathan set his feet, rotated his hips, and punched the enslavement mage in the center of the chest as hard as he could. Shattered like spun sugar, and Nathan felt bone give way under his fist, shards of the shattered sternum piercing into the lungs and heart behind. Codius flew backwards a half-dozen feet, bowling over a couch in a tangle of clothes. The loudest sound was the couch overturning with a thump, and Nathan followed along as his knuckles popped back into place. The green-robed mage tried to cast a spell, but it died in a bloody cough. He looked up at Nathan, eyes full of tears and unable to even beg for mercy. Well-muscled hands twitched upwards in an attempt at defense, but they lacked any strength. Nathan stomped on Codius's throat, feeling the spine crunch. He grabbed 2 fistfuls of robes, which were enchanted for comfort and self-cleaning. That enchantment quickly broke as Nathan dragged Codius back towards the nook he'd emerged from. Not wanting to break the hiding spot that his victim had so thoughtfully provided, Nathan stopped a half-dozen feet away. He heaved the bulky mage towards the hidden alcove, rage-enhanced strength making the throw trivial. There was another clatter of furniture as Codius's body overturned the chair in his hiding place. Nathan turned around, dusting his hands and rearranging his robes. He set the couch back upright and scanned the area for other traces of struggle. Nathan had a spot of blood on his ankle, but the man's thick robes had prevented any from getting on his hands. There was a tiny bit of red on the floor, from where Nathan had dragged Codius's face, but it wasn't easily noticed. I doubt that'll be the most visible sign of my presence by the time I'm done. Assassin has leveled to 15! Congratulations! You have killed the enslavement mage, Codius Doden. Wait, I leveled? I suppose the fight is over. Normally I'd only expect to get levels once I got out of the building and escaped. Maybe counts fights differently than... Nathan took a deep breath as he walked down the hallway, calming his rage and trying to stay quiet. He found himself spending focus, the alternate resource sending a soothing stillness through his body, even as it sharpened his senses. There was a quiet creak from one side, and a door cracked open. Nathan managed not to snap his head around, casually glancing toward the door to see a pair of shadowed eyes looking into the hall. They belonged to a slim young woman in a yellow robe, whose face was drawn in a suspicious frown. Who are you? Yellow robe, artisan mage. Not really a threat? Thoughts flickered through Nathan's head as he turned to face her. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. She's younger than I am. I don't want to kill her. Is she even a target? She's not an enslavement mage. I could probably pretend to be a confused student. Feline's words came back to him. He was an assassin now, and this was a mage of Giant's Rest. This was why he was here. Even if she didn't directly take slaves, she used them and supported those who did. Turning away would be cowardice. I can't let gender and a pretty face be a shield. I hated that part of the Wheel of Time. Evil isn't exactly tied to men. Perhaps seeing the confusion wrought across his face, the mage cast a spell, her voice a bare whisper. She's suspicious. This ends with her dead or my cover blown. The spell fizzled off Nathan's aura, and the yellow-robed mage's eyes widened in horror. Nathan's leap carried him close, and his aura bridged the gap, slicing through the spellwork in front of her face and nullifying the effect. It also slashed through her mage armor, the panes of force splintering and fading, as Nathan shouldered through the door before she could slam it shut. She gasped in horror and flinched away from him, stumbling across the room. Nathan was faster. Her gasp turned into a strained gurgle as he punched her in the throat, and she fell onto the carpet. It felt like ice had been poured down Nathan's neck as he stood over the nameless mage as she thrashed and clutched at her throat. Evil needs to be fought. Just kill her and move on. You committed to this when you walked into this building. Nathan stomped on the mage's neck, felt the spine snap. He stepped backwards and closed his eyes as the strangled breathing slowed and stopped. After a single breath, he opened them again, trying to ignore the cute embroidered quilt that covered the bed as he left the room, and eased the door closed. Got to keep moving. Assassin is leveled to 17! Congratulations! You have killed the artisan mage Ledali da Alias. 2 levels. Traded for a life. I suppose Devrar will tell me their names, and with enhanced memory, I'll remember them regardless. I'm more like Rand al'Thor than I wanted to be. No more doors opened, and Nathan approached the next one down the hall. It was locked magically, though that posed no delay to an application of anti-magic. Nathan didn't have any cloth to replicate Feline's earlier trick, so he slipped through the door as quietly as he could, burning focus to make him less noticeable. What? There was a sleepy mumble from the bed and a brief shifting before a light bloomed in the dark room. It came from a crystal held by a young man who blinked sleepily at Nathan. A naked girl lay slumped on the floor next to the bed, the slave collar around her throat buzzing with magic. This one's a lot easier. Nathan was atop the young mage in an instant, hand clamped over his mouth before a sound could emerge. The crystal spun off into the corner of the room and under a chair, making the shadows shift wildly. Nathan's other hand reached around to grip the back of the man's head before he wrenched the head around in an attempt to break the spine. It didn't work. The jaw dislocated with a gross popping sound, and Nathan's grip on the head slipped. A cry of pain sounded out before Nathan got his hands around the young man's throat and squeezed tightly. That's harder than Hollywood makes it look. The mage's eyes had been muddled with sleep, but now they bulged with desperation. His body bucked, and he scrabbled at Nathan's hands with delicate fingers. Nathan held on with grim determination, easily ignoring the weakening struggles underneath him. It took only a dozen seconds for the mage to fall unconscious, but Nathan kept holding on. It takes like 5 minutes of strangulation to kill somebody. If I let go early, he'll live, and I'm not going to let that happen. Maybe I should practice breaking necks instead. High-tier enhanced memory 9 achieved! He released his grip, this time placing one hand on the mage's ear and the other on at the base of the neck on the opposite side.
He wrenched his hands together, trying to cause a cervical fracture. Maybe I should get a weapon. Killing people with your bare hands isn't trivial. But I need something that carries my anti-magic and can survive the same shit I do. Maybe claws. Something retractable? Something to work on later. It took a few tries, and he had to enable rage to successfully break the young man's neck and feel the sudden popping of a cervical dislocation. The body slackened, and the notification popped up immediately. Assassin has leveled to 20!
Congratulations. You have killed the advanced student Jaxis Do Humal. Closing in on 27 and the next class development. Though it's not going as quickly as I assumed from killing 3 people, maybe none of those people were really threats to me. Maybe because I didn't target them. I don't know. Then Nathan looked down at the other living person in the room, the slave he'd stepped over in his rush to the bed and the mage. She was a beautiful young woman, lying on the floor of the room without a shred of clothing or cover. There was a delicate collar around her neck. It clearly had a level of sophistication a step beyond the normal enchanted collars worn by Giant's Rest slaves, more akin to the one Stella had been wearing before Nathan tore it off her. I don't know what's going on here, but it seems like there's only one path forward. Nathan slipped off the bed, noticing how her panicked eyes followed him, even as her body stayed paralyzed. He bent down, extending a hand towards her face and feeling for the magic of the collar. Feline had mentioned that they kept fail-safes on the collars of high-value slaves, and this looked like one of those. After a moment, he found it. A curse on the collar that would blow her head off if the enchantment was tampered with. But there was more than that. Nathan detected the mana within her. It wasn't the bonfire of Stella or the arc flare of Histal, more similar to the torch of the 3 mages Nathan had just killed. A mage, but enslaved. I should let her speak for herself. Chapter 6. To trust a murderer. Nathan considered himself an accomplished curse-breaker, even if, technically, he cheated. His anti-magic let him disable magic with a touch, as well as protecting him from the consequences of failure. But this time, he wouldn't bear the consequences. Like when I broke the spell on Stella. If he messed this up, the young woman lying on the floor would die, decapitated by the exploding enslavement collar around her neck. It would also probably alert the entire building that something was up. Nathan wanted to avoid both of those things, so he was careful, mapping out the enchantment of the collar over the course of a few minutes. It was clear that this enchantment was different from the one that had been placed on Stella. The principles were similar, but the trigger mechanism for the failsafe operated on a different paradigm. If Nathan just deactivated the enchantment all at once, the explosive would sense the failure of a feedback loop and explode with whatever power remained. And the housing of the feedback circuit protects the explosive section, right against the inside of the collar. This is a better design than the one on Stella, if not quite as powerful. But that one was only meant to be a decoy for the real spell lodged in her brain. As far as I can tell, this one's only got the single failsafe. High tier identify 8 achieved. I'll take that as a yes. Nathan exhaled and reached down carefully. The woman's eyes were rolling in panic, but he ignored her and narrowed his attention on the magical world revealed by his extra senses. Anti-magic extended from his hand, threading through a small gap in the magical protections to make contact with the explosive enchantment. Doing it involved an inhuman level of focus to tighten the aura down to a needle and bend it through the angles necessary to thread the other enchantments. A mistake here kills her and will set off enough alarms to probably kill me. Focus is helping. The thoughts didn't distract Nathan from his goal, and he kept the tendril of aura steady as it slowly deactivated the explosive enchantment over the course of 20 seconds. Then he grinned and reached down to wrench apart the collar, violently disrupting the remaining magic and casting the fragments aside. The breaking metal scratched the woman's skin, but didn't draw blood. She convulsed violently before rolling away and shakily getting to her feet. He stayed still, holding his palms out in an attempt to show that he was unthreatening. I really hope she doesn't scream and run. I am really not sure how I would deal with that. Her mouth worked for a second, swallowing spit before any words came out. When they did, her speech was hasty and frantic. What are you going to do with me? Nathan stood up straighter, eyeing the door. She was closer to it than he was. I don't want her to get away, to warn anyone about me. I don't actually know anything about her, or if she still has loyalty to her enslavers. She saw his glance and tensed, eyes sharpening and hands coming into a spellcasting position. Nothing, Nathan blurted out, realizing he'd started this badly. I'm just here to kill mages of Giant's Rest. More mages. He gestured at the bed behind him, which still held the corpse of the frail young man Nathan had killed. Her breathing quickened, eyes going to the bed and face twisting into a snarl. Then her gaze snapped back to Nathan. You want nothing? I am free? Nathan shrugged. Yep. Do what you want. Just don't set off an alarm. I'm not done here yet. She stared at him for a moment, as if coming to terms with her sudden freedom. Then she walked over to the side of the room, opening a small dresser, and quickly pulling out a set of robes. She stayed facing Nathan as she pulled them on. They're going to recapture me, or kill me since Jaxus is dead. He's Exia's grandson. He was Exia's grandson. Her lips skinned back in a snarl. The robes she was wearing were white, but cut the same as Nathan's. They fit well. A mid-tier student's robes? If they're hers, how did she become a slave? As Nathan was thinking, the young woman continued. You haven't freed me. Unless you get me out of Halsmet, I'm not free. They'll just capture me again. Her voice was flat, but shook slightly at the end. I can take you to a safe house. Nathan thought for a moment about the practical difficulties of getting her there. The city is on alert. Will the detection enchantment find you now that your collar is broken? She winced. Yes. I was denied my mage mark. I can find the one Jaxus had. She glanced around the darkened room for a moment, starting to hyperventilate slightly as her eyes landed on the bed. Nathan took a step forward, planning on trying to calm her down, or at least catch her if she bolted for the door. She saw the motion and took a larger step backwards and jerked to face Nathan, controlling her breathing and glaring at him. Can I trust you? I freed you. What do you think? Nathan asked bemusedly. What does she think I'm going to do? The young woman didn't like that answer, almost spitting her next words. You're asking me to trade a rapist for a murderer. Nathan blinked, confused even more. She was regarding him as a potential enemy for no obvious reason. Well, not no reason. She knows nothing about me, and I did kill somebody right in front of her. But I have zero regrets about murdering him. It's not hard to figure out what was going on from context. A beautiful young slave naked in a guy's room. If she's going to be hostile and won't work with me, then there's no good reason to take risks to save her. She seems cogent enough not to set off an alarm immediately. I can just let her find her own way. With a wave, Nathan shrugged again, keeping his hands to the side. Trust me or not. You can come with me and I'll help you, or you can be on your own if you'd prefer. What's your name, anyway? She looked around for the light crystal, sidling over to pick it up. My name is Egul de Ahang. She shot a look at the small dresser where she'd gotten the robes from, and for a moment it looked like she was about to burst into tears. Then she turned to Nathan and spoke softly. What would your path be? If you had my hands and their contents. The question took Nathan a second to parse, a moment longer to answer. He stopped thinking about the other people, the other mages he was planning to kill tonight for their allegiance. He fell out of battle and took a moment to look over at Egil. To really look. What would I do if I was in her shoes? Her hair was cut to her shoulder blades, brown and wavy. The white robe was a few shades paler than her skin, but the delicacy of her face was belied by her posture. She was unconsciously hunched, as if trying to hide from the world, while setting her jaw aggressively to face it regardless. I know nothing about her, except what I can infer.
She could have been enslaved for years, since she was young, and I don't know all of her motives. But all the evidence says she's had a bad time. All she's seen from me is violence and snark. I did free her, but she doesn't know how or why. I can't blame her for not trusting me immediately, even if I killed her captor. I like to think I have her best interests at heart, but I don't. I'm here to kill mages, not to save slaves. Even if she does come back to the safe house, that might just put her in the center of a battlefield. Nathan felt his rage burning hot. It wasn't directed at Igal, but rather at her situation. She had no good choices, and neither did he. If he wanted to bring down the Giant's Rest, the best thing he could do was abandon her and use the window before the alarm was raised to kill more mages. But he'd made a choice when he broke her collar. Now he needed to decide if he was going to follow through. He could send Igal away so he could continue his rampage.
She would probably be recaptured or killed. Or he could try to convince her to come back to the safe house with him, giving up his assassinations for the night. That was a path with risk. She could betray him, intentionally or not. Or she could say no and go her own way. But this is the difference between my paths, distilled to a single decision. I can do the safe thing and keep killing mages, level more, hit my next class development, wipe out this entire floor of young mages whose only crime is how they were raised. Or I can take the risk to let my rage and the empathy that drives it push me to make the irrational choice. I don't want to lose sight of that purpose, even as I follow my new path. I need to balance them. Maybe that means I don't decide what happens to her. Maybe I let her decide. She probably hasn't been able to decide much herself for a while. He took another step away, biting his lip in thought before speaking. My name is Nathan Lark. I was kidnapped by Tail Dodroxel, an archmage of Giant's Rest. He invaded my mind. Nathan felt his righteous anger channel into the words and relished the satisfaction of having killed Tail with his own hands. He thought of me as a tool, a means to an end, a way to accomplish his purpose, which involved gaining power to kill and dominate everybody lesser. I decided I'd kill anybody who tried to take my body and mind. Nathan looked back at the bed and the body there. I killed Tail yesterday, and now I'm killing every mage of Giant's Rest I can find. Mind magic is evil, and anybody who would use it on a person deserves to die for turning people into things. Egel was watching him, her breath stuck in her throat. He locked eyes with her. I don't know your history, Egel da Ahan. Nathan emphasized the last two words, which marked her as native to Giant's Rest. But I think, regardless of what else you were, you have as much reason to hate them as I do. If you want me to get you out of here, I'll help. I can get you to Jamor, where you'll be safe. I'll also leave you alone if that's what you want. But if you go back to Giant's Rest and help them, I'll kill you too. High-tier earnestness, 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. Damn it, I didn't mean to use my skill on that. Now it doesn't actually feel like her decision. But it's not like it's controlling her. It's just helping me argue more clearly and convey my honesty. And I am being honest. Igal exhaled slowly, standing a bit straighter. She closed her eyes for a bare second, then opened them and nodded. I'll take your hand. I can't trust you completely. But I trust my fate to be dire without you. How do we escape? This building is guarded, unless you killed the guards. No, we snuck in. That's why I'm wearing this robe. Is there another door besides the main one? A shaking head was enough of an answer. I can make us invisible. We might be able to sneak out if somebody opens the door. She braced herself before sliding the mage mark off Jaxus's clammy finger and slipping it onto her own. So she is a mage. And with some good spells, invisibility isn't one that most mages know, much less can cast on others. But that's an intermediate student robe. There's a story here. Nathan grimaced. That magic won't work on me. But I can be sneaky. How about this? We go to the front door, where I come up with an excuse to open the door and talk to the guards. You sneak out invisibly. Then we meet on the other side of the square, next to the clothing shop. A quick nod was his only answer, and they only paused for Igal to cast mage armor before slipping out into the hallway together.
New goal: get her out.
I've killed 3 mages so far tonight, which isn't bad. If this goes flawlessly, maybe I come back afterwards. Though I don't think I can take on the 4 slave elites guarding the door without Feline, even if you ignore the enslavement mage. Funny that the mage is the afterthought for me, while they're the core of Giant's Rest's military doctrine. They walked back down the hall towards the stairs. Nathan strode confidently forward, while Igal was a half-step to his right. Their steps were muffled on the soft carpets as they entered the lounge area. There was a man in a red robe standing in the center of the room. He was frowning at the wall near where Nathan had disposed of the enslavement mage. His head snapped around as they walked into the room, studying them suspiciously. Engage or ignore? Let's try ignoring. We've got the right outfits, and a war mage might be a bit much for me to fight quietly.
He's trained for the battlefield, and I don't want Igal to get caught in the crossfire.
Nathan's was up, and he pushed to emphasize their status as a pair of Giant's Rest mage students walking through a place they belonged. Mid-tier noticeability 3 achieved. The man's hostile expression relaxed, and he reached out a hand toward Nathan. Student, hold. I was to meet a peer of fingers here, an enslavement mage named Codius Doden. Have you seen him? Nathan turned toward the man, shaking his head as he continued walking towards the staircase. No, we've been busy studying. Studying, indeed. A smirk formed on the man's face as he watched them. Suddenly, he frowned. Is that Jaxus's slave? I thought him a jealous master from how he refused my most generous offer. Nathan caught Igal twitch in his peripheral vision and changed his direction to walk towards the red-robed mage.
He lengthened his stride and closed on the man, leaving Igal behind. Too observant. He'll notice the missing collar, or follow up with Jaxus and find the body. I think we're blown.
The man noticed the hostile approach, reacting nearly instantly with lethal magic. The paired spells overlapped, the incantations ringing out in a weird echo. A wall of wind rolled through the room, blasting furniture towards Nathan and ripping the carpet from the floor. Wrist-thick spikes of ice were carried on the wind like a volley of javelins. Nathan leapt forward, dodging under the carpet and deflecting a flying armchair. He ignored the spikes of ice, which evaporated as if his aura were a blast furnace.
The tiny icicles that penetrated left tiny rips in his robe, but didn't mark the skin beneath. The mage seemed shocked as Nathan cleared the wave of spells, but it didn't slow his reaction much at all.
He whipped his hand forward, and 3 dagger-sized pieces of enchanted metal flew out of his sleeve, targeting Nathan's head, chest, and groin. Nathan jumped with the full strength of his rage, flipping to catch himself on the ceiling with his feet. His focus allowed incredible control over the movement, making it feel like everything was moving in slow motion. High-tier tumbling 4 achieved! The blades curved sharply to follow him, but only the one targeted at his head was able to make the adjustment, cleaving through the side of Nathan's neck in a shower of blood. Then Nathan propelled himself downwards at the mage, who had started channeling a powerful fire spell in his other hand. That'll kill Igal. Her mage armor is an order of magnitude weaker than his. Nathan reached out with his aura as he crashed bodily into the war mage, quashing the spell in a projected fist of anti-magic.
The heat had already charred the floor around the man, but the spell sputtered and shattered in Nathan's immaterial grip. The absorbed stamina completely replaced what Nathan had spent healing the lethal neck wound. Aura of Anti-Magic 3 achieved! By extending his aura to catch the fireball, Nathan had withdrawn the extension of his anti-magic away from his skin, so still slowed him down as it detonated in a flash of light and explosive force. The uninjured mage landed on his back only mildly dazed as Nathan caught himself on his feet from where he'd been thrown. These new talent ranks give me more anti-magic to go around, so unless I really extend the aura, it'll still apply to my body. The war mage looked up at Nathan with a horrified expression. His hand twitched to bring the flying blades back, and his mouth opened. What in the nightmares of giants? He never finished the sentence before Nathan stomped on his skull, sending gore spraying in a small radius.
The flying blades clattered to the ground.
Assassin has leveled to 22! Congratulations, you have killed the war mage Dirk Donir. Nathan turned to check on Igal, finding nothing but a shifting heat haze at the top of the steps. He reached out with his magical senses, confirming that it was an invisibility spell. What? Founder's blood. Are you going to live? Igal's voice came from the invisible figure as Nathan looked at her. He touched his neck, smearing blood away from smooth flesh. I'm fine. We need to run. Igal's voice was on the edge of panic as she clattered down the staircase. Are you immune to magic? Nathan leapt over the banister, using slow fall to land smoothly ahead of her. Yep, aura around me. Don't need to give her the full story. What I said implies that once you get past the aura, I'm vulnerable to magic, which is the opposite of true. He scanned the open area at the bottom of the stairs.
There was nobody in sight, though that probably wouldn't last long with all the sound the war mage had made. A cracking sound came from the side, and an 8-foot-tall humanoid golem sculpted from pale marble peeled itself off the wall to land at the base of the staircase. It shook away rock dust as it turned to attack. Nathan waved Igal to the side of the room. Stay invisible. Keep going. I got this. At least until the slave elites show up. More golems awoke from the statuary around the room, and Nathan fought them as Igal skirted around the edge of the room. A few of the golems clearly noticed her through her invisibility, but Nathan struck down any who turned in her direction. The golems should have been terrifying combatants. Their flesh was stone, and their strikes carried incredible strength and momentum. But Nathan's let him keep track of the dozen enemies around him, and burning gave him the reaction time to stay ahead of their attacks. Rage and movement skills gave him more than enough speed to dodge the deceptively fast blows. High-tier dodging footwork 7 achieved. Beyond powerful attacks, each golem should have required incredible damage to put down, distributed enchantments keeping them operational long past where any human foe would have died. But they each had a core holding the magical energy and intelligence that animated them.
The cores were distributed in different spots in each golem and armored with layers of enchanted metal, but they were clear to Nathan's magical perception and vital targeting. With his latest rank up, he could extend anti-magic aura nearly 4 feet from his hand, and vital targeting helped him shred the core enchantments of each golem. Nathan stepped away from the last enemy as it collapsed into pieces, leaving the center of the room splintered and broken underneath the rubble of statuary.
You know, I've never considered myself a vandal, but that was some museum-worthy sculptures. Mobile and evil sculptures, which probably disqualifies them from curation. The sudden silence let Nathan hear the heavy clunk as the door unlocked from the outside. He faced it, cracking his neck and checking on Egal to see that she was still invisible and pressed up against a side wall. Time for some more fighting I don't feel guilty for. I'm freeing somebody, and they're trying to stop me. Chapter 7. Escape and Evasion. On the other side of the door was the blue-robed mage that Feline had chatted with before they'd entered the barracks. The middle-aged woman had put a thick pane of force over the doorway before opening it to respond to the alarm. She was further protected by mage armor. But her eyes still widened as Nathan charged towards her with a manic grin on his face. She took an unconscious half-step backward before speaking a command and flicking out a spell.
Capture him! Enhanced paralysis.
Nathan crashed through the barrier without slowing in the slightest, leading with his hands aimed towards the mage's throat. A slave elite stood to the side and reacted instantly, enchanted blade cutting through Nathan's right elbow in a blurring arc of metal. That didn't stop his left hand from piercing the mage armor and fastening around the woman's neck before he bodily slammed into her. The steps dropped away underneath them as they flew from the building, propelled by the speed of Nathan's charge. Something stabbed into his kidney as they cleared the steps and started falling downwards towards the stone of the square. He yanked the mage's head down as he accelerated downwards with slow fall. Her body flipped upside down, and Nathan slammed her head into the cobblestones as hard as he could. Assassin has leveled to 26. Congratulations, you have killed the enforcement mage Chiere da Soma.
I'm not getting very much experience for these last 2 kills, despite them being pretty high-ranking mages. But they weren't really assassinations, were they? This is straight-up combat to protect somebody. He rolled away from the impact, but not before another sharp object slipped between his ribs and found its way into a lung. The roll forced the blades in deeper, and Nathan reached back to yank 2 daggers out as he came to his feet. Each wound was surrounded by the telltale numbness of a neurotoxin, but Nathan banished the poison with a thought. The 4 elite slave soldiers didn't show any sign of surprise as Nathan rose to his feet, and they showed no hesitation. They just attacked swiftly and without mercy. A dual-wielding swordsman pushed Nathan from the front, while another with a spear jabbed from the left. The third stayed behind, whipping poisoned daggers whenever it looked like there was an opening. The fourth rushed around to the right, fading into the shadows and unlimbering a mace. They were told to capture me, if that command still holds. I need to break the mind magic on one of them, turn this into a 2v3. Or 3v3 if Egal helps. But it was all Nathan could do to hold off the onslaught over the next few seconds, even burning focus. He danced away from thrown daggers aimed at the joints of his legs and swept aside a spear thrust that would have gutted him. The swords swept in at Nathan's shoulders, and his dodge was perfectly accounted for by the black-masked swordsman. This sword guy is as good as Arl. The magically sharp blade on Nathan's left cleaved through his upper arm, dropping that limb to the ground even as the enchantment on the weapon died. But the other sword had been the one to cut his right arm off at the elbow, and the enchantment was already frayed and dying. The blade merely cut to the bone and failed to sever the half-regenerated limb. Nathan stepped into the man, embracing him with what remained of his right arm. He swept his anti-magic through the man's head and neck, not analyzing the magic at play before tearing it to shreds.
Great, 1 down. 3 to go before I've flipped the tables. The haft of the spear swept Nathan's left foot out from under him as a dagger slammed home in his right hip. He stumbled backwards as the swordsman dropped his blades and screamed. It was the first sound Nathan had heard from the 4 soldiers, and the man stumbled away and clawed at his full-face helmet. That could have been a bit more helpful. I wonder if I missed a trap in the spell. That was when the 4th elite appeared from the darkness, swinging his mace in a 2-handed grip towards Nathan's spine. But Nathan hadn't lost track of the man, and he smoothly ducked under the blow. High tier notice 7 achieved. His limited pool of focus ran out, and Nathan couldn't keep up with all of the attacks anymore.
Another dagger hit him in the hip, and his dodge turned into a fall as his leg buckled.
The spear had cut most of the way through his Achilles tendon as it pulled at him, and his hip grated against the blade embedded in the socket. Shit, this is going south fast. They're dealing me wounds faster than I can heal them, and not simple ones. The mace wielder loomed over him, cocking the weapon for a quick blow to Nathan's chest. All 4 elites slipped and crashed to the ground as the cobblestone of the square became coated with a layer of incredibly slick frost. The mace wielder rolled on his side to strike Nathan regardless, lashing out with an awkward one-handed blow. The skill-enhanced strike broke Nathan's mostly healed left arm to a 45-degree angle. But the daggers popped out of his hip, and the frost didn't hinder him, so he propelled himself forwards and purged the magic from the mace wielder.
The man froze in place for a moment, eyes darting in confusion behind his helmet.
Nathan rolled to his feet, then offered a hand down to the elite. The man snarled viciously and swung his mace again, leaving himself completely open. The berserk and unexpected swing clipped Nathan's heel and shattered his ankle. Nathan went down again, slamming to the cobbles as his rage spiked. What the fuck? I just broke the enslavement enchantment! He rolled away from the soldiers, seeing the other 2 struggling to regain their feet. The spell had a radius of nearly 30 feet, and ground in the entire area was basically frictionless. Has to be Egal. Good spell, but pretty useless on any surface but smooth stone. Shaking his head to clear it, Nathan focused his magical senses on finding Egal as he gingerly got to his feet. She was still invisible, running across the plaza. Nathan followed. His ankle was clicking with every step, but he could run.
There was shouting behind him that didn't come from the elites, but he vanished into the darkness before anybody could follow.
High-tier sprinting 4 achieved! Now if only I could get a rank of slow fall. He stopped limping as he crossed the square, the movement helping pop the myriad broken bones back into place so they could heal properly. Lost blood regenerated itself, and Nathan was left whole, though covered with his own blood. Perfected body 7 achieved! He reached Egal as she caught herself on the wall of the clothing shop they'd agreed to use as a rendezvous. Her breathing was loud and ragged, and she jumped with a muffled yell as Nathan stumbled to a halt nearby. Are you... Where do we go now? You said there was a safe house. Nathan nodded, panting, as he flicked blood from his legs. Yeah. Follow me. We need to move. They're going to be hunting for us. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 158.
You have successfully killed several mages of Giant's Rest and escaped from several slave-elites. As they left the square, the wave of the detection enchantment Ping passed over them. The magic pooled around Egal for a moment, and Nathan tensed. Then the stolen ring activated, and the clinging magic dispersed. I don't know how long that mage's mark will last, but we need to get back to the safe room soon anyway. I wonder if I can use my aura to protect somebody from the enchantment. He led Egal through the dark streets. She'd become visible again to conserve mana, and they had to avoid the scattered patrols.
It wasn't very difficult, since Nathan could sense their detection spells from a block away. A few of them were converging on the mage barracks. He could hear more shouting coming from that direction. I hope Feline gets out.
I bet she's great at taking advantage of chaos, and it's pretty obvious that I escaped, which means they won't be looking inside of the barracks for more infiltrators. But I would really prefer she didn't get caught. Nathan's memory skill let him flawlessly navigate the city, regardless of necessary detours. They soon reached the small gate that he and Feline had used to enter the inner city. He poked his head around the corner of a townhouse, studying the small opening that blocked the narrow alley. A half-dozen soldiers still guarded it, though the slave master had been replaced. The new one seemed more alert than the last. Damn, I don't think I can fast-talk my way past this one, especially without Feline's social skills. Unless Igal knows the password? Nathan pulled away from the corner, looking back at Igal. She was tense, but determined, clearly ready to follow Nathan's lead. Do you know the password to get to the lower city? Otherwise, I can just run through and you can sneak through invisibly. His voice was quiet, very aware of the guards ahead of them. She flinched slightly, looking contrite. 1,000 apologies. Jaxis didn't send me on errands that required passwords, and there are anti-invisibility spells on all the gates. I think she's expecting me to get angry at her for that. She kept going before he could respond. But I could knock all the guards over with Frost Floor, and we could run past. I can't run on the spell, but you could clear a path for me? He could probably take out the slave master and all of the soldiers without too much trouble, but then that'd give Giant's Rest more clues to follow. Nathan frowned in thought, and he noticed Igal hunch in on herself even more. This is a problem. Not one I can fix right now, except by not showing her any sign of being upset at her. The focus now is getting back to safety. He looked away, examining the streets and the buildings around them. The buildings here were built right up against the wall between the inner and outer city. It was a tall barrier, standing about 40 feet tall and about 5 feet wide. I prefer they didn't have a clue that we left the inner city. Is there a reason we can't go over the wall? Igal followed his gaze, looking up. There are enchantments on these walls to detect anybody going up or flying over, and I can't get up there. I can. Can I carry you? She instinctively took a step back, then reconsidered. She still didn't look happy with the suggestion. If you need to. Nathan scrubbed a hand through his hair. Okay, here's the plan. I'll climb up to the roof to get to the wall. I can definitely disable the enchantment so we can go over it, if you want to come up with me. Or I can get to the top of the gate and try to disable the anti-invisibility enchantments. Then you sneak through, and we meet up on the other side. Which do you prefer? Igal bit her cheek, uncertain. Nathan didn't want to rush her, but he didn't want to wait for a patrol to come by. Is there a way you can climb up with your magic? Maybe by making platforms of force to stand on? Igal looked up at the building above. It will use most of my mana. That's fine. Let's go. She flinched again and nodded, then dispelled her mage armor and started making a staircase of force mana. Nathan gauged the building they were trying to climb. It was 3 stories tall, like a townhouse of some kind. There was a balcony on the 2nd floor, the base of which was 15 feet above his head. He took a few steps and leapt up, kicking off the pillar and grabbing onto the base of the balcony before hoisting himself up. The balcony itself wasn't enchanted, but the door into the 3rd floor of the building was, and Nathan wondered if they should break in and hide inside. No, might set off another alarm, and we've got a timer because of the ring. He turned back to Igal, watching as she constructed her 3rd step. It was fascinating to sense the magic, as she delicately summoned slivers of force mana together to form a fractal-like pane, muttering a spell under her breath over and over again. It was a completely different style of force mana manipulation compared to Stella. It looked less flexible than how Nathan's friend wove bands of force together, but the resulting magical construct was completely transparent and didn't flex at all under her feet. Nathan was also fairly certain Nagal's method used less mana. I bet there's an insight there that allows casting mage armor. That's a spell nobody in Jamor can cast. I wonder how Giant's Rest protects it, or if you just need to learn force magic their way from the beginning. Nathan hissed, extending his arm down. Igal looked up, then gently took his offered hand. He lifted her smoothly up to the balcony. He could have thrown her up to the roof, but that wouldn't be quiet or polite. Instead, he clambered up the decorative stonework to the top of the building, lying on his stomach once more to hoist her up again. The climbing was easy for him, Nathan's enhanced strength letting him easily grip the solid stone. The problem wasn't putting too much weight on any one piece of stone. His enhanced body was heavy, and his grip crushed and cracked a few sculpted details. Pending utility skill. Low-tier climbing. You have successfully ascended a difficult surface to escape danger, giving yourself a tactical advantage. This skill will help you climb and hang on to difficult surfaces in the future. That's a skill that will be completely useless as soon as I get the air-walking talent. Nathan declined the skill, rolling to his feet and setting out across the tiles of the roof. His first step crushed a tile with a loud cracking sound, and he froze, wincing as Igal flinched. Won't help much if I'm breaking roof tiles. I'm not sure how the guards would get up here, but they might just move far enough down the street to get a good view of the roof. He dropped to all fours, trying to spread his weight evenly to avoid crunching through the fragile ceramic. He spent some of his regenerated focus to ensure he made no mistakes, and only put his weight on the edge of the tiles. It seemed to work, and Nathan scuttled forward with his butt in the air. Igal wasn't heavy enough to crush the tiles, and walked normally, giving a single quiet snort at Nathan's undignified scramble. Pending utility skill. Low tier. Quiet movement. You have successfully muffled your movement in a situation where being loud would alert enemies. This skill will help you move silently in the future. You know what? That seems useful. I've done great things stacking movement skills. Let's do the same thing with stealth skills. He accepted the skill, skipping through the accompanying notification. They ascended the roof with ease, approaching the inner city wall that the townhouse was built against. It only stood 5 feet over the roof, but Nathan gestured for Igal to stay back as he felt the powerful enchantments set into the core of the stonework. There were a lot of enchantments in there, some of which burned at the farthest reach of Nathan's magical perception. I think there's enchanted metal inlaid deep in the walls, holding one of the largest enchantments I've ever felt. The basis for the city-wide detection system, probably. And more. I can't disenchant the city from here. I can't even reach the primary enchantment without digging into the wall. I might be able to do it if I'd taken... But he could disable the set of magical sensors that would detect anybody crossing the wall. There appeared to be 2 of them. One using dream mana to identify intelligent thought crossing overhead, and the other based on illusion mana, and likely more of an optical sensor. Each of them wouldn't give any visual alert they'd been triggered, instead sending a signal somewhere else through magical conduits buried deeper in the wall. Paranoid. But not paranoid enough. Is that all of them? Nathan stopped, took a deep breath, and looked again. There were more small-scale enchantments in there, though most seemed designed to enhance the endurance of the wall. One of those, focused around water mana, caught Nathan's attention. It took a moment to tease through its function, but it seemed like it would detect a person-sized quantity of water moving within a few dozen feet above it. Magical Perception 5 achieved. I bet that thing goes haywire in the rain. But it would have caught us. He stepped up and carefully disabled each of the 3 enchantments. trying to make his sabotage as small-scale as possible. He didn't want to set off some kind of fail-safe or cascading damage that would alert anybody monitoring the enchantments of a problem. Then he turned back to Igal. She hadn't said a word, patiently waiting with a blank face. "It's done. Let's go over. Can I lift you up?" She nodded, and Nathan sprang to the top of the wall, keeping an eye on the enchantments within. They didn't react to his presence in the slightest. The roof on the other side was almost 15 feet below. He lifted Igal to the top of the wall, then hopped down, using slow fall to land quietly. Low-tier quiet movement 2 achieved. He turned around to look up at Igal, gesturing that he'd catch her. She seemed frozen, and emotions warred across her face. Then she closed her eyes and leaned back, mouthing a word. Nathan was pretty sure it was trust. Then she got down on her butt, lowered herself as far as she could with her hands, and let go. He caught her under the armpits, gently lowering the young woman to the roof before they turned to go. A patrol came hustling up the street from the lower city, blowing through the gate and into the upper city with a quick exchange of words. Nathan tried to listen in on the password, but the speech was magically muffled. "Glad we didn't blow through the guard post. We probably would have run into them. Or they would have found our path and started chasing us." They proceeded across a few more roofs to get away from the gate, finding some lower buildings that let them easily descend to the street. From there, it was easy to make their way back to the slums and the safe house. The streets seemed deserted, with all the patrols seemingly having concentrated in the inner city. Nathan knocked on the door a few times, then pushed it open. Arl and Sarah were on the other side, both alert and ready to attack. They relaxed the moment they saw him, then tensed again as he waved Igal into the room. "Nathan, why did you bring a mage of Giant's Rest to our safe house?" Sarah's voice was light, but contained a core of anger. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. Aura of Anti-Magic 3. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body 7. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall 9. Class. Implacable Anti-Mage, level 158. Deepened Stamina, 2,723, over 5,040. Anti-Mage's Impassivity, Anti-Magic Momentum, Raging Thrill, Implacable Inertia, Unarmored Resilience, Improved Anti-Magic, Strenuous Agility, Hand-to-Hand Expertise. Class, Assassin, level 26. Focus, 9, over 360. Vital Targeting, Stealthy Movement. Utility Skills, Battle Meditation, 7. High Tier Earnestness, 10. High Tier Sprinting, 4. Magical Perception, 5. High Tier Notice, 7. High Tier Identify, 8. High Tier Dodging Footwork, 7. High Tier Enhanced Memory, 9. Mid-Tier Lecturing, 9. High Tier Tumbling, 4. Mid-Tier Noticeability, 3. Low-Tier Quiet Movement, 2.
Chapter 8. A Reunion of Champions.
Nathan closed the door and gestured for Igal to sit at the table. He pulled out a chair for himself, slumping into the seat and letting the tension drain from his body before addressing his teammates. "This is Igal. She's not a Giant's Rest mage, at least not anymore. She was a slave, and I freed her. I don't know her full story, but she wants away from Giant's Rest. Seems like an easier situation than Hearthy." Sarah grabbed a chair, turning it around and sitting backwards. She folded her hands atop the back of the chair and rested her chin on them before giving Igal a gimlet eye. "Not happy with Giant's Rest mages right now, but it seems you've looked that ghoul in the eye." Her eyes flicked to Nathan. "You and Feline were supposed to go scouting. Where is she?" "Right. We left to go scouting and develop a plan.
I kind of forgot about that. Feline pivoted the plan into me getting a second class and killing a bunch of mages. Arl stood.
From the blood on your hands, this isn't a simple story. I'll wake the others, so you only tell it once. Igal tentatively took a seat, her gaze bouncing between Sarah and Arl. Are you adventurers of Jimur? Sarah snorted, addressing Igal. Yup. Didn't have much to do with Giant's Rest, unlike Nathan here. She jerked her thumb at him. He's the one with blood in his eyes. Until recently, that is. A few days ago, the Questor kidnapped us to give Teal leverage over him, and he came and freed us. Killed the Archmage in the process. I'd worry about the implications of that normally, but I find myself free from regret right now. Igal blanched at Sarah's words. The Founder, Badud, he's coming after you? She looked around the room as if to find a place to hide. Maybe, but now I've got blood in my eyes too, Sarah said levelly. I'll fight the Questor if he comes to me. If he ignores me to focus on Nathan, then that will be his mistake.
None of us can be ignored.
The rest of the heirs entered the room, fully armed and armored. It looked like Stella and Kachi had been sleeping in their equipment, prepared for a fight if necessary. Stella still looked like she was recovering from a bad sickness, but she definitely looked healthier than before. Igal's breath caught as she saw Kachi's armored bulk. A beast man. He rumbled out a chuckle, exposing large canines as he sat. Yes, my kind are not welcome in Giant's Rest. Neither is my magic. He raised his gauntlet, which glowed with divine light for a moment, as if the sun had shone into the room. Don't worry, he won't eat you. Sarah gave Igal a wry smile, before turning her attention back to Nathan. But we might take a piece out of you if you don't tell us how you left to go scouting with an elite adventurer of Gamor and came back alone with a freed slave and covered in blood. Nathan chuckled. All right. Only most of it is mine this time. Feline's fine, I think. We split up before things started exploding. The statement did nothing to comfort the heirs. We did scout after we left. The city's on high alert, and the detection enchantment is going off every half hour. The walls are well guarded. No way out. Any light to accompany that darkness? Kachi asked. Feline said that the inner city wouldn't be well guarded, since all of the guards were on the walls. And she was right. It wasn't hard to slip through the patrols and get inside. They were focused on people trying to escape. Do I tell them about the second class? What about Igal? Feline told me not to share the insight of paths, but she didn't make me swear it. I don't think I can keep a second class hidden from the heirs for long. Everybody was waiting for him to continue. Feline decided it was a good time to teach me an insight. He sighed, and the heirs tensed. She taught me the insight for a second class, then helped me get it.
It was not an easy insight. I killed Histol Dofulku, the leader of the enforcement mages in Holzmet.
Yeah, just murdering a family in their beds, even if the man was the captain of the guard. And a slaving douche. But the other people in that bed weren't, though Feline was the one to kill them. Everybody in the room wore expressions of surprise, but Igal was completely flabbergasted. You killed Histol? For a second class? By the giant's thumbs, neither is possible. Histol's a legendary duelist, and you can get a second class? It's probably a good thing I didn't duel him. Kachi bared his teeth and huffed. That is an insight beyond measure. What promise did she extract in return? Nathan shrugged. None, really. She just wants me to be better at fighting Giant's Rest. The insight, it's different. One with some drawbacks. It relies on the insight of paths, and I can already tell there's a conflict between my paths. I get experience for one or the other based on how I do things, and they push me in different directions. At least they're both focused on fighting Giant's Rest. One's about in-your-face rage and protecting people, while the other is all cold and hatred-driven murder. I'm not sure I've fully reconciled myself with what my second class means, with what it means to embrace assassination as my path. Stella gestured at Igal. And did this one drop from the world above after you gained the class? Nathan shook his head. No. Feline wanted to train me more, teach me more insights for the class, help me level it. She took me to a barracks of Giant's Rest mages and told me to kill them as they slept. He winced, remembering the slaughter. So I did. And one of them had Igal in his room. I didn't want to leave her there. Arl raised his hand as if he was in a classroom. So you brought her through a hostile city while it was being searched.
How did you get around the detection enchantments?
Well, Nathan thought about explaining all that had happened and shrugged. Things got complicated. She grabbed the mage's mark from a mage I killed. That got Igal through the detection enchantments. A bit more fighting, snuck back here, and that's all. Arl looked at his sister and rolled his eyes. Sarah shook her head in response. Your storytelling is like rust on adamant. She turned to Igal. Is he leaving out some important details? Igal nodded. He took 3 fatal wounds. How does he survive that? Kachi let loose a rolling chuckle. Brazen refusal to die, and some insights worthy of a dragon's hoard. But our gazes turn to you. How does a mage of Giant's Rest come to be a slave? The woman in the white robe of a student of the Ascendant Academy took a deep, shuddering breath. It's not uncommon. Some duels are fought with enslavement as the stakes.
Or a teacher can deem a student so poor that they are no longer worth teaching, and should recompense the school for the effort expended on their education. With their sale. Then she smiled a fragile smile. And if no other teacher objects, then it is so, and the new slave can be purchased by interested parties. Stella cocked an eyebrow, sounding disbelieving. That's it. An upset teacher and you're a slave. She shook her head. What a place. They teach magic beyond all others, but then there's this stalker shit. That's the shallow version of the tale, no? Sarah said. Igal nodded, but didn't say anything else. Nathan looked at her. How long were you a slave? 9 months. The response was quick, her gaze dropping to the table. Then she looked up and her lips pressed together. Something you should know. Jaxis Do Humal, the mage you killed in bed? He was Exia's grandson, her favored grandson. She won't be happy. He was being groomed to rule Halsmet. Doesn't seem like a big deal after everything else I've done. Or is she going to try and hunt me down personally now? Nathan's question was sardonic. I hope she tries. How many archmages are there in Giant's Rest anyway? Arl and Sarah rolled their eyes and sighed identically, and Igal turned on Nathan like he just said something idiotic. 14. 13, with Teal dead. Most of them have the allegiance of dozens of mages and legions of soldiers under them. Even if you don't fear magic, you seem to fear blades. Would you survive being beheaded? She caught herself, hearing the bitterness in her own words and flinching slightly. A gauntlet of apologies. I overstep. There was an awkward silence for a moment before Stella spoke up. Why don't you go into the bedroom and get some sleep? We're going to stay right here, wait for Feline to get back. We'll tell you before we go anywhere. Igal looked around the room and opened her mouth to object, then closed it and got up. She stopped to look back, eyes darting warily over each of them before she went into the bedroom. As soon as the door closed, Stella continued, I don't trust her. Nathan, sit close to the wall. You might be able to catch him if she tries to send one.
Sarah's brows furrowed.
I don't think she's going to betray us. She's too hesitant. Like you said, her story was shallow.
Sarah replied angrily.
It wasn't practiced. She's not ready to speak. Yet. We were captured for less than a day. She was a slave for months.
Stella was about to make a retort, but Nathan gestured her to silence. He walked over to lean against the wall of the bedroom. From there, he could feel the faint torch of Igal's mana pool. She was pressed up against the other side of the door, probably listening through it. Either spying, or just wants to know what we're saying about her. In her position, I'd likely do the same. He decided to change the topic. That reminds me, I tried freeing some of the slave soldiers earlier. They didn't react how I expected. One started clawing at his helmet, the other just paused for a moment, and then kept attacking me. It might have just been because I didn't take the time to properly break the mind magic, but I'm not sure. Do any of you know? I want to figure out how to free the soldiers, and the elites are the ones where that would be the most useful. The heirs looked at each other before Kachi spoke. He started slowly, but sped up as he kept talking. Those slaves, elites, yes? They have been enslaved much of their lives and controlled by magic for most of it. Freedom may be completely unknown to them. When you break their magic, some may find it terrifying or confusing and fall back upon what they know. Nathan frowned. He didn't like that answer. So they can never be free? I could free Igal.
What about the other slave soldiers? Or should I just kill them?
The wolfman's jaw firmed.
I do not know. Do not feel guilty for the need to kill. We accept those who have been fitted with a collar as lost, for in many cases saving them is untenable. If you could make them feel the possibility of freedom, then maybe. But I know it's possible. Emerald, one of the giant raiders who first rescued me from Giant's Rest, is an escaped slave. Escaped from an archmage, no less. There are others in Jamor, too, but not many. The cleric reached out and rested a hesitant hand on Nathan's shoulder. You have killed many people today. I cannot say they did not deserve death. Any of us would have done the same, but do not blind your eyes to what you do. There is danger in killing others to empower oneself. Kia has warned me of the danger of slaughter, of the lure of levels gained by murder. The wolfman sighed, releasing his grip with a creak of steel.
There is no deep secret of Davrar that punishes murder, as much as our world would be better for it. But those who murder for levels will come to see others as nothing but an obstacle to their path. See that your eyes are not dazzled by the power that comes from killing. He's got a point. I've leveled a lot in the past few days, but it's been through some pretty brutal actions that I haven't really had the chance to examine. I always felt like I was being reasonable at the time, but was I really? I killed a half-dozen people tonight, most without hesitating. I don't think I was wrong, but it feels like my stance on killing people changed really quickly as soon as Feline started teaching me. What about the two women in Histol's bed? I haven't thought about them since their blood splashed on my legs. How did I forget about that so quickly? Nathan's train of thought ran on for a moment before he raised his hand to acknowledge Kachi's point.
Yeah,
I'll keep that in mind.
He swept the rest of the heirs with his gaze. Can you all keep that in mind? If I start going off the deep end, let me know, yeah? Everything's happening so quickly. I don't feel like I have the luxury of thinking everything through, so I might mess up if I gloss over something. Everybody thinks they're doing the right thing, and if you're killing, you better be damned sure you're actually doing right. All of the heirs nodded their agreement, and Kachi thumped his gauntlet against his breastplate. Through his magical senses, Nathan noticed Igal moving away from the other side of the door and toward the bed. "Hey, it seems that our guest is done listening in," he said quietly. Not sure she could hear well, but the fact that she stopped is probably a point in favor of her not being a spy. Sarah looked victorious at Nathan's words, while Stella just looked grumpy. Then she twitched violently.
I just got a meh from my father.
I sent a quick status update when I woke up and could cast without it feeling like I was letting a siege boar loose inside my skull. Arl replied, "Is he panicking?" Stella frowned, clearly parsing a long message. "Worse, he wishes to help from afar. He's trying to give me tips on evading Giant's Rest patrols." She shook her head gently. "He's panicking, but doesn't want to show it." Sarah laid a hand comfortingly over her clenched fists. "This won't extinguish us. We'll escape, and without their help." The Jamor mage wrinkled her nose. "You miss true danger. Our parents are going to post a mission for adventurers to come support us in our escape from Halsmet." "Why don't they just come themselves?" Nathan asked. Stella was curt. "Giant's Rest would muster half of their archmages to kill them." She paused, touching her forehead while receiving another message.
He's saying that they'll be ready if anybody chases us, but they cannot come within striking distance of Halsmet.
Stella swallowed. "And they'll fight the Questor, if need be. The Guardians and the Heirs against Badood? I think we can take him." Nathan tried to be cheery. Kachi sounded skeptical. "Any other news? When will the adventurers who take this mission arrive?" Stella shrugged. "We won't know for a time. As many as 4 or 5 days if they travel from Gamor. Might be as soon as tomorrow if the teams are already close and can receive a message. Like the giant traders, they tend to do patrols close by Halsmet. They first found me like 20 miles from here. And Wiam can cast and receive message. Feline and I could cause more damage in the inner city," Nathan said. "Make them pull guards away from the walls so we can get out." "Could we come with you?" Stella's question was eager. She waved a hand. "I know we need to have mage marks to leave this place, but I don't want you to fight alone. We can try? Igal has one, but it's just one, and it'll probably run out of mana sometime tomorrow." Nathan shrugged. "I would have grabbed more, but I can't carry them without breaking them. Feline might have a few." Stella nodded glumly before using message to keep talking to the Adventurers Guild back in Jamor. Nobody had much more to say. Sarah went to join Igal in the bedroom, saying that her watch was over and she needed some rest. Kachi and Arl asked Nathan more questions about what he'd seen in the city while he was out. As he answered, Nathan found himself glancing at the door, waiting for Feline. What was taking her so long? Should I think about going after her? Or at least poking my head out to learn what's going on? I don't know if I could gather any information without her, or even stay hidden as I explore the city. My new class will help, but it's not great yet. I think the next class development will give me more skills like Feline's." He got himself some food, but jumped at the sound of a door banging down the street. He turned to the front door, expecting Feline to come through it, or a bunch of Giant Rest slave soldiers. If she's dead, then our best bet is probably to hunker here until we have adventurer support to escape. If she's been captured, then they'll find us no matter what. Though it would be nice to break out before they're ready for us. Nathan stewed for a bit longer, debating whether to go to bed instead of waiting in uncertainty. Instead, he decided to meditate. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind. A knot loosened in Nathan's chest, one he hadn't been aware of. Tension and fear. I'm afraid of what lies down this path. I want to overthrow Giant's Rest, but I want to skip over all of the things necessary to get there. I don't want to slowly undermine them.
I want to lead a revolution tomorrow and only kill the archmages.
Talk about fairy tales. But it's what I want. But so far I've been murdering students in their beds. That's pretty evil no matter how you spin it. He opened his eyes when the door finally swung open, revealing Feline in her leather-clad and raven-haired guise. She strode imperiously into the room, nodding to Arl and Kachi, and taking a seat at the table. Then she pinned Nathan with a look. "How many did you get?" "5, if you count the mage on the door. Almost a full set. Enforcement, war, enslavement, advanced student, and an artisan." Nathan winced, remembering the handmade quilt that had decorated the bed of the orange-robed mage he'd killed. Feline spoke swiftly, but each word was crisp and clear. "Quick work. The alarm went off after a single breath. I feared you'd only gotten the 3 whose bodies I saw. You indeed have capabilities I lack, though I see I'm not getting that mage robe back. What occurred to set the alarm off?"
I heard a fight upstairs. A blast of wind and frost from the war mage. Nathan scratched his head awkwardly. "I rescued a slave. The advanced student was Exia's grandson, Jaxus do Humal. He had a slave in his room. I freed her, and then my priority was to bring her back. She's in the bedroom." Feline's brows furrowed in disapproval as he mentioned freeing the slave, but it was a mixed expression. "Exia's grandson?" Her face smoothed, and she tapped a finger to her lips. "Good. I had hoped to anger her tonight. She grasps her family tightly. She has fewer descendants than most archmages." The assassin flicked her hand, resigned. "As for the slave, I would tell you to remember the mission. You could have killed more mages if you'd left her, but you have 2 paths. Balance them as your flame calls, and take care to neglect neither." "A pleasure slave?" Nathan tilted his head from side to side. "She was a mage of Giant's Rest. A student, at least. Apparently the professors turned her into a slave or something." Feline was surprised for the second time. "What in the secrets of Kalis? That happens, but not often, and usually they're kept in Giant's Rest. It means she had no political support, or that she made the enemy of somebody very powerful, such as the favored grandson of Exia." She waved the thought away. "I'll speak to her later." "How about you, Feline? What did you do after we separated?" A faint smile played on her lips. "Much, though I did not manage to tear as much blood from their wounds as you did. I did benefit from the smoke of your path. I took the guise of a lower-ranked enforcement mage and collected these." She swept her hand over the table, and 3 enchanted rings bounced on the wood. "These will lose their charge by sunset tomorrow, but will help for the first step of any escape." Nathan studied the mage marks. Each represented a dead mage. "Thanks. What was the response to us attacking the barracks?" Feline stretched languidly, satisfaction clear in every line of her body. "Terror." Chapter 9. Plans for War. Nathan blinked at the assassin. "They're scared? I mean, I killed a few of them, but I wasn't trying to be especially terrifying." She saw his confusion, and her answering smile revealed her sharpened teeth. "They found the slave elites you fought. One attacked his masters and had to be slain. The other tried to swear his undying loyalty to the first Giant's Rest mage he saw. The war mages disintegrated both of their bodies. They used the blood you left behind to cast innumerable tracking spells, but they all failed. No surprise there. I didn't even feel the divination. Probably couldn't catch a trace of me through the anti-magic." Feline wasn't done. "The patrols followed your path and found your victims. They have less than your shadow, but saw the trail burned behind you. The bodies, torn and crushed even after their spells had been cast." She pulled out a dagger and started rolling it through her fingers. "They face an unknown threat that they cannot track, in their very place of power.
You're not just another assassin. You kill mages in their sleep, but also kill watchful mages through their armor and survive the spells of a war mage. You killed an archmage. Every mage now wonders if they will meet you, and doubts they would win that fight. They know you are in the city but cannot find you. The detection enchantment does not kill this problem, and you can free their slaves. Imagine the panic when they summoned Histol to solve the situation and found him dead in his bed. Nathan asked, "Didn't you disguise yourself as Histol?" Philine's brow lifted sardonically. "And all who saw me in that guise are dead, thanks to your chaos. They are panicking, and many mages not directly sworn to Exia are fleeing Halsmet until the situation is dealt with."
She has reacted badly, likely due to a certain dead grandson. Kachi had been listening quietly from the side, but now he put his hands on the table and leaned forward. "All the better to make our escape. Indeed, tomorrow will be a day of fire and smoke as soon as the city awakes and the news spreads." Feline shook out her long hair, the knife vanishing as she combed her fingers through it. "Nathan and I can encourage that panic. Exia has already pulled the elite soldiers into the inner city. I heard the plans being made. We can avoid them and make them shift even more forces into the inner city. The escape itself will be an easy target." Her eyes glowed brightly as she met Nathan's gaze. The question was clear. Was he going to separate from the heirs in order to help them escape? Or would he go with them back to Jamor? "I don't want to leave them on their own. But Giant's Rest is going to try and chase me down, so staying with the heirs would probably endanger them. If they do chase the heirs, they can hold their own, while I'm free to kill mages while their attention is elsewhere. I've shown I'm willing and capable of that, and they can't risk it." He had a sudden thought. What would it take to capture Halsmet? Completely kick out Giant's Rest? Nathan expected Feline to be surprised, but she took the suggestion in stride. "I would trade that outcome for a grand insight, but we do not have the numbers. There are thousands of soldiers in this city and hundreds of mages. Even if we terrify the mages and many flee, at least 50 will remain. And we cannot beat the response force, even by surprise." Stella spoke from the corner, where she'd continued to message back to the Adventurers Guild. 3 teams will be here by tomorrow afternoon. The Giant Traders, the Old Hands, and the Oath of Tulin. Feline turned to Stella and raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "You would fight not just to escape, but to destroy Giant's Rest." "I understand Nathan's crusade better now. And Badud won't leave us alone. I don't want to flee and leave this place unchanged by our passing." Stella shot an uncertain look at Kachi and Arl, but they didn't dispute her words. "I see the light in your eyes," Feline smiled sadly. "But we will have to settle for death and destruction, which has already begun. Nathan is a perfect tool with which to undermine the Ascendant Academy. I would lead him to the city of Giant's Rest itself, which is less easily locked down. We could reap quite a few mages there." Nathan held up a hand. "Hold on for a moment. Let's think this out for a second instead of dismissing the idea. If it doesn't make sense, then we go with the escape plan. What do we need to do to conquer the city?" "I don't want to leave these people here. Even a violent revolution is better than mind-controlled servitude. With adventurer forces on the way, we might even stage a clean takeover." The dark-haired woman pursed her lips, then shrugged. "Above all, speed. If it seems that Halsmet is about to fall, then more Armages will come. Exia is possessive of her territory, but if the threat to her is clear, she will negotiate with them, and they will arrive within the day. Beyond that, Exia must be gone, and publicly so. Her mansion must be captured, for it is the heart of the city's enchantments. Whatever response force she has gathered must be destroyed, so that it appears none can stand against us. The mages must feel hunted,
such that the torch of the current panic becomes a raging bonfire. We need mages fleeing from the gates, not grouping in the streets. Okay, how do we get there? Nathan said. What are the obstacles? Say we get the adventurers on board with this plan, get them into the city and take Exia's mansion. Can we take out this response force on the way there? Feline rolled her eyes. The response force. She owns nearly every slave elite in the city, and after last night has consolidated them all into a group of 50 with a core of 6 war mages. It is a strike force to win wars. They will respond to any alarm and fight with Giant's Rest tactics. The mages could slag a dungeon, and the elites will protect them with their lives. Each elite can fight evenly with any adventurer short of Stanel Crusens. Arl popped his knuckles. What of his heirs? The assassin smiled wryly and tilted her head. But you are 2, and they are 50. Each has enchanted gear and their own style of combat. Then there are the mages, war mages. To be a war mage, you must be able to kill 100 with a single spell and cast Disintegrate. Many can cast Fly. They may fear Nathan, but they know that he must run from 4 elites. 50 would bleed him dry. Then the elites are the problem, Stella replied.
How do we kill them?
I am pleased that you have blood in your eyes, but let us be done with this. Feline's voice grew frosty. You would die facing these foes. I cannot fight them directly or quickly. Better to strike from the shadows, weaken them by drops. Leave this place. Become powerful, and return when you can each challenge an archmage. Kachi had bowed his head for the discussion, but now he spoke up. That does not work for our parents. They cannot approach Giant's Rest without the archmages showing up in response. Then the land is devastated, and Gamorre loses its protectors. Once we leave, it will be the same way. But now we're here, already in the city. If the Halsmet falls before they can respond, the archmages won't destroy it, will they? Feline sighed. No, they would want it back, and will march an army to retake it. She was getting exasperated. An army led by a questor, and either Gamor would come to fight, or we would have to flee anyway. Stella shot back a response. But we'd have a questor of our own, right? Feline threw up her hands. Likely, but I wouldn't bet dragon bones to stalker teeth that Gamor would win that battle. We would be staking all on this fight, and Gamor's strength has never been in battles. Questors are rarely blessings. The door to the bedroom opened, and Sarah came out. Igal was behind her, but she stayed in the doorway. Sarah studied the faces around her. Who's farting ice? Feline waved a hand at the rest of the heirs. Your friends wish to capture Halsmet. It would wake the giant, in the true meaning of the phrase. Help me convince them that it is foolishness. A crooked smile appeared on Sarah's face as she looked Nathan's way. Halsmet. How could we do it? Feline rounded on Nathan. Yes. Is there a way to do it, my apprentice? She drew out the last word, making it mocking. For the first time in a while, Nathan reviewed his status. He didn't pay attention to any of the new lines, instead focusing on one of his oldest skills. I think so. We have a lot of problems, but that means we need to make our problems solve each other. His brows furrowed for a moment. He turned to address Feline. How much do you know about the place where the response force is staying? They're in a central location, right? So they can easily get anywhere in the cities? Feline's eyes were shadowed, and she considered him for a moment before answering. Exia gave the orders to calm the mages examining the trail of your rampage. I overheard them talking as I scavenged those. She gestured again at the mage marks on the table. The response force is in the same square as the mage barracks, staying in a building hidden by an illusion. They think you will come back to the barracks to continue your spree. They're leaving it underguarded.
but intend for the response force to catch you if you should return." She chewed on a lip for a moment before continuing. "Though the response force will patrol the inner city until past dawn, having seen no sign of escape. Then they will rest, expecting you to wait until nightfall to return. It is why I meant to act during the day tomorrow." Nathan's smile spread wide. "Then this might work. What building are they sleeping in?" The shape-shifting assassin narrowed her eyes and thought. A small spark of hope kindled in her eyes, shining through the cynicism and bloodlust. After the planning session, Nathan should have gone to bed. He'd slept a long time the night before, but a lot had happened since then. A lot of tense sneaking around, a lot of personal reflection, and a bit of combat. Nothing like getting in a fight to tire a body out. And nothing like convincing yourself to kill somebody in their bed to tire a mind out. But as Kachi got up from the table and headed into the bedroom, Sarah chivied Igal to the table and locked eyes with Feline. The assassin seemed excited. She'd taken some more time to agree to Nathan's plan, but after being convinced it had a good chance to succeed, she'd gone all in. Nathan sat back down, blowing out a breath and looking over at the ex-slave. He still felt responsible for Igal, which was a little weird. Sure, he'd freed her and escorted her to the safe house, but that didn't mean he needed to take care of her going forward. Still, it seemed like he should stay for whatever was about to happen. Feline took her time studying Igal, who was visibly nervous under the gaze of the black-clad woman. Igal's voice was small.
"Who are you?"
Feline cocked her head.
"I'm your counterpart, just older and with more experience. After all, you were trained as a nail."
Wait, the black robes? The Giant's Rest secret police? No. Igal was the picture of confusion, but Feline didn't relent. "The weighty question is if you're a nail in truth. After all, a nail would kill to sit in that chair. Can you imagine the rewards for exposing us to Giant's Rest? The levels you could gain for slitting our throats in the night?" Feline cocked one sculpted eyebrow, inviting a response. Igal spluttered for a second longer, but Feline didn't relent, so the young woman heaved a breath and dropped the act. "Fine." I turned my finger towards the nails as an intermediate student. It is a good option for a mage without political backing. But they didn't lift a finger when Exia's favored child turned his attention towards me. Feline traced her hand over the table. Even a promising student isn't worth making further enemies with an archmage. There's enough bad blood between the nails and Exia, and I would not be surprised if Kala gave you up as a peace offering. Her eyes snapped back to Igal, gauging the flash of anger in the young woman's eyes. Then Feline nodded, looking between Nathan and Sarah. "She's no spy, just a discarded tool with useful skills." She turned back to Igal, her entire mien changing to express kindness. "The question is, what do you want? Do you wish to fight Giant's Rest for what they've done to you? To punish them for everything, starting with Exia?" Igal shivered slightly, biting her lip. "No." She looked down at the table. "I just want to get away from them, from my past." She glanced toward Nathan. "I needed to see Jaxis gone, but you did that. Now I want to get away from the academy. I'll fight to keep myself free, but I won't risk recapture by going anywhere near the academy." Feline clicked her tongue. "Shame. Trained as a nail, you could make a fantastic assast."
Well, no path can be forced. You'll stay with the second team, and Stella will come with us into the city as planned." Sarah reached out a hand, leaving it on the table in reach of Igal.
"There's room for you in Jamor, if you want it. You don't even have to be an adventurer. Hear me, but there aren't enough mages in Jamor as it is. You could enchant things, or teach people mana shaping, or so many things."
Igal reached out and took Sarah's hand, squeezing lightly. I'll help tomorrow. I can do that, to earn my place. They continued, her voice questioning. You don't have to. You know this plan is dangerous. You can always sneak out when we open the gates, or even stay here. Even if we fail, they probably won't scan the countryside for you, and you can hide with your invisibility. Get to Jamor. Tell your story. Feline had been watching Sarah with a sly smile, but at this point she raised a finger to make a point. She can cast message.
We need that for timing. Sarah opened her mouth to retort, but Igal spoke first. I'll join. You all saved me. I don't want to fight forever. But here, now, my clenched fist can help you, and help make Exia pay for all that she has done. She smiled at Sarah for a moment, before her expression soured. But I'll hide and run if you lose. Nathan had been watching the exchange, and almost interjected a few times, but it didn't seem like this situation needed his input, now that Igal seemed at peace with her decision. He looked at Feline to see her wearing an almost bored expression. She rolled her eyes before getting up and pulling a blanket from her bag. I'm going to bed. You two keep watch, and wake Kachi when it's his turn. It's too late for lock-picking lessons. Oh, right. Neither Feline or I are on watch tonight. Phew. Anything else I need to tell her? I picked up quiet movement, the assassin shrugged. Not the most impressive skill. Not the worst skill either.
It may steer your class skills towards more of a stealth focus. Is that something you want? Do I want to focus on stealth? Honestly, seeing Feline breeze through Giant's Rest has made me really see the value in that power. The ability to choose your fights and penetrate defenses with stealth. Surprise is a huge advantage. Nathan nodded. Yeah, I think I want that. She returned the gesture. Then keep the skill, and I will teach you another tomorrow. But now, sleep. He followed her advice, only spending some time meditating before going to bed. Nathan was looking forward to the next day. I'm finally following through. No more delaying. The next morning, Nathan watched everybody go through final equipment checks, thinking about his own armaments. Should I try to grow Wolverine claws or something? If they can carry my anti-magic, that would be cool. He toyed with the idea for a little while, figuring out how he would grow the bones. Then he thought about leverage. He'd need to build the claws deeply into the bones of his arm, so that the first swing or stab didn't snap the claws out of place. It would be very hard to both do that and make them retractable, which I want to, because it's hard to sneak around with claws. Maybe hold off on that for now. I think the most important thing to do is prevent something from killing me instantly. Reinforced skull and neck? A second brain would be ideal, but, that sounds like a lot. I don't have time to get that working right. Kachi interrupted his reverie. Nathan, you blaze your own path, now and into the future. Hey, Kachi, what's up? The wolfman's smile exposed his fangs, and his gold-glowing eyes looked around at the heirs as they readied their gear. Sarah and Arl were going over ammunition as Stella fussed with her disguise. I cast myself back to when we first met. You, an unknown. Us, the young dragons of the next generation. His expression turned wry. But we fought together, and you shone a light in our eyes. The heirs were all paying attention. Igal was definitely listening in from the side, while Feline was almost certainly eavesdropping from outside of the room. Arl spoke up. It didn't take Stella long to see your spark, but I remember our first training, and a certain shield bash. He was running his fingers over the bundled metal ribbon that held the dimensional space they'd recovered from a ruin full of ashblood vipers, seemingly deciding if he should take it or leave it here. Kachi's smile turned wry. Yes, but then our paths intertwined. You taught us much, including your meaning of friendship. The cleric nodded his head gravely. Which means I do not worry if we have returned the favor. Where is he going with this? I'm not sure I like whatever this is. We fight with you today and into the future, but attacking Giant's Rest is not our path. He gestured around to the rest of the heirs. This plan, it is good and right, but after, we must talk of the future and of the oath we swore atop the seal. Nathan looked around at the rest of the heirs. I haven't forgotten what we swore, but I need to do this. Thank you all for agreeing to help. Sarah rolled her eyes. Friendship. She shook her head, seemingly exasperated by the word. And revenge. Stella snorted. I just don't want you to outlevel us. If we help out, then we'll get some of the reward. Feline knocked on the door, opened it, and leaned languidly on the frame. She had the expression of a tolerant school teacher. It's time. Let's go. Chapter 10. A Test of Stealth. At this point, Nathan was expecting the disguise that Feline tossed him. It was the green robe of an enslavement mage. He pulled on the bathrobe-like garment, feeling a distinct tightness across the shoulders. He stretched his back, looking back at Feline questioningly. Do you have something that fits better? She ignored the question. You're disguising yourself as an enslavement mage. You have watched them and fought them. Think on the details. What sets apart an enslavement mage, beyond the costume? Act so that any Giant's Rest mage would believe your disguise without the robe. Nathan blinked, realized what Feline was doing, and then delved into his memories of every green-robed Giant Rest mage he'd run across. Well, let's see. I've killed 6 of them. 3 with the Giant Raiders, 2 in Teol's first ambush, 1 in the barracks earlier today. But I've seen probably a dozen here in Hallsmet. Maybe I'll get a chance to take them on soon enough. They'd all shared a certain unique arrogance, as if they were the rightful owners of everything and everybody they surveyed. But in Nathan's experience, other mages looked down on the enslavement mages. It's like an institutional inferiority complex. Maybe not for all of them, but I'd say it matches Codius, the mage who tried to bully me in the barracks. They're not the cream of the crop, so they take the work they can get and vent their frustrations on anyone beneath them. As they walked out of the slums, Nathan tried to embody the ethos of an enslavement mage. It came with a certain sneer of the lip, a tilt of the head that displayed confidence to the world. He'd been half expecting a skill from the effort, but no blue boxes popped up. Maybe when the disguise gets tested. Meanwhile, Stella was disguising herself in the purple of an advanced student. She stored her staff in a dimensional pouch and adjusted the purple robe to cover her enchanted adventuring robes. However, the most important part of Stella's disguise was under her robes. The mage mark of the enforcement mage who'd been guarding the barracks building yesterday. She was nervous to go out into Giant's Rest with just a disguise and a ring for protection, but Feline ran her through her role. You should be meek towards me, your master. But as the apprentice to a war mage, it is assumed you shall be one yourself. War mages are prestigious, and you should react fiercely to any who look down upon you, unless they are of significant status themselves. I may call on you to cast magic to validate our disguise. Remember to pretend to use an incantation. The assassin herself wore a red robe. Her face became pinched, with a severe resting expression. She carried the mark of the war mage who'd seen through Nathan's disguise in the barracks and raised the alarm with his destructive spells. The rest of the enchanted rings were back with the other heirs, hopefully to allow them to move undetected when the time came. As they left and made their way through the slums, Nathan noticed that there were more slaves out and about than before. Nothing like the traffic that had been present when Nathan had first arrived in Hallsmet,
but more than since the lockdown had begun.
Only essential errands were allowed, and the few slave masters present were clearly trying to hurry through important tasks to get back inside. After all, there's a killer on the loose. In the stories I've read, it's much more common to be on the other side, with the characters looking for the hidden killer. A pulse of the detection enchantment spread over them all, and it felt different to Nathan than it had previously. The magic was more powerful, almost suffocating in its density and intensity. The wave of mana pushed in against him and clung to Stella and Feline for longer before their rings disabled the spell. It took 3 pulses from each ring for that to happen. Stella jumped like she'd been stung, glancing at her ring nervously. Wow. Nathan frowned at the mage marks, feeling at the carefully metered charge held within with his magical senses. They've turned up the power on the sensor magic. I think they're trying to burn through the charge on the mage marks we've captured.
Will the safe house hold? Feline nodded slightly.
Yes, there's a Kalis anti-divination rod in there. It would block a quester casting omniscience.
Stella jerked again at the statement, surprise evident in her hanging jaw.
Functional Kalis conclave artifacts are priceless,
Feline shrugged slightly.
What I do is important. Jamor must know what Giant's Rest is doing, else the first sign of a new Archmage's ambition is an army before the gates of Jamor. We need to ambush them in the mountains to kill that kind of threat.
She glanced towards Nathan.
The murder is my own path, though dear Sudrael doesn't disapprove. She's lost as much family as I have to Giant's Rest. But scouting is my true value to Jamor.
Yeah, my read on the guild mistress of the Jamor Adventurers Guild is that she'd love to take the fight to Giant's Rest, but needs to prioritize keeping Jamor safe. Jamor doesn't win straight fights against the kind of destructive firepower even a few mages can bring to bear.
And Giant's Rest has thousands of them. He'd been expecting the city to be even more on guard, but they only saw a single patrol. Nathan heard it coming around a corner from 2 blocks away, and they ducked into an alley to stay out of sight. No sense in relying on our disguises if we can just avoid them. Nathan stuck his head out, relying on noticeability and stealthy movement to count 3 bright robes amid 50 slave soldiers. The mages were alert and looking in all directions, so he quickly ducked back into cover. I guess they're afraid of single mage patrols being picked off. Sensible. Feline led them towards the main gate to enter into the inner city, which sat atop one of the major avenues. There were 100 soldiers flanking the gate, with 2 mages leaning against the closed portal and chatting. More slaves armed with crossbows stood atop the gate, and Nathan caught a flash of a blue robe up there as well. I guess the 3 of us aren't busting our way in by force.
Or if we are, it's all gone to shit. The red-robed Feline strode straight up to the gate, with Nathan and Stella on her heels. The mages broke off their conversation and looked her up and down.
What are you doing walking around without an escort? She ignored his question. Open the gate. Exia has summoned me, by my oath and the hands of the giants. The blue-robed mage who seemed to be the leader of this group clicked his tongue. I don't know you, or either of these 2. He indicated Stella and Nathan. Feline sighed with exasperation. I am the 2nd war mage of Archmage Heotho Declan of Ardglass. Exia has traded favors, and I am the favor. She gestured to Stella. My student. Then to Nathan. And Major Domo. I will be staying in her mansion, since I had to leave my own slaves behind to make the trip. This gate will not slow my passage. The enforcement mage's eyebrows shot up. Long way here from Ardglass. Feline tilted her head, her eyes boring into the other mage. She didn't say anything. An enslavement mage spoke up from the side. Well, the passwords aren't good anymore. Let's see some magic. I want to see what the 2nd to an archmage is capable of. Feline's brows drew down, and she seemed to be weighing blasting the enslavement mage on the spot.
Then she snorted and shook her head slightly. "You can't handle my magic. Apprentice!" She snapped her fingers. Stella shook herself, then stepped forward and raised her right hand. "Lightning!" A bolt of electricity shot from Stella's hands, impacting the wall with a crackling boom. The mages all jumped at the display of magic, but the wall's enchantments absorbed the spell as it impacted. Good thing, or there'd be stone shrapnel. I guess that fits the image Feline's projecting here. I'm glad they didn't notice that she just said lightning, not a proper incantation for it. Helps that it's a damn loud spell. The enforcement mage glared back at his compatriot. "Idiot. Send messages to reassure people that the noise wasn't an attack. Giant knows we don't need a false alarm." He turned back to them, panning his attention over Stella and Nathan. Nathan gave him a sneer and the faintest nod of the head. "Yeah, I work for somebody badass. Even her apprentice has spells more powerful than anything you can cast." Pending utility skill, low-tier disguise. You have successfully disguised yourself to fool a foe in a deadly situation. This skill will make your disguises more convincing in the future. Oh, nice. Taking that immediately. The man turned and gestured to the door. "May the giant welcome you." Nathan felt the detection enchantment pulse coming from farther away this time, emanating from the center of the city. Every mage mark around him activated, invisibly dispelling the clinging spell and draining in charge once more. "Giant's ballsack," the enslavement mage swore as his ring ran out of magic. The tracking enchantment clung to the man, starting to pulse in warning. He grabbed the mage's mark with his other hand and frantically channeled mana into it. There was some kind of complex detection enchantment that activated when he did so, gauging and checking the incoming energy to be sure it was correct. After a second, the ring activated again, dispersing the detection pulse. The other two mages laughed at him. The enslavement mage made a gesture that was probably obscene, stabbing out with two separated fingers on one hand. Feline shook her head and stepped up to the gate, holding up her own mage's mark. It felt almost totally empty to Nathan, just barely flickering with magic. "That's almost completely out of charge. I guess the mage we got it from hadn't charged it very recently." Shit. And she has no idea. She can't feel the amount of mana left in the thing. What do we do if it isn't enough to open the gate? Nathan looked around, disguising it as a smirk at the other mage's embarrassment. Not much to do but fight if it doesn't work. Maybe Feline will be able to play it off somehow. But these guards seem pretty damn jumpy. To his relief, the gate accepted the ring's identification and swung open. They walked through casually, and Nathan hid his near panic behind a superior sniff. Low-tier disguise 2 achieved. Forget disguise. I feel like I should get an skill for this. Damn. Then they were through, and the gate swung closed. There was an artisan mage on this side, but she'd clearly been listening in. She gave Feline a commiserating look and a Giant's Rest-style salute, clasping a closed fist to her chest. They walked on into the city. As soon as he was confident they were out of earshot, Nathan spoke up. "Feline, your mage mark is dead. It won't protect you from another ping from the detection enchantments." "Harpy tits," the assassin swore. "Then we must hurry. The response force is close. We have some time, but I want the blaze fully stoked before the enchantment pings again." They hustled down the streets of the city, finding even more guards in the form of large and frequent patrols. They were keeping a watchful eye in all directions, but gave the robes of a war mage one look and stepped respectfully out of Feline's path. Nathan shook his head. He knew he was walking with Feline, but when he looked at her, the only label that fit was War Mage of Giant's Rest. He couldn't categorize her any other way. She's probably burning some kind of resource to get us through without any more questions. They passed a trio of mages supervising a half-dozen slave masters searching a house. The mages glanced over, attention caught by the three brightly robed figures walking quickly down the street. Nathan spent focus on noticeability. He leaned into the persona as an enslavement mage and lackey of one of the most powerful mages around.
I'm exactly what you think I am. Piss me off, and I'll have my boss light you on fire.
Mid-tier noticeability 4 achieved. Out of the corner of his eye, Nathan saw the leader, an older artisan mage, think about calling out. But then he shrugged and turned back to the house, letting them pass. Meanwhile, Nathan stayed in battlefield meditation. He'd need focus for what came next, and had to refill that resource as much as possible. Feline turned the corner, and they were in front of a familiar square, one side of which held the barracks Nathan had rampaged through last night. The space was nearly empty, seemingly unguarded, but the assassin jerked her head as they stepped to the side of the street, into the nook behind a statue. She laid one hand against the stone wall.
Here, this is it. The response team is resting inside this building.
Stella let out a shaky breath.
I'd rather wake the dungeon than do that again. So many Giants Rest mages.
She looked around.
This wall here?
Yes, do it quiet.
Nathan stepped forward, laying his hand against the mortared stone.
Hold on. There's magic in here.
He reached out with his magical senses, feeling for the faint traces of a spell flowing through the wall. Stella placed her own bare palm against the rock next to Nathan's.
True aim. That's subtle. A strengthening spell, I think. She glared at the mortared blocks. I'd have to fight against the spell. Can you get rid of this?
He smirked.
Yep.
Then his aura flowed into the wall, less as a spike and more as a sweeping rake. He wasn't in combat, so he pushed the aura out of his body entirely to cover more area. The spell flowed slowly through the stone like water through sand. The magic saturated the stone, providing extra tensile strength. It's got some insights from crystal magic in there, like it's causing all of the little silicate crystals to be attracted to each other. I think any cracks would just seal right back up.
I bet that wall would survive a big-ass fireball, and might even stand a chance against disintegrate.
More mana sluggishly flowed in, to replace the mana Nathan stole from the wall. He kept at it for a minute, but the flow rate didn't seem to be slowing down. It was probably draining mana from the entire building. Somebody inside might notice if I drained the whole spell. And it might take a while. Get started. I'll try to keep this space free of the spell. Nathan outlined a small square of the wall before sinking into battle meditation and beginning to spend focus. The enhanced control let him scrub the marked area clean of the reinforcement spell before sweeping his aura around the space to keep it at bay. Stella nodded and went to work, shaping the rock away from the gap. It was slow going because she was trying to be quiet and fighting against whatever portion of the strengthening spell seeped in past Nathan's attempts to block it. But slowly the stone cracked open, revealing a dark opening. There was the occasional faint shifting of rock, but nothing that would catch the ear. Feline swore quietly. I should have seen that in prophecy. She quickly pulled a dark cloth out of her bag and swept it over Stella, preventing sunlight from finding its way through the newly opened gap. After a few minutes, Stella slid out from underneath the fabric. It's big enough for Nathan. I'm waiting outside, yeah? Don't die quiet. Nathan clasped her on the shoulder. Never. See you soon. Then he took a deep breath and slipped under the fabric to squeeze through the hole in the wall. He almost stepped forward into the room beyond, but stopped when he saw a faint outline in the darkness. Feline laid a hand on his back. What occurs? Her whisper was quiet, barely audible to Nathan's enhanced senses. He used perfected body to force his irises open, instantly adapting his vision to the dark.
He'd thought about trying to make a permanent adaptation last time he'd walked into a darkened room, but it had seemed like it might temporarily blind him. With focus, Nathan wasn't nearly as worried about making a mistake. His vision snapped into clarity, and the mess in front of him became clear. It looked like textile equipment, spinning wheels and looms. If he'd just continued walking forward, he would have run into a haphazard pile of wooden frames, which would have clattered to the ground with an enormous sound. I don't think this was put here as a security measure, but it's a pretty effective tripwire anyway. It took him a moment to chart a path through the obstacles, at one point using a stamina-assisted jump to hop over an impassable wall of stacked looms. The only remaining obstacle was a door leading out of the crowded storeroom. Nathan put his hand on the handle and glanced back.
Feline followed closely behind, winding her way through the room with sinuous grace, and with a bit of judicious shape-shifting. She reached his side, put her hand on his shoulder, and gave it an encouraging squeeze. Nathan carefully lifted the door as he opened it, trying to prevent the leather-hinged door from scraping on the floor. It opened silently, and he looked into the room beyond. This is it. The space extended most of the length of the building. It was also choked with bedrolls, each of which was occupied by a snoozing slave-elite. They were scattered around, their equipment stacked next to them and glowing with immaculate care. While the full-face helmet and carapaced armor were standardized, the weapons varied greatly. I bet they can wake and be ready to fight in an instant. We need to find the mages. The whole plan hinges on these next few minutes. Nathan was already using focus, already in battle meditation. He leveraged every one of his stealth and perception skills to slip through the room like a ghost. He ignored the buzz of the mental magic all around him, which bound these powerful warriors to the will of Giant's Rest. Low-tier quiet movement 2 achieved. No pressure. It's not like failure here means that Halsmet stays under Giant's Rest control, but dude turns his attention to Jamor, and my friends probably get recaptured. And a whole lot of mages get to keep on living when they really shouldn't. The errant thought slipped through his mind, and Nathan let it pass without internal commentary. Battle Meditation 8 achieved! He was halfway across the room, alert for any motion or call to arms. The sleeping slaves were eerily still, and Nathan found himself noticing more details. They were all men, all seemingly between the ages of 25 and 40, and all covered in scars. He didn't think about that, just continuing steadily across the nearly completely dark room. High tier, notice 8 achieved. Nathan headed towards a series of smaller doors at the front of the building. One was a broad wooden portal that seemed to lead out into the square, but there were 2 others that led to smaller rooms, likely where the mages are resting after their early morning hunting me. They're the targets, for now. Nathan angled for one door, reaching out with his magical senses. One of the smaller doors was locked with a heavy metal lock, supplemented with a magical alarm spell. It wasn't a permanent enchantment, just a spell that would last a day or 2. He disabled the spell and waved Feline forwards as he extended his magical senses to search for more magic in the room. 2 bonfires of mana blazed on the other side, but Nathan couldn't detect any more traps. He held up 2 fingers and nodded to Feline, getting a nod in return before he crossed to the other door. This one was similarly alarmed, but without a physical lock. It took an instant to disable the spell and gesture to Feline that he was moving into the room. The door creaked faintly, and Nathan stepped inside. The space inside looked like it was usually an office, with a few small shelves holding samples of fabric and a few administrative records. But now the desk was gone, and 3 beds occupied most of the room. All 3 were occupied, each with a sleeping mage, dressed in the enchanted red robes of a war mage of Giant's Rest. None of them reacted to his entry. Guess they want to be ready to roll out of bed and fight. Nathan stuck his head out of the room again to see Feline watching him. He held up 3 fingers. She jerked her thumb towards the door out into the square, then pulled her knife and mimed a stabbing motion at the room with 2 mages. Yeah, likely one standing guard outside the building.
Good thing we didn't try to come in that direction. Let's do this.
He went back into the office-cum-bedroom and eased the door closed to block what sound he could. Then Nathan turned to the three mages. Rage replaced focus, and Nathan's foot scraped against the floor as he walked towards the war mage with the most mana. Low-tier quiet movement 3 achieved. The man was sleeping on his stomach, and Nathan drove a downward elbow into the back of his neck, making a sharp V of the man's spine with a crackling of bone. The next mage, a woman, was on her side. Nathan repeated the attack to the side of her neck, with similar results. It had only been a handful of seconds since the first blow, but the final mage, an older man with a graying beard, was already starting to sit up. He clearly couldn't see well in the darkness, but the cracking of bone had alerted him that something was very, very wrong. Magic built up in an instant as he prepared a spell. Nathan's fist punched the man's ribs into his lungs, and the spell fizzled out in a gargle of blood. A blow to the skull ensured the mage wouldn't be getting up again, and Nathan was confronted by a blue box as he went to leave the room.
Assassin has leveled to 27. Congratulations! You have killed Vidal do Palogi, Nina da Ozor, and Biel do Forden, 3 powerful war mages of Giant's Rest. Please choose a developed class from the following list to continue leveling, as you have unlocked a level higher than 27. Definitely faster than I leveled Anti-Magic Brawler to 27. Chapter 11. A Test of Leadership. More blue boxes unfolded in Nathan's vision, and he glanced over his class choices. Just 3? I suppose I haven't had a lot of time to do stuff to unlock others. But at least the one I've been guided towards for the last few days is there. Potential classes. Assassin of Gamor. You have been trained in the tradition of the Assassins of Gamor and slain their enemies.
This class will enhance your stealth abilities and enable you to blend into a hostile environment. It may further develop into classes specialized for infiltration or the assassination of mages. Bonebreaker Assassin. You assassinate with your bare hands, leaving fear in your wake as you rip flesh and crush bones. This class will make your unarmed attacks more deadly and will make you more terrifying to your targets. It may further develop into classes focused on bare-handed attacks or spreading fear among your foes. Shadowed Stalker. You move through shadows and kill in darkness, when your prey is alone and defenseless. This class will make your attacks disorient your foes, as well as enhance your ability to move quickly and unseen in darkness. It may further develop into classes focused on spreading darkness around you or becoming intangible in shadows. Shadowed Stalker is right out. Every single mage from here to Jamor can summon light. I'm a bit interested in the terror element of Bonebreaker Assassin, but if I ever want to go to the city of Giant's Rest, I need those disguise abilities. I can't always depend on Feline for infiltration. Congratulations. You are now an Assassin of Jamor. 2 of your existing class skills have developed, and you have unlocked 3 new class skills. These skills are tied to your parent class, and their power will increase with your level in that class. Davra applauds your choice, and hopes you will continue to survive and prosper. Class skill Focus has become Regenerative Focus. Your focus will rapidly regenerate when you are not very distracted. It can be spent to enhance your attention and improve your control, or on other skills or talents that utilize focus. Class skill Vital Targeting has become Catastrophic Blows. You will be better able to identify the weak points of your foes, and your strikes against those areas are more likely to inflict lethal damage. Injuries inflicted with your bare hands will resist healing magic. Class skill Stealthy Movement. Your movements will be harder to notice. This effect can be enhanced by spending focus. New class skill Infiltration. You will be able to blend into hostile environments easily and will not seem out of place even in imperfect disguises. New class skill. Forgettable. Foes will forget details about you after you leave their attention. This is a mental effect that can be resisted by someone with the appropriate skill or sufficient willpower. New class skill. Unsuspecting strike. Your strikes against unaware targets will more easily bypass armor and other protections. Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 36. Excellent. And forgettable will be invaluable. Later. Nathan left the small room, carefully opening the door and glancing over towards the other room. Feline was just leaving the room she'd entered, and she raised an eyebrow at Nathan.
He nodded deeply, so she could see in the semi-darkness. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The leader of the Assassins of Jamor gave him a congratulatory salute, then gestured to the room of dozing slave elites before them.
Right. Time to get to work. I'll need to be quick.
Nathan extended his senses towards the nearest sleeping fighter, getting a feel for the enchantments binding the man's mind. He mapped out the magic around the head of the scarred warrior, noting the lack of a collar. The mental magic was set into the man's skull and felt like it had been there for many years. The control magic was too complicated for Nathan to figure out easily, but that wasn't what he was looking for. He was looking for the self-destructs, the booby traps that Giant's Rest had the habit of leaving in people's brains.
The trick was picking them out of the rest of the complicated mind control spell, and Nathan spent several minutes staring at the man's forehead as he traced mana patterns with high-tier identifying 9 achieved. He found 2 traps. The first was fairly straightforward. If the rest of the spell failed, then the elite's brain got cooked. I think I got lucky those earlier elites didn't die when this went off. It helped that I was in close proximity and give them the full blast of my aura. Not sure I can do that here. The second one was more subtle and blended into the rest of the control apparatus. If somebody started tampering with the spell, then the second portion of the spell would activate and subtly change something about the man's brain. No idea what that does. Could knock them out. Might drive them into a murderous rampage. Might just confuse them really badly. Regardless, if it's a failsafe, I don't want it activating.
I wonder if that activated with the elites earlier.
Nathan ignored Feline's impatient look, moving on to another sleeping fighter. He only spent a minute verifying the spell was the same, before quickly scanning a third. This one, he only gave a cursory glance before nodding to himself. He spent a moment practicing what he was about to do on empty air, before he rolled his shoulders and gestured that it was time. Then Nathan walked back through the barracks, stretching out his anti-magic and shredding the control spells from every elite he passed. He was perfectly centered, burning through his remaining focus to let him dispel the magic fast, and spending stamina to move quickly across the room. He prioritized speed and getting the anti-magic right over being completely silent. Burning out the mind magic might also wake them up after all. Aura of anti-magic 4 achieved. The split attention cost him. About halfway across the room, Nathan kicked a helmet.
It rolled and clattered on the stone floor. He sped up. Behind him there were noises of confusion. Somebody gasped, but Nathan ignored it, unwinding the spells from 3 more elite fighters. The noise reached a critical mass, and all of the slave elites started to wake up. 4 of them hadn't been purged of the mind magic, and they grabbed their weapons and rolled to their feet, looking around with murderous focus.
I'm so close. Just these last few. Nathan activated his rage and jumped at one of them, spreading his aura to encompass 2 more. The elite interposed his sword, and it slid into Nathan's chest with very little resistance. The man growled and braced to wrench the weapon out sideways, when Nathan finished disarming the failsafes
and purged him of mind magic. Suddenly, nerveless fingers released the blood-soaked hilt. Nathan yanked the sword out of his lungs himself and turned to face the last elite, who had just donned a pair of massive, spiked gauntlets. The elite swung with all the grace of an oncoming steam engine, and Nathan ducked the blow only to find it coming at his face from a different angle due to some skill or talent. Nathan slammed himself to the ground with his mobility skills, a small amount of blood spurting out of the mostly healed chest wound. He reached out to yank on the man's ankle, but found it immovable. The elite landed on Nathan's chest elbow first, breaking several ribs. He twisted, and Nathan's arms were pinned in place. The elite was clearly an expert grappler, stronger than Nathan even with his rage. In seconds, he was outmaneuvered and pinned. But Nathan hadn't been trying to win the grapple. He'd been breaking the mind control spell. As soon as the magic was gone, the man abandoned his grip and pressed his armored palms to his eyes from his crouched position. Nathan rolled to his feet, looking up to see every pair of eyes in the room focused on him. He saw confusion, anger, and dull listlessness.
But a few faces held hope, and it was to those that Nathan spoke, pitching his voice to carry across the large room. You are not tools anymore. You are free of the mind magic of Giant's Rest, free to make your own decisions. What is your purpose? What will you do with your freedom? Nathan paused, then reached down to grab the arm of the gauntleted elite, whose eyes shone with sudden fire. He pulled the brawler up to his feet. Punish Giant's Rest for stealing your life. Join me in fighting them, to carve out a life free of their magics. You are people, not slaves. A voice spoke from nearby, rusty from long disuse. Loyalty to the giant. The speaker had picked up the sword already covered in Nathan's blood, and he swung it at Nathan's neck. No! The attack was intercepted by a thick gauntlet, and the elite Nathan had just lifted to his feet snarled and yanked on the sword, swinging his other fist in a brutal strike. The swordsman ducked the punch, but the heavy blow blurred and caught the swordsman in the side of the head regardless. Bone cracked, and the body dropped with a crushed skull. The hulking man turned to Nathan. His voice was deep and rough. Death to the giant, and those who raise it up. Nathan looked into the massive man's eyes, which had started glowing like windows into a forge. I'm Nathan. What's your name? The vestige of a smile appeared on the craggy face. Olad. They turned together to the rest of the frozen elites, and Nathan raised his voice again. I killed Archmage Teol Dodroxel and broke his magics. Adventurers of Gamor are coming to free Halsmet from Giant's Rest. We will kill Exia. Fight with me, and you will live free. Or die free. There was a flicker of motion, and one of the elites hurled a javelin at Nathan's head. He'd seen the movement, and already started to dodge before the weapon was even released. The spear blasted forward like it had been fired from a cannon. It tore off Nathan's left ear and flew onwards to hit the back wall with the sound of shattering stone. High-tier dodging footwork 8 achieved. The spear thrower was swarmed by 2 other elites, blades striking lethal blows in instants. Freedom or death, Olad cried, and it spread through the room. More fights broke out, but those who refused to yell were outnumbered and killed in moments. Nathan joined the chant, and many of the elites who'd been listless and confused seemed to shake themselves awake at the noise, taking up the chant. All of the slave elites were looking around, smiling grimly at each other, and making sure everybody was yelling right along with them. The room filled with energy, like a crowd before a riot. Congratulations,
You have developed the high-tier earnestness 10 utility skill into leadership. Utility skill.
You have used honest conviction to rally the confused and angry to your cause. This skill will help portray the intense conviction you have in your purpose and encourage people to follow your example. In addition, people will look to you as a leader, and this skill will help you encourage, reassure, and coordinate those who align themselves with you. The double doors at the far end of the room opened, and a single war mage burst into the room, flanked by 2 more slave elites. All eyes turned towards him, and the mage's hands came up into a casting position. Feline melted out of the shadows behind him and threw something at his back. It was a magical explosive, like the one that Simla had used against Nathan in their duel. It exploded with an enormous crack, sending a shockwave through the large room. The slave elites standing next to the mage were thrown off their feet, but the mage himself only stumbled forward, quickly recovering his footing. His mage armor didn't even break, though it did crack slightly. 8 elites attacked him in less than a second. A 2-handed mace slammed into the spell, widening the cracks before an enchanted sword stabbed into the barely visible opening and pried. The magical armor broke with a burst of force, tossing away everybody nearby. The mage ignored these interruptions and summoned a spell that gathered fire mana like a whirlpool. An arrow hit him in the temple, splashing blood across the doorway. The mage dropped bonelessly, and the mana dissipated, raising the temperature in the room 20 degrees. All of the violence happened in eerie silence, without any yells or screams from any of the participants. Then one voice rose. "Magebreaker! Come aid my brother!" Nathan moved towards the voice, finding that one of the 2 elites who'd come in with the mage still lived. The other had been slain where he'd fallen, but a freed elite knelt atop the other, struggling to hold him down. His weapon had been kicked away, but the slave elite struggled to gouge at the man holding him down. Already, the failsafe on the mental enchantment was starting to activate as the man realized he was captured. Kneeling down, Nathan broke the enchantment on the struggling elite before it could do any permanent harm. The newly freed elite froze for a moment before realization slowly dawned in his eyes. He reached up, gently embracing the man pinning him down. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 160. You have survived fighting several slave elites in the process of freeing them. Olad's voice rang through the room. Armor up! He suited actions to words, and the elites busied themselves with putting on the armor that had been lying next to them. Feline came to stand next to Nathan. She looked out across the room, surveying 36 elites armoring themselves to fight against their former masters. This changes everything. Win or lose, Giant's Rest will never be the same once it's known we can turn their most powerful slaves against them. Yep, seems like their own actions coming home to roost. Nathan eyed Feline for a moment before snapping his fingers. I need to go get Stella, and make sure she doesn't get killed by these folks. He stepped through the crowd towards the back room, feeling the eyes of the elites on him once more. Olad met his eyes. They name you Magebreaker. I never expected. He shook his head, looking around the room. A chance. Nathan clapped the hulking man on the back as he passed. I'll be right back, with a mage. She's from Gamor, not Giant's Rest, an ally. Then we free Halsmet. Nathan ducked into the back room and quickly excavated a path through the weaving equipment, careless of the noise. After a moment, he reached the hole in the wall and stuck his head past the fabric that still blocked it. Stella was outside, leaning against the wall and chewing her lip viciously. She had been watching the hole impatiently, not even giving Nathan a chance to open his mouth before speaking. What occurs? Hear me, but waiting like this is tense. The shouting sounded good? A smile spread across Nathan's face. Yeah, send the message and come on in. Might want to make sure you don't look like a Giant's Rest mage for now. I think they're a bit jumpy about that. Nathan returned to the large room, where the freed elites seemed to have realized they could talk to each other. Slow conversations had broken out across the room.
Giant's ballsack, I hate this helmet, one of the men groused. Can't fucking breathe.
Another spoke up, a broad grin splitting his weathered face. Then don't wear it.
You don't have to. Feline had been striding among the elites, a massive smile on her face as she eyed them each up and down. But she responded sharply to the dialogue. If you wish to be paralyzed and dominated, then skip the helmet. But if you want to hunt mages through the city, then leave it on. If you act as if you were still a slave, then you can approach to kill.
A few growls met her words, and the man who'd first complained looked down at his helmet, jaw firming as he prepared to put it on. Nathan spoke up. We're going to split up. Those who want to pretend to still be slaves can go hunting for mages, but I'm leading a group to the main gates into the inner city. We'll meet up with some Jamor adventurers there, then move to Exia's mansion. Our priority is going to be speed, not stealth. If you don't want to wear the helmets, you can come with me. He turned to Stella, who'd just emerged from the back room wearing her Jamor adventurer robes. They were a similar color to the Giant's Rest mage robes, but the embroidery and cut were a very different style. There's a third option, Nathan continued. If you don't wish to fight, stay here. I freed you from enslavement as soldiers. I won't demand you fight for me now. Nobody deserves enslavement, and you do not owe me a debt. I have fixed a problem with the world. You can go to Gamor if you want, or elsewhere. Gamor needs competent fighters to keep the villages safe from monsters, if you don't want to face the mind magic of Giant's Rest ever again. A snort came from the side, and Olad slammed his gauntleted fists together with a crash of metal. He was fully armored now, and the heavy metal plate made him look like an ogre. I have 20 years of blood in my eyes. A future in Gamor is a blasphemous hope. We will follow you to a free Hallsmet first. Firming his jaw, Nathan nodded. Thanks, Olad. But everybody makes their own decision. The elites were segregating themselves into two groups, with some putting on the helmets and others casting them into a pile in the center of the room. Nathan addressed the group of 15 or so who'd put their face-covering helmets back on. You should probably head out now. We'll give you a bit of a head start. Good luck. Cause chaos. If everything goes to shit, get out of Hallsmet and head west. Gamor will take you in. The masked fighters clasped their hands together in a Giant's Rest salute, then left via the front door. Some were alone, some were in small groups, but they all bore a grim air. I don't know that they expect to live through this. Nathan turned to the 20 elites who hadn't donned helmets. They buzzed with energy, their faces reflecting a variety of extreme emotions from anger to hope. When we get the signal that our allies are through the outer gates, we'll head to the inner gates, meet them there.
Then we go for Exia's mansion. Sounds good?
One of the fighters spoke, his voice surprisingly high.
Other slave soldiers, do we kill or capture? Can you keep breaking the mind magic? What about collars?
A smile spread across Nathan's face. I can break any magic we find. Collars, mind magic, gates, all of it. Any slaves you capture, I can free. Hail the giant! Olad seemed to realize what he'd just said and shook his head. Can you teach the insight of your magic in that time? The comment was clearly meant as a joke. Stella raised her hand, signaling that she'd received a message. They've taken the outer. Not all the teams are at the walls yet, but they're close. We have 3 teams coming into the city. That's maybe 15 adventurers, and the giant raiders among them. Nathan turned towards the door into the square. Let's roll. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1. Aura of Anti-Magic 4. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body 7. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall 9. Class
Implacable Anti-Mage, level 160.
Deepened Stamina 5042 over 5100. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Improved Anti-Magic. Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-Hand Expertise. Class Assassin of Jamor, level 36. Regenerative Focus 193 over 460. Catastrophic Blows. Stealthy Movement. Infiltration. Forgettable. Unsuspecting Strike. Utility Skills. Battle Meditation 8. Leadership 1. High Tier Sprinting 4. Magical Perception 5. High Tier Notice 8. High Tier Identify 9. High Tier Dodging Footwork 8. High Tier Enhanced Memory 9. Mid-Tier Lecturing 9. High Tier Tumbling 4. Mid-Tier Noticeability 4. Low Tier Quiet Movement 3. Low Tier Disguise 2. Chapter 12. Boon Reunions. For the first time, Nathan strode the streets of Halsmet without a disguise. He burst into the plaza at the head of 20 recently freed Slavelites, men who'd been trained as deadly fighters their entire lives. They'd been dedicated to killing the enemies of Giant's Rest and protecting the graduates of the Ascendant Academy with their very lives. Some had chosen to hold firm to that purpose, and they'd been cut down by their fellows after the mind magic that compelled obedience was purged. All of those who accompanied Nathan had chosen to fight their previous masters, and they ran through the city without much regard for stealth. Stella was in the center, and the elites had automatically fallen into a protective formation around her. Feline faded from notice as they left the building, and Nathan was pretty sure she was tailing them. I don't think I need her help at this point. Having an ace up our sleeves is probably more valuable than a single extra combatant right now. I also can't tell her what to do. Be damned. She's above me in the adventurer hierarchy.
They were running through the streets, headed for the main gate into the inner city, when Nathan heard regimented feet marching around the next corner. More telling were the traces of a detection spell radiating out from the oncoming patrol. He slowed down and called out to the elites, keeping his voice low but clear. Patrol around the next corner. I'll go for the mages. Stella's on magical defense. Don't die. The adventurers we're linking up with will have healing. The elites had already begun reacting to the presence of the patrol, and they responded to Nathan's instructions with alacrity, stacking up at the corner. Olad gestured Nathan to the front, where he waited for the radius of the detection spell to approach. Right before it swept over the group, Nathan kindled his rage and knifed his hand forward to signal the attack. The group burst out from the corner, feet hammering on the cobbled streets. Nathan was used to being superhumanly fast over short distances. He'd picked up so many boosts to his speed that he could probably beat a cheetah from a standing start. To his surprise, several of the freed elites kept up with him, and they plowed into the block of soldiers only seconds after rounding the corner. Well, the elites plowed into the soldiers. Nathan jumped over the line of shields and flew towards the mages. There were 3 of them, clustered within the formation of 50 enslaved fighters. Nathan realized his jump had been overly enthusiastic, and he was set to fly entirely over the mages and collide with the far side of the formation. But he had a solution, and slow fall let him adjust his path towards the leftmost mage. The man wore the robes of an enslavement mage, and his eyes widened comically. He didn't manage to get a spell off before Nathan's feet impacted his chest, blowing through his mage as if it wasn't even there. Ribs shattered, and Nathan rolled away from the uneven footing. As soon as his feet were underneath him again, he sprang into the air and kicked off a slave soldier to fly towards the second mage like a murderous bouncy ball. The robed figures had enough time to bring their hands up, both firing off spells. The rock ball was targeted at Nathan, and the mage probably expected it to send him spinning away. But Nathan reached out with his aura, and the ball of conjured stone dissolved like a snowball thrown into a blast furnace. His magical senses tracked the fireball as it flew towards the freed elites, and Nathan winced. The spell was outside the range of his aura. He just had to hope it wouldn't kill many of his allies. But Stella had been watching, and the offensive spell ran into a plane of force and detonated overhead. The noise and pressure waves staggered some of the elites, but none were seriously hurt. Maybe beyond some hearing damage. Nathan ensured there wouldn't be a follow-up by caving in the second mage's skull with a punch before turning on the last one. The man danced away, putting more soldiers in between him and Nathan. Then, an arrow with the force of a bullet bounced off his and the mage stumbled. The slave soldiers tried to close ranks, but Nathan ignored their spears and slipped past their shields to run after the fleeing mage. More slave soldiers tried to block his path, but the elites had penetrated the formation, and Olad slammed two of them aside to clear the path. The mage looked around frantically, then rapidly summoned the mana to cast one last spell. Nathan had felt the magic coming together and lashed out with his anti-magic aura to break and sever much of the spell work. The spell still triggered, but only the top half of the man teleported down the street. 2 legs and some viscera slumped to the cobblestones where he'd been standing.
Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 38. You have slain the Giant's Rest mages Rebredo Yivit, Tala de Vonemon, and Bref de Varmar. After that was the cleanup of a perfect fight. Nathan and Stella had taken care of the mages, and the elites so thoroughly outclassed the regular slave soldiers that they'd taken few injuries and captured most of their enemies. Nathan immediately set about scrubbing mental magic and tearing collars off the fallen, wary of the lethal manner in which the enchantments would react to capture. It only took a minute to get them all, and he surveyed the field of dazed soldiers. Some of them bore injuries, but others had just been hurled to the ground. "We're going to kick Giant's Rest out of Hallsmith," Nathan declared to the bruised and bewildered soldiers. "You can join us, hide, or cause trouble. But abandon any loyalty to Giant's Rest, because they treated you as a tool to be cast aside. Join us, and make yourself a space to be your own people." After all, the normal slave soldiers were artisans who didn't pick up skills quickly enough, or made too many mistakes, or just pissed off their masters. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 164. You have defeated a Giant's Rest patrol and freed many of their slave soldiers. As Nathan turned to go, the pulse of the detection enchantment washed over them. It adhered to everybody around him, sensing their lack of mental magic or a mage mark. Nathan watched with curiosity and faint horror as the spell sunk into Olad's skin. It didn't do anything except emit a faint magical ping, signaling the citywide enchantment with an intangible beacon. The control of which is in Exia's mansion. Well, that also probably marked the adventurers and all of the slaves I freed earlier. I hope we can keep Giant's Rest busy enough that they aren't hunted down. Frowning, Nathan reached out with his aura and absorbed the magic on Olad. It had no fail-safes, no layers, just the simple tracking spell. He spread his aura wide and strode through the crowd, deactivating the tracker on everybody he passed. Just as Nathan finished clearing the spell from everybody affected, Feline stepped into visibility. She looked peeved and held up the dead mage mark. Nathan gave her a smirk and stripped the enchantment that had tagged her. It probably still told them there are a bunch of us here, but it won't give them live updates anymore.
Regardless, we might have lost the advantage of surprise. "Elites, with me! Everybody else, hide or join up!" Nathan cried out before taking off. He set a fast pace, wanting to get to the gate before the Jamor adventurers. Several of the soldiers staggered after him, but they couldn't keep pace. Two managed by tossing aside their shields and sprinting along clutching just a spear, but they weren't going to be in shape to fight at the end of the run.
Speed is more important than a couple of weaker fighters. If they scatter, it's only going to confuse the mages controlling the detection enchantment when the next ping goes out. Stella managed to keep up with Nathan and the elites just fine. After all, she'd been doing the heir's daily run for years. Her class didn't give her any physical enhancements like Nathan or the elites, but she'd figured out force spells that let her keep up regardless. She wasn't even out of breath a few minutes later. "The adventurers are almost at the inner gate," she relayed. Nathan snarled, running faster. "So are we. There's only one mage on this side of the wall. Take them. I'm going up the wall for the one on top. I don't want the adventurers to have to charge the other side without support." They burst around the corner in a gaggle, and the same gate Nathan and Stella had used to enter the inner city was before them once again. The guards were the same as before, with one mage on this side of the wall, but Nathan knew there was at least one enforcement mage at the top, with two more on the other side. The artisan mage shouted in alarm as Nathan and the elites charged. She cast a spell that caused a long horn blast, and the soldiers on either side of her leveled their spears. Then Stella hit the yellow-robed mage with a bolt of lightning. It didn't break her, but it also didn't stop. The woman cowered and threw her arms out, frantically trying to defend herself from the writhing beam of electricity by recasting over and over. That's a fight Stella will win easily, and quickly. Atop the gatehouse, bow-wielding soldiers fired down, but they were more of an annoyance than a true threat to Nathan and the elites. Of greater note was the graying enforcement mage standing directly above the gate. He looked down on the charging elites with displeasure, but without a trace of concern. An arrow struck his with the force of a ballista bolt and bounced off, not even rocking him back. The Giant's Rest mage gave one sharp nod, as if he'd decided the most economical solution to a minor issue he faced. The ball of flame that flew from his hand radiated danger. If Stella's fireballs were grenades, this thing was an artillery shell. Nathan leapt for it, jumping up and reaching his hand toward the fireball as it arced towards the crowd of elites behind him. He caught it like an outfielder catching a baseball as it soared over the fence. The magic fizzed angrily against Nathan's palm as it dissipated. It's a good thing I have a lot of experience with fireballs, or else that thing would have blown a crater in the street. The enforcement mage's bushy eyebrows shot up and his jaw dropped. His expression grew even more baffled as Nathan jumped over the line of soldiers defending the gate and climbed the wall, slamming handholds into the mortar between the stones with his bare hands. Nathan could understand why the man was confused. This wall was enchanted. It contained powerful magic that made it impossible to climb and very difficult to damage. He couldn't destroy the enchantment as a whole. It was too large, cemented deeply within the thick stone. But he could prevent it from having any effect in the area around him, and the mortar was surprisingly fragile without magic holding it together. The spell splashed over Nathan without effect, and finally, the old enforcement mage's confusion transformed into fear. He remained at the edge of the parapet, looking down at Nathan like somebody in a horror movie, frozen and unable to run as the monster bore down on them. Nathan reached through the like it was plastic wrap and grabbed the old man by the throat. He squeezed his fist and yanked the mage off the wall, casting him towards the fight below, where the elites were handily winning against the badly trained soldiers. The man might have temporarily survived the crushed throat and 40-foot fall, but he definitely didn't survive being struck by 3 different elites over the next few seconds. The archers to either side pulled short swords and moved to attack Nathan,
But he lashed out with his aura, sloppily crushing the mental magic on most of them before leaping off the other side of the wall. The Giants' Rest forces on this side had their own problems. They'd been trading ranged attacks with adventurers taking cover further down the street. Nathan spotted the glowing gold of Kachi's divine mana. He heard the sharp crack of Sarah's rifle, which was answered by a fireball that detonated against a golden shield. The stalemate ended when Nathan landed on top of one of the two mages, dispatching the other with a quick series of punches.
Assassin of Gemor has leveled to 40. You have slain the Giants' Rest mages Lave Dahumal, Bran do Yivit, and Odra do Halded. The slave soldiers around Nathan slowly turned their spears towards him, but he was already among them, ripping off collars and dispelling the magic as he tore through their ranks. But there were 100 of them, and only one of him. The crush of bodies hemmed Nathan in, and even though most of the soldiers weren't even trying to capture him anymore, he was trapped. At least until a voice Nathan hadn't heard in some time gave a wordless bellow of rage. Hooves clattered across stone, and an entire rank of soldiers went flying as Artha laid into them with his enormous staff, knocking soldiers to the ground and stunning them for a moment without slaying them outright.
More adventurers followed, and the slave soldiers were soon dead or shaking their heads in confusion at the absence of spells demanding their loyalty. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 168. You have captured a gate guarded by many foes and relieved your allies as they attacked the far side. More levels for, then, Assassin of Gemor there. Those weren't really assassinations. The rage melted off Artha's armored elk centaur body, and he gave a deep laugh as he surveyed Nathan and the two dead mages in front of the gate. A dragon indeed. We scarcely believed the message, but we knew you would make no game of this. Nathan clasped hands and traded a grin with Artha, noting that Igal, Sarah, and Arl all stood close behind. Igal had changed into clothing more reminiscent of an adventurer of Gemor. She looked like she belonged. Then he turned to the other adventurers, who'd first come to rescue Nathan and the heirs, and were now joining them to try to free the city. Vala was the first to approach, and the heavy-set black woman clasped forearms with Nathan. I am free of regret to find you here, in this fight. When we first found you, I would not have believed this prophecy. Nathan returned Emerald's nod, knowing that the slight fighter could see him even through their face-covering helmet. They didn't say anything, but that wasn't their way. Man, it's good to see these folks. Even among Gemor adventurers, the giant traders are a bunch of characters. Wiam hustled down the road, the bird folk's beak clacking excitedly. I'd have bet dragon bones to stalker teeth we'd be alone coming in here. But everybody came. He gestured to the other two teams who had hung back. The heavily muscled leader of the first team reached out his hand with a wide smile, and Nathan eagerly shook it. Delric!
Last saw you a week ago, and 100 miles south of here.
Delric Ernesto was the leader of the Old Hands, and Nathan was thrilled to see him. He'd backed Nathan against Kozar when the traditionalist adventurer had accused Nathan of leaving his nephew Simla to die. Beyond that, the Old Hands were a respectable team with good close combat abilities, and their mage, Netta, was an accomplished illusionist. I'm also like 70% sure that she has a crush on Stella. Or maybe she's just really envious of Stella's magic. It can be a little hard to tell. The black-skinned man smiled widely. I would give a grand insight to hear this tale, but the fire burns onwards. He relinquished Nathan's hand and stepped back to make room. The leader of the third adventuring team stopped in front of Nathan and bowed at the waist with military precision. Nathan looked up at the green-skinned orc that towered over him, dressed in dark plate that was clearly related to the armor worn by the legionaries of Agman.
He was carrying a crossbow that looked more like a small ballista.
Damn, he's like 7 feet tall.
I've seen Emerald talking to this guy back at the guild, but we've never been introduced. I wonder if he was exiled from Agman like Poppy the alchemist. Lycaste Dreth, in your presence. Your name is spoken among the noble, Nathan Lark. The orc's handshake was crushing, and when Nathan returned the grip strength for strength, the orc's face lit up and his smile widened to something predatory. Glad you could make it. Anybody who helps me overthrow a city is a friend of mine. Nathan surveyed the 15 or so adventurers. And that's what we're here for. This isn't a rescue. Nathan spread his arms to indicate the slain mages and downed soldiers. We can take this city, now, before any reinforcements show up. The giant raiders cheered, but Lycaste and Delric looked at each other doubtfully. Nathan caught the look and addressed them.
I've killed one archmage already, and the other is running scared. The mages are confused and panicked because they can't hurt me. Now I've freed all the slave elites in the city, and they're right on the other side of that gate, waiting for us. Delric considered for a moment, then shrugged. True aim. How do we get the gate open? Seems like the first target. Nathan pressed his hands to the enchanted wood. Well, Giant's Rest depends on magic for everything, and that's a problem I can always solve. With a thought, his aura reached into the gate and shattered the magic holding the doors together. It only took one firm shove to open up the passage. Olad and Stella were on the other side and broke into grins as they saw Nathan and the adventurers. They'd been rooting through a pile of charcoal on the ground that appeared to be all that was left of the Giant's Rest mage who'd engaged Stella in a magical duel. Looks like that wasn't a big challenge for her. He stepped through the gates, and the adventurers followed, trading wary looks and hasty greetings with the elites. Nita gasped and ran over to talk to Stella, but Sarah beat her to it, clasping arms with Stella as she rejoined the heirs. Let's go! We got a city to claim! Nathan started running, and soon enough heard the sounds of 4 adventuring teams and 20 freed Giant's Rest elites following him. Leadership 2 achieved. Chapter 13. Rapid Advance. Nathan set a pace that was fast, but not quite the frenetic dash he'd led the freed elites on earlier. Several more soldiers joined them, but a few opted to run and hide in the slums, and more ran for the gates that the heirs and other adventurers had busted open on their way into the city. He led the way, pausing only to drop back and banish the pinging magic that still lingered on some people, and was occasionally reapplied by frantic waves of the detection magic. The streets appeared to be mostly clear, without a trace of further Giant's Rest forces. They passed the destroyed patrol, where some of the freed soldiers they'd left behind called out questions that were answered by the freed elites. Both groups shared laughter that was somewhere between disbelieving and vengeful. More of the soldiers joined them, ditching their shields to keep up with the procession. Artha galloped up next to him, having absolutely no problems with the pace as his 4 hooves clattered on the stone. Nathan glanced up to the silver-haired man who'd first set him upon the path of rage. How did the outer gate go? Any casualties? Gates fall more easily when attacked from both sides. The big elkman rolled his arms, his thick armored plates grating slightly. To shine light in your eyes, the heirs did the deed. Arl appeared from invisibility atop the gatehouse to bisect a mage, and Sarah cut down the soldiers on guard. From there it was a conventional fight, and Kachi healed all wounds away much as his mother would have. Glad to hear Igal pulled her weight with the on Arl. I don't really understand what's going on with her, though I think Sarah is helping her. The Treeborn faced forward, but his tone of pride was clear. The heirs were already set to become dragons, but since you joined them, they have fulfilled that promise. I am glad your path has found you, and your teammates have been enriched by your truth. Nathan nodded. Glad to have you join us. Are you ready to conquer Hallsmet?
The elk centaur's grin split his face wide. Beyond prophecy's sway. Lead us to victory, Nathan Lark. Nathan glanced backwards at the column, finally feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him. I really am in charge of this, aren't I? When did that happen? Feline's higher level than I am, and higher in the Jamor adventurer hierarchy. But she's nowhere to be seen.
Kachi's the nominal leader of the heirs, but I'm the definite leader of this attempt to conquer Halsmet. Olad has clearly stepped up as the leader of the freed elites, but he's still following me. All of them are. That leadership skill isn't just for window dressing. People are gonna die, and I'll be responsible for that. Hopefully it's the Giants' Rest mages that die, but I know we're not going to be so lucky. All I can do is make sure to lose as few of my people as possible. But I'm not going to back down from this. I want to win, to start cleansing this cancer from the surface of Davra. Halsmet won't be the end either. It'll be a good start. He was interrupted from his musing by the presence of a helmetless elite turning the corner ahead of them. The man limped towards them, and it seemed that he'd been badly burned. Nathan slowed and joined Olad to head for the newcomer, gesturing for Kachi to join them. The man started talking in between gasps as soon as they got close. Naroon and Bufo went to warn Exia. She called all the remaining mages to assemble in the square before her mansion. Nathan blinked, looking to the leader of the freed elites for an explanation. Olad's face grew thunderous. By the giant's blood, I swear doom on those fools. He saw Nathan's expression. 2 of the elites you freed. They are bodyguards of Exia, and their loyalty extends to trickery. He clapped the burned elite on the shoulder. Good scouting, Turbang. Well, shit, some of the elites went to warn her. Not sure how I could have prevented that. And now Exia knows we're coming. I mean, she probably already knew, but I'm not happy she has more exact intelligence. I think if we move quickly, we can outpace any response. I already flipped her biggest piece to my side. Outwardly, Nathan displayed none of his concern. Now she's gathered all of our enemies together in one place. Very kind of her. He looked at the man. Thanks for the news, Turbang.
Is she joining them? The man breathed out a sigh of relief as Kachi's magic healed his wounds, then replied, The gates were closed, but there are nearly 50 mages in the square. Thulio do Pelogi was in charge. None of Exia's staff were present. Nathan's brows furrowed in thought. Okay, so the first people to show their face in the square are going to get evaporated. Any war mages? Turbang shook his head. I didn't see any red robes. Maybe 25 yellows, 15 greens, and 10 blues. A few pinks. So a lot of firepower, but not a lot of military discipline. I think we might have gotten all of the war mages with the response team. Nathan considered before speaking. Seems like we need to fall back on old-school Jamor tactics. Ambush and guile. He looked back at the 5 members of Lycaste's squad, the Oath of Tulin, one of whom was a mage. Lycaste, is your mage from the Tower of Trickery? Can he do good illusions? The mage in question spoke up with a sniff.
He has a name. I am Ayen Sarha. Illusions? Go teach a mage to light a fire. I was tutored personally by Gale Shullett. So was I, stalker dick, William retorted, beak clacking with his equivalent of a giggle. Nathan waved his hands to catch Ayen's attention and prevent the 2 mages from sniping at one another. Great, that's exactly what we need. We're going to split up into 3 groups. He held up one finger, noticing that more and more people were paying attention to them. Ayen will come with me in Group 1, along with most of the people with ranged weapons. I'm going to charge into the square alone, and Ayen will make it look like there are more people with me to help draw attention. I'll go in, draw the first barrage, and bust a hole in whatever barriers they have. The rest of my group will stay back and support me from range. William will be with Group 2, and Netta with Group 3, he continued, holding up 2 more fingers. He nodded to the young Nulled mage from the Old Hands. Your groups will come in from the sides of the square, and you'll need to use illusions to let the fighters get among them so they can't just barrage us with fireballs. I'll try to make as much confusion as I can, keeping them focused on me. Coordinate with... A deep laugh boomed out of Vala. As your flame calls. Not the worst plan I've set targets on. I'll lead Team 2. Survive and thrive, Nathan Lark. Netta is on Team 3. I'll lead there, Delric said shortly. Nathan turned to Olad. Ranged elites in 1. Split the rest of the elites up between Groups 2 and 3. We need people who know the city in each group. Can you work with adventurers? The big man snorted, tapping his gauntlets together lightly. Even as we fought them, we knew they wanted us free or dead. Fighting our prior masters at their side is a wish from the giant. The adventurers didn't hold to strict discipline, but they listened when orders were given. It took about 2 minutes to split up into the 3 groups, and about as long for Nathan to ensure that nobody was still tagged by the detection enchantment. Wouldn't do for them to know we've split up. The last ping happened just recently, and we're only a few minutes from the square. There isn't a good solution here. The only members of the heirs to join Nathan's Group 1 were Sarah and Stella, while Igal went with Arl and Kachi into Vala's Group 2, and the melee fighters of the Oath of Tulin joined Delric's Group 3. Nathan gave one last glance around for Feline, but she was nowhere to be seen. She'll either show up if she's needed, or she won't. This isn't really her type of fight. She got us this far, and I bet she's taking advantage of the chaos in one way or another. The groups headed out with one last exchange of salutes. It was a quick dash through empty streets before the bow-wielding elite guiding them held out a hand. He indicated the intersection ahead, where another crossroad was sandwiched between 2 townhouses. Main square there, about 100 feet down to the right. Nathan nodded seriously, then looked toward Lycasti. Get people in position, sneaky as you can. Then he turned toward Stella. Are the other groups in position yet? She shook her head. Not quite yet. They're almost there. William's group ran into some trouble. A few minutes until they're ready. I prefer we were attacking immediately. We want to foster confusion and get them focused on the wrong thing. And if the detection enchantments fire again, that could ruin the whole plan. Some trouble? He asked, voice tense. Stella shrugged. He didn't say. They watched for a few minutes as Lycasti gave instructions to scout out the abandoned townhouses so they could be used as firing positions. He was careful to keep people out of sight of the square and had Ian cast illusions to help hide fighters as they snuck to the opposite side of the street and into other buildings. As time passed, Nathan had to prevent himself from asking Stella for updates every 30 seconds. He double-checked that his focus was full and had Stella cast a few spells to top off his stamina. Shit. William is with Igal, Arl, and Kachi. What could be holding them up? I need to be patient. They'll be ready when they're ready. But what if they're in trouble and need help, or won't be ready in time? Maybe we do need to ask for an update. Give it another minute. He tensed and untensed, ready to sprint either direction at a word from Stella. Then he took a deep breath and calmed down. I'm not doing this on my own. I'm the linchpin of the plan, but definitely not the only part of it. I need to think things through, coordinate with people, like Ian. He looked over at the illusionist, who was glaring at Nathan's shadow as if it was confusing him. Hey, Ian, this illusion... You'll need to keep it away from me, or I'll disrupt it. They might not know there are Jamor adventurers in the city, so if you can make it look like I'm charging with a bunch of the Giant's Rest elites, that might give us another edge. The man frowned, his bombastic demeanor fading to one of focus. You don't need cover? That's a lot of mages. Nope, I'll be fine. Any magic that gets close to me stops working.
Ian sucked in a breath and shot a disbelieving glance at Stella, who smirked and nodded back at him. That's never going to get old. Magic is a trump card for so much on Devrar, and being immune is one heck of a joker. To keep his impatience under control, Nathan went over what his plan once he got into the square.
The Jamor adventuring classes taught us that Giant's Rest will try to set up a large, spell-permeable force barrier for a mage-heavy force like this. I charge in, hopefully get every single mage casting at me, break the barrier, then deal with the mages inside. Start killing them one by one. Nathan frowned. The slow part of that is actually killing them. I can move quickly and punch, but it still takes time for each one. But my aura is separate from my fists. Sarah stood nearby, the ready to jump onto a roof when it was time to go. Nathan ambled over. I'm thinking, my aura will be able to reach more mages than my fists will. If you see me pass close to a mage but not strike them, I've probably taken away their mage armor. She considered his words, then nodded. Thanks. I may be able to see it happen with my skills. Don't go back for any of them, or we may hit you by accident. Algoa's luck go with you. She gestured around to the waiting adventurers. All this. Our parents would be proud. And terrified. She smirked, clapping Nathan on the shoulder. Lycasti approached. The big orc was chewing on his lip nervously. We're ready. What delays this awaited bonfire? Nathan scrubbed hands through his hair, pushing down the jitters in his stomach. William's group ran into trouble. In another minute, Stella will message him again, to be sure they're still on track, and we don't need to go without them. If the next pulse of the detection enchantment happens first, then we go. True aim. The big orc eyed Nathan. I've heard of you, but this plan is bold. You are the sole spark that lights it ablaze. Those who know you are confident that you will survive your charge. I'll pitch in my torch because my risk isn't great, but I doubt that any could survive so brazenly challenging so many mages. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Can you do it? Nathan held out a clenched fist.
Yes. He was about to follow with something suitably melodramatic when Stella interrupted. William said they ran into 4 mages trying to get to the square. 1 got off a fireball, and 2 elites are dead. They could go now, but Kachi's still healing the wounded. They only need a few more minutes. Shit. We haven't even started. And the mages in the square probably heard the fireball and are now aware there's something going on from that direction. The pulse of the detection enchantment washed over them, and Nathan shook his head, glancing around one more time. The magic eddied strangely around an abandoned cart halfway down the street, and Nathan focused on the effect. There was a faint shimmer around the cart, like some kind of invisibility spell work. Not a good time for shenanigans. High tier Notice 9 achieved. Nathan focused harder on the cart, not trying to hide his interest. The shimmer of the spellwork started moving rapidly away, and Nathan caught a glimpse of a flapping black robe. A nail, one of the secret police mages, but only one, and they're fleeing. There are too many variables here, and we're out of time. That detection enchantment or that mage could blow the plan wide open. Either we abandon it or we go. Nathan made his decision. We're out of time. I'm going now. He gave Stella one more look. For your spells, shock and awe. Watch your back, there's a nail creeping around. She was already casting message to alert the other teams. Rains of lightning to raise the past, and a shield worthy of a fortress foundry. Nathan waited for her to give him one more nod. They're ready. He got another from Ian, and then he was off, rage kindling in his gut. He came around the corner already at a sprint,
accelerating further as he dashed down the street towards the square and the mages in its center.
The place was a wide expanse of cobbled stone, with fancy statues arrayed along the edges and a stage in the center. The far side of the square was a gatehouse built into the imposing wall that surrounded Exia's mansion. As Nathan ran, he spent some focus on one of his newer utility skills, trying to make himself look as big and threatening as possible. Just playing into the role they expect. The elites called me Mage Breaker. Time to live up that title. Mid-tier noticeability 5 achieved. From behind him came the pounding of feet and a series of yells, but Nathan didn't look back. He hoped Ian's illusion was convincing. The Giant's Rest mages seemed to think so. They were a riot of brightly colored robes clustered around the large stage in the center of the square, and several of them were pointing at Nathan and yelling. He could very faintly hear one voice rise above the others. "The blast was a distraction! They're attacking from this way." A rippling dome of energy enveloped the group, and magic started to fly in Nathan's direction. This wasn't just a few offensive spells. It was a barrage. There were a dozen fireballs, several spikes of ice, a few force blades, and more. Several of the spells interfered with one another, and about half of them were aimed at the illusion behind Nathan. But ahead of the main body of the volley came 3 bolts of lightning and 2 beams. There's some damn dangerous mages over there. He didn't use focus to dodge any of the early spells, merely letting them melt into his anti-magic and boost his stamina far beyond its cap. Before the main body of the barrage hit, Nathan jumped into the air and held himself aloft with slow fall, letting the spells detonate beneath him. His legs and back were pelted with gravel as the square beneath him was pulverized by the wave of offensive magic. But Nathan was mostly unharmed, his enhanced toughness protecting him from the stone shrapnel as a cloud of smoke billowed outwards from the interaction of so many destructive spells. Nathan landed lightly on the edge of the cratered stone, feet pushing off of the uneven terrain to leap to solid ground and continue his charge. He emerged from the cloud at a sprint. The mages in front of him drew back as one, both terrified and affronted that somebody had emerged unfazed from the magic they'd unleashed. More spells flew at him, this time in a steady flow instead of a single volley. High-tier sprinting 5 achieved! The cloud of smoke and dust billowed out to both sides, and Nathan was quite aware of the illusion and earth magic woven into the cloud that was encouraging its spread. Netta and Wiam are using it to cover teams 2 and 3, but it's going to block the shots of my ranged backup. Should have thought of that. I'll just need to keep their attention on me, and hop Stella thinks to blow away the dust after we get close. The tide of spells continued, and he only dodged the ones that would break up the surface he was running on. A maximized blast fireball blew a gigantic hole in the cobbles right in front of Nathan's feet, and he jumped into a smooth arc, flipping in midair to resume his run without interruption. High-tier tumbling 5 achieved! Nathan opened his mouth and yelled wordlessly as loudly as he could. He used stamina to boost his voice and encouraged the vibration of his vocal cords with perfected body. The resulting roar hurt Nathan's ears and throat similarly as his vocal cords strained from the effort. Pending utility skill, mid-tier battle cry. You have intimidated foes with a loud yell mid-fight. Your cries will be more intimidating and more audible across the din of battle. Consider it later. He leapt at the double-layered shell of force magic that surrounded the stage. With his class and insights, it would have been trivial to punch a hole in the barrier and get inside. But Nathan needed to destroy the shield entirely. Otherwise, his allies would be trapped outside the shield. Easy pickings to any mages that weren't focused on him. And they might figure out how to beat me if I don't have support. I don't want to bet that 1 out of 50 mages won't have some clever trick that could take me on. I'm not so arrogant to think I can win at 50 to 1. So instead of jumping up on the stage towards the flinching mages, Nathan stopped and spread his hands wide. He burrowed his perception and aura into the geometric structure of the force bubble that wrapped around the mages. It was a work of art, a carefully crafted architectural marvel of reinforced panes and struts of force mana. In a flash of insight, Nathan mapped out the spell and saw a glimpse of how the shock of a physical impact would ripple through the entire structure and be bounced back to counter the force. Mana flowed freely through the support structure and would redirect to repair any damage. Beyond that, it was tuned to allow the free passage of spells in one direction, like a trace of inverted anti-magic. Magical Perception 6 achieved. There's a deep insight in that spell. But I'm not here to study it. I'm here to tear it apart. Maybe I'll try to remember it later for Stella. Panicked spells continued to shed from Nathan's skin as he stabbed tendrils of anti-magic through the outer panes of the shield into the geodesic struts below. Conjured icicles and large boulders left shallow gashes in Nathan's skin as his aura was extended away from his body. But then he turned the resonant nature of the spell against itself, and the entire dome shattered into loose mana.
Nathan jerked, twitching nearly uncontrollably with one of the worst cases of stamina overcharge he'd ever felt. He clenched his fist to fight down the jitters and looked up to the stage, where several mages had gathered and drawn weapons to fight him hand to hand. Chapter 14. The Red Square. Nathan leapt upwards, towards the lip of the stage to engage the 5 yellow-robed mages who'd drawn enchanted weapons. But the amount of stamina coursing through his body caused him to overshoot. He was on track to fly entirely over them. That was, until he altered his trajectory to slam himself down at the man in the center. The mage had raised a longsword, crackling with lightning, and had zapped out as soon as Nathan approached. The tendrils of magic danced above his skin without penetrating his aura, and Nathan's feet came down to drive the man to the ground with a shattered ribcage. Nathan lashed out one way with his fists, the other way with his aura, shattered before and behind, as his fist impacted a metal shield and dented the intricately carved surface, even as the enchanted object sought to suck him into an internal storage dimension. The outreaching tendrils of spatial mana broke, and then the object itself exploded. A ball of weapons and a few rotting corpses escaped the internal dimensional space, flying outward as they were found occupying too small a space. So that's what happens if I break a dimensional enchantment. I'm surprised it hasn't happened to me before. Nathan was shoved backwards by the old blades scraping over his skin. Most failed to penetrate, but a few drew shallow cuts. The mage holding the shield fared far worse without his. He was pincushioned by the expanding spray of old weapons. The woman behind Nathan, whose mage armor he'd broken, fell with a spray of blood as a bullet hit her in the head and overpenetrated to ping off another mage's armor.
The mace she'd been holding clattered to the ground, releasing a spray of prismatic sparks that transfigured the stone it struck into a swarm of ants.
Right. Sarah can see through smoke. Handy skill for a sniper.
Gravity flickered around Nathan as somebody tried something clever, but he reached out and crushed the unfinished spell before it could fling him into the air. Mages all around Nathan tried to encrickle, but he picked out the old yellow-robed man who'd cast the spell. The man exuded an air of calm and confidence, even in the chaos, and his yell resonated out across the stage. "You are mages of Giant's Rest. You know more than Fireball. Be creative!" He reached up with his magic to wrestle with the streamer of lightning that arced from Stella towards the collection of mages. Even though the old man was distracted, the other mages heard and obeyed. They cast a dizzying array of spells to hinder and slow Nathan down. The stone in a 15-foot radius around him both softened and became slick with frost at the same time. His aura enforced a radius of normality around his feet, but then the air around him was drawn away, and the light of the sun intensified to something burning. Oh, this is getting weird. But none of it's actually slowing me down. Nathan lashed out with his anti-magic once more, cutting from 2 more foes as he struck down another with his fists. He was trying to cut his way towards the old man, who continued to stall Stella's magical offensive. But then a wall of rock rose up to cut him off. Bullets flew behind Nathan, but his attention was on the gray-bearded mage who had become the de facto leader of the assorted Giant's Rest mages. The man's eyes blazed as Nathan jumped over the wall of stone, and his voice boomed forth once more. "Use the stone of the stage!
He cannot break what is not conjured by magic." The man abandoned a complicated counterspell directed at Stella, casting a much simpler spell as Nathan closed in. Shit, this is what I was afraid of. Nathan spread out his aura, preventing the stone directly below from rising up to entomb him, but he still saw the relief on the faces around him as the stone outside the radius of his aura rose up in a large dome that threatened to enclose him. He lashed out with spikes of anti-magic to break the shaping spells, but there were dozens of individual wills shaping the conglomerate mass. Nathan leapt for the gap in the rapidly closing dome of rock. The flowing stone stopped moving as he grabbed onto the lip and vaulted through the opening. He looked down at the 50 Giant's Rest mages staring up at him and smiled. A column of lightning smashed into the center of the mages as Stella's magic broke through the last of the interfering magic. Many of the mages staggered, though only a few spells in the epicenter broke, their casters falling as smoking corpses. Next, the concealing cloud of smoke and dust was swept away by a wind spell, finally allowing the bulk of Nathan's ranged support to come to bear. Arrows, bolts, and bullets cracked into the mages, though most only flinched as the projectiles bounced off of shells of force. A few more with cracked went down in sprays of blood. Then, 30 fighters finally finished closing the distance and slammed into the mages from both sides with a long, suppressed roar of fury. Nathan reflected that the Giant's Rest was an incredible spell. It required sacrifice, deep insights of magic and force ingrained into the basic way that somebody casts spells. But the resulting spell produced a series of tough, yet invisible panes of magic, suspended a few inches above the caster's skin, that provided a durability equaled only by enchanted plate armor. But that protection would fail if battered hard enough, exposing the unarmored flesh beneath. More than a dozen mages fell prey to that fate as the freed elites cut into them, with the adventurers charging in only a second behind. Several other mages were bowled over despite their holding firm, but the old artisan mage cast a spell, and they were grabbed by pincers of force, dragged away from the advancing adventurers and into safety. Another spell established a semicircular perimeter of waist-high stone braced against the dome of rock they'd tried to trap Nathan in. The mages rallied in the defensive position, blasting back melee fighters with bursts of wind or paralyzing them with mental spells. They weren't fighting so much as trading blows, but the mages could take a hit, and the adventurers couldn't. Somebody bent aside another column of lightning from Stella, and several spells were hurled towards the ranged fighters. They were stabilizing. Even after being attacked from so many directions, the stern command of the elderly mage and sheer power of even simple spells was holding the Giant's Rest mages together. But they forgot about me. Nathan landed in the center of the formation, feet crushing stone. He'd been aiming for the yellow-robed man, but the old artisan mage had seen him coming and blinked away to the edge of the protected space. Focus allowed Nathan to lash out precisely with his anti-magic, stripping mage armor and breaking shields of force from the mages around him as he ran after his quarry. He slammed aside a blue-robed figure who got in his way, barely feeling the impact. Those he ran into were either cut down by ranged fire
or hastily recast mage armor. The yellow-robed mage glared at Nathan with suppressed fury and disgust. "Give me your best shot. I'm going to walk through it and crush your skull."
Instead, the man turned and ran his eye rapidly over the fighting happening along the barricade, where adventurers and elites dodged magical blasts or struggled against paralysis spells. They struck back with blows that occasionally cracked mage armor. It was a show of power versus skill, and the artisan zeroed in on one of the greatest displays of skill. Delric Ernesto dodged past a spray of ice and shook off a stun to roll over the barrier and knock over the enslavement mage on the other side. The yellow-robed mage held out his hands and brought them together quickly, slamming his palms together before Nathan could reach him. The powerful spell grabbed Delric like a vice. His blackened armor flickered once in an attempt to hold off the crushing force mana before it failed. In a fraction of a second, the experienced team leader was crushed into a space too small to allow life. Quick as lightning, the older mage turned towards his next target and drew his hands apart once more. Nathan urged every piece of acceleration possible out of his every step, but time slowed down beyond what focus allowed as he followed the man's eyes to his next target. Kachi wasn't breaching the line, but he was contributing more to the offensive than any other single adventurer. Flares of golden light broke mental spells and dazzled mages even as he snapped off healing where needed. His constant glow attracted the eye, and many mages sent spells at him, often ignoring the adventurers who were closer or more threatening. But Kachi's glowing shield shed fireballs and blasts of ice like water off a roof. But the same wasn't true of crushing force. The spell seemed to squash in from every direction at once, and the glow coming from the divine Justicar flickered.
My divinity is greater than your magic.
Holy light shone forth brighter than before, and the yellow-robed mage blinked in surprise as his spell broke.
High-tier sprinting 6! Achieved!
Then Nathan cannonballed into the gray-bearded man. They both went flying into the backs of the line of mages in a sprawl of limbs. A series of quick strikes meant Nathan was the only one to emerge from the pile, and elites were already swarming through the hole in the defenses.
Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 44! You have slain the master artisan mage Thulio Dopalogi.
Nathan leapt to his feet, seeing that the mages were crumbling with their line broken, and without the supporting spells of the mages inside the perimeter. Stella had ceased fire, not wanting to risk hitting her allies with a pillar of lightning. The mages were beset from both sides, and Nathan ran down the line, breaking with a line of outstretched aura.
Several mages seemed to try and surrender, but the elites cut them down without question.
The adventurers were similarly merciless. It's hard to keep a mage with mental magic captive. I'm not surprised they don't try. A figure visible to Nathan as a shimmering outline cut down the last 3 mages in 2 elegant motions before Arl flickered into visibility. He stood over the last 3 bodies in his futuristic-looking armor, then looked up at everybody else and raised his sword high. Olad was the first to shout, "Victory! Freedom!" He lifted bloodied fists to the sky, and everybody in the square joined in for a long shout of exhilaration. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 180. You and your allies have defeated the gathered mages of Halsmet. Even as the cheer continued, Nathan found himself scanning the group of his allies. Counting. The stone of the stage was mauled by spellcasting and slick with blood from both sides.
Bodies were strewn about, and not all of them were dressed in the robes of the Ascendant Academy.
There are 12 missing. We started this with 37. I count 25 still standing. But all of the heirs are okay. Kachi was bent over, golden light shining from his eyes and hands as he slowly lifted up one of the adventurers. The woman wore the blackened breastplate of the old hands, and it looked like she'd caught a fireball on her shield.
Her arm had been blown off, and the metal of her armor had been cracked and driven into her torso. The golden light from Kachi's hands soaked into her skin, and the metal receded from her wounds. Her breathing eased as ribs audibly shifted, and the arm grew back to the elbow, though no farther. He's come a long way. I remember when he still had to align bones before healing. Nathan shook himself, looking around quickly for others he might be able to help, but the other adventurers were ahead of him.
Vala helped a young slave elite reset his leg before feeding him the healing potion. It was Turbung, the elite who'd warned them about the mages gathered in the square. Some of the members of the Oath of Tulin were sorting through the other bodies to see if any of them could be saved by healing. A few times one of them called for Kachi, but only a few. Magic could be lethal, and when the mages had realized they were going to be overwhelmed, many of them had decided to ensure they brought somebody with them. Nathan pulled himself away from watching the magical healing. He couldn't do anything to help. He had a great deal of experience healing himself, but perfected body was personal and couldn't be extended to somebody else. Instead, he studied the gatehouse that dominated one side of the square. It led to Exia's mansion, and probably the last holdout of mages that could contest the city. Nobody stood atop the gatehouse, and the wall didn't have a walkway on top of it.
But they have to be watching. Now would be a good time for them to attack, while we regroup. Sarah came up beside him, joining him in studying the edifice.
One more barrier. He nodded his acknowledgement, but didn't take his eyes off the building. Something moved faintly behind one of the arrow slits, and Nathan pointed at it. Second from the left, movement. Sarah's pistols cracked, sending bullets into the opening before Nathan had even finished speaking. All of the adventurers looked over, but after there was no response, they continued about their tasks. Any notification for a kill? Nathan asked Sarah. She shook her head as more adventurers came to join the group watching the gate. Stella arrived, glaring at the gatehouse. Next time I'm fighting from closer. The mana was easy for them to slap aside because of the distance. Vala and Lycasti came to stand next to Nathan. The big orc looked around curiously. Where's Delric? Nathan sighed. Dead. One of the artisan mages, crushing force. I got him. Vala winced. Spells of the giant. All of your skill and preparation, and a single mage can snuff your flame with a word. They regarded the obviously enchanted gate for a moment before Nathan spoke aloud. I could probably just walk up and open it. Then I'll go for Exia. I'll need support after. She'll have at least a couple of elites. That's an easy target for our foes. They'll expect it. Lycasta gauged the gate. It is likely barred and spelled, and if we knock first, who knows what spells will be in the air. It would be better to blast our way in together. You disrupt their magical response, then we all strike before they set up another. Climb over? Vala said. Might take them by surprise. The side that strikes is the side that wins. Nathan shook his head, extending his aura and magical senses to be sure nobody was magically eavesdropping on them. I can't disenchant the entire wall, and I bet the spells to prevent climbing are lethal. I could go over, but it would be just me. I don't think I can take whatever's in there all on my own. We should go through the gatehouse. Maybe I break the magic and then we blow it open with a spell? He gestured to Stella. Lycasti glanced over and chewed on his lip. Then you're in the way of the spell, and we gotta keep the gate clear. I'd prefer the Caxel kid aim at blocking the worst of the magic thrown our way on the other end of the gate. Artha could knock down that gate if it weren't spelled, Vala gestured to the big treeborn. He's got the skills. Want to knock down the innermost gate of Hallsmet? The big elk centaur's eyes danced with amusement as he surveyed Nathan. My hooves will dance to this path. There is no worthier cause. He said the same thing to me after they found me outside Tails Tower.
to convince me to fight back.
Nathan spent a second reflecting on the crush he'd once had on Artha. When he'd first come to Devrar, the well-muscled Treeborn had ignited a strong attraction within him. He'd been lost and angry in those first days, and Artha had taken the attention Nathan paid him and used it to focus Nathan on the fight against Giant's Rest. It was a bit manipulative, but he helped me find a purpose and make sense of my kidnapping. Really, Nathan had been attracted to a lot of people in the first few weeks. He had worried it was affecting his decision-making, but that had died down over time. I wonder why. Maybe exposure. People tend to be fit and attractive on Devrar. Maybe my bar has risen. More likely I was looking for somebody then, as I was on Earth. But now I'm not. I've got other priorities, other paths, where romance would be a distraction. He let the internal dialogue pass. For now, they needed to solve the issue of Exia's mansion. Nathan spoke to the assembling group.
Let's do it. The more time we wait, the more likely they strike first.
Artha and I charged the front gate and bust it open. I protect him from magic, and we'll go for the mages inside to keep the gate clear. Then everybody else comes after. Stella's to provide shields, and the trickery mages keep the enemy confused. There were nods all around, and Olad clanked his gauntlets together. Then let's go. The Mage Breaker kills the Archmage, just as he took the last one. Freedom or death. The last 3 words were delivered as a shout and taken up by the rest of the elites in the square. Well, it was unlikely we'd have complete surprise anyway. We can hope that our enemies are at least scared, and maybe running. I wonder if Exia's already teleported out. Artha unlimbered his battering ram-sized staff and gestured for Nathan to go for the gate. His voice was barely audible under the shouting.
I'll strike after you do.
Chapter 15. Death at the Gates. Nathan studied the enchanted gatehouse as the cheers of the freed elites rang in his ears. To his sides, the adventurers made final preparations. Egal tagged Arl with an invisible. Sarah slipped an enchanted round into her rifle and drew it to her shoulder. I bet Exia's begging the other archmages to help right now. If we wait, that only gives her more time to succeed. They're probably hesitant because Teol's dead. They don't know what killed him and don't want to teleport into an uncertain situation. But Badud could mess everything up. Hopefully he's busy. And with that thought in mind, Nathan charged the last gate of Hallsmet. It was a single slab of metal engraved with arcane symbols, and he stretched out his magical perception to find a truly forbidding working of protection and denial laid into the material. This door wasn't made by Giant's Rest. I think it was stolen from a Callous Conclave dungeon. It's got the same immaculate mana flow as the rest of their enchantments, but clearly not integrated well into the surrounding structure. As Nathan ran, he used all of his mental enhancements to map out the Giant's Rest-produced enchantments surrounding the gate and how they interacted with it. It was like somebody had used hot glue to attach a railgun to a galleon. The Giant's Rest spell work was using a tiny fraction of the door's capabilities, mostly telling it when to open and when to blast the person who approached it without the proper permissions. Based on the spatial mana in there, it wouldn't surprise me if the door could be hooked up to a teleportation network of some kind, but Giant's Rest is just relying on its indestructibility and ability to super-disintegrate whoever they tell it to. I bet Exia is expecting that to happen to me. Normally, it would be easier to go through the wall than the door, but the weakest element of this link really is where the door connects to the rest of the wall. High tier Identify 10 achieved! Congratulations! You have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. Instead of going for the door itself, Nathan leapt into the air, aiming for the keystone of the arch. That was where the enchantment on the gatehouse interfaced with the door,
and that was what he would need to disable, so that the magical door stopped thinking it was part of an intact structure. At the apogee of his jump, Nathan slammed his elbow into the stone, using the momentum-based skills of implacable anti-mage to propel a spike of anti-magic deep into the enchantment as the physical impact sent cracks running through the block of stone. As he fell, he bent tendrils of anti-magic around the door and ripped them through the jury-rigged hinges on the far side. He landed and put his shoulder against the gate, pushing hard. The magic of the ancient artifact buzzed uncomfortably next to Nathan's ear, but the portal didn't budge. "I think it's fastened with a physical bar." Then Artha arrived. The heavy-hoof charger was clad in enchanted armor and stood nearly 9 feet tall. His lower half was that of an elk, and together with his armor, he had to weigh 1,000 pounds. All of the energy of his charge was delivered in the end of his enchanted staff, slamming into the gate like a horizontal pile-driver. His blow struck the center of the gate, and the massive centaur man roared as he followed through on the blow with his body. The gate slammed backwards faster than simple physics would explain, the hinges and bolt torn from the wall by Artha's tremendous blow. The slab of inviolable metal pinwheeled backwards, crashing and sparking against the stone plaza beyond. The big elk man's momentum carried him through the gatehouse and into the space beyond, where about 60 figures waited. In the center was an old woman, propped up in a litter carried by 6 oiled and muscular young men. She was dressed in an elaborate tunic and was festooned with jewelry. Beady eyes fixed on Nathan and Artha with peeved rage. That'd be Exia. She looks like she wants to tell us exactly how we offended her, in great detail. To the sides of the Archmage were several more robe-clad graduates of the Ascendant Academy, a few enforcement and enslavement mages, along with 2 handsome entertainment mages. Spread out in an arc in front of her were at least 50 slaves. 4 of them were elites, 2 of whom weren't wearing helmets. The ones who pretended, whose loyalty lies with Giant's Rest. Another 20 were normal slave soldiers. The rest looked like household slaves. A dozen more young men gleaming with oil, as well as the cooks and cleaners and scribes of the household staff. More of them were clustered in the gardens beyond, clutching crossbows leveled at Nathan and Artha. Nathan scrambled to keep up with Artha, but the big elk man kept charging ahead. He followed the cartwheeling gate as it knocked aside everybody in its path, roaring as he went straight for Exia. Shit. I thought we'd go in together so I could stretch my aura out in front of him. I didn't think he'd get ahead of me by busting through the gate and maintaining his speed. All I need to do is catch up while she's talking. Slow down, Artha. Calm your rage. One of the pink-robed mages cast a broad force shield that sparkled with an iridescent sheen. It stopped the bouncing slab of enchanted metal in its tracks, blocking Artha. The tree-born skidded on his hooves to avoid slamming into the barrier. Another mage gestured, shooting a potent bolt of ice to detonate Stella's fireball harmlessly overhead. Then an enchanted rifle bullet smashed through the prismatic barrier and tore into the front of Exia's face, penetrating 3 layers of magical protection with a shower of iridescent sparks. At the last moment, one of the Archmage's earrings flashed and the bullet deflected. It tore past Exia's head, grooving her cheek and tearing off a chunk of ear instead of landing between her eyes. The Archmage's mouth snapped shut as she felt at the bloody gouge. Her face mottled and her eyes bugged out as true rage overtook peevish annoyance. The spell that followed had no build-up, cast as casually as one would swear. 3 familiar beams of magical power speared out from the Archmage's palm. One was aimed at Artha, one was aimed at Nathan, and another was aimed over Nathan's shoulder, toward the gate and the adventurers beyond. The spells looked like any other cast of Disintegrate, but to Nathan's magical senses they seemed sharper, like a scalpel reaching out to excise their targets from the world. Nathan was a dozen feet behind Artha,
catching up with every moment. In the split second to think afforded by focus, Nathan felt despair slice through him. He couldn't save the Treeborn. He might be able to stretch his aura that far, but he wasn't sure that it would be enough to block such a powerful spell. Even trying would also leave Nathan himself vulnerable, which he couldn't afford to do. To extend his aura that far, he would have to strip the protection from his own body, and Exia would slaughter every single adventurer here without him. Nathan had to deal with her now, which meant he couldn't take a minute to regenerate a disintegrated torso. There was also the third beam. Nathan couldn't see who it was aimed at, but it would kill whoever it hit. It's probably aimed at Sarah, who shot the bullet.
Though that beam can probably kill more than one person. The justifications swept through Nathan's focus-enhanced mind as he took action, stretching his aura up a few feet to catch the third ray of sickly light, even as the second one hit him in the chest. The magic was powerful, and he staggered to a stop as he watched Artha's form dissolving into thin dust before his eyes. Because I fucked up. Why did I let Artha go through first? I didn't think this through. Of course he'd carry momentum through breaking the gate. I didn't think about how speed would impact the plan. Then he was raging and charged straight at the largest threat. If I'd been closer to him, I could have caught all of the magic. What a stupid thing to lead to Artha's death. The spell didn't relent, and it took Nathan's full attention to master the magic that sought to consume him. The beam of magic he'd caught with his aura sent out questing tendrils of destruction to destroy whatever had interfered, even as it crackled against his chest with an energy precisely tuned to annihilate covalent bonds. Disrupt the organization, absorb the raw power of the spell. I'm not matching power for power. I'm stealing it, taking it, and using it to kill the bitch who killed Artha. Aura of Anti-Magic 5 achieved. Stamina poured into Nathan faster than he could spend it. His rage redoubled, then expanded again, chilling and growing vast. Splintered and failed in the face of Nathan's grief and rage. I shouldn't have let him die. He was my first mentor, my first friend. I can avenge him. There were tears on Nathan's face as he resumed his charge towards the Archmage of Halsmet. The slave elites stood in Nathan's way, but focus made it seem like they were moving in slow motion. His unchained rage let him move faster than ever before. He spent stamina in torrents, and it felt like he was moving through bullet time. He was unconsciously using slow fall to pull himself down with every movement, keeping himself in contact with the ground, even as the forces exerted by each step should have launched him into the air. High-tier slow fall 10. Achieved! Congratulations, you have maxed out this talent. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. The armored slave elites moved in coordination to cut Nathan down, but he dodged each of their attacks with graceful speed. He spun past the men, crushing the skull of one of those without a helmet and accepting a deep cut along one arm from the other. The wound foamed with poison before quickly closing. Serves the idiot right, small-minded traitor. High-tier dodging footwork 9. Achieved! The next obstacle was the iridescent wall of force, which Nathan shattered with a flick of aura. Beyond that was Exia in her litter, and the mages surrounding her. The Archmage's expression had shifted from anger to horror at Nathan's survival and implacable charge. Her mouth worked in slow motion, then shaped into familiar syllables as she raised a hand in front of her. Tele. Nathan leapt at her, flying into the air as his aura speared out in front of him. It narrowed and thinned, smashing through layer after layer of magical defenses to make contact with the Archmage's outstretched palm. Port. Exia vanished from her chair, but not without leaving something behind. Nathan had disrupted the spell with the faintest touch of his anti-magic, and her dismembered arm fell to the litter. The rings and bangles covering the limb clanked against the wood of the litter a moment before Nathan landed on it, shattering the chair with a scream of rage. The fury enhanced Nathan's aura, making it into a hungry thing that almost had a mind of its own. It latched onto the mental magic of the slaves around him, and they staggered, dropping the remains of the litter as the controlling magic was dispelled. Nathan rose out of the shattered pile of wood and fabric. He glared at the mages who were nothing but targets. It felt like the weight of his glare should strike them dead. Not yet. But no more of my friends die to cleanse this filth. The crossbow-wielding slaves had finally started to react, and Nathan leapt and twirled through the air to dodge a volley of enchanted bolts. The seeking magics on the projectiles failed to lock onto him, and they weren't guided by skills, but there were a lot of them. Having a dozen crossbow bolts sticking out of me might slow me down enough for the mages to do more damage. Not going to happen. High-tier tumbling 6 achieved. The magic users in question were already backing up, but their eyes widened as he twisted in midair and landed before the group. A few threw spells towards him, but most turned and ran. No quarter. Nathan chased them, striking down the ones who stood and fought with single blows. He punched through chests, crushed necks, and cracked skulls. Then he moved on to those who ran. None of these mages could fly, and even those who used magic to accelerate themselves couldn't keep ahead of his grasping hands and the crushing blows that followed. High-tier sprinting 7 achieved. Then there were those who hid. Both pink-robed entertainment mages were quite adept at illusions, weaving themselves seamlessly into the shrubbery of the adjoining garden. It didn't fool Nathan at all. More bolts flew at him, but they were poorly aimed because the slaves shooting them clearly didn't have any practice, much less classes or skills around the weapons. He dodged through the fire effortlessly. An advanced student was the last. They'd cast invisibility and were trying to sneak into the large mansion when Nathan caught up and dashed their head against the building, leaving a splash of red across the stones. The spell faded to reveal a skinny young man, terror writ across what was left of his face. Nathan turned away, feeling grimly satisfied. He was painted in gore from his hands to his elbows, with more splashed across his face and chest. Heavy steps approached, and Nathan whirled, ready to fight again. But it was Olad who grimaced as he lashed out with a hand to deflect a crossbow bolt that zapped at him with streamers of lightning. He pointed a hand back towards the crowd. "Stretch out your hand, Mage Breaker. Free these people." Oh, right. Nathan shook himself, and his rage retreated, like a storm surge beginning its path back to the ocean. He reoriented towards the slaves scattered among the battlefield. The mages were all dead, and some of the slave soldiers were beginning to keel over from the failsafes that activated if they were about to be captured. Arl stood over the last of the enemy elites, who lay bisected on the ground. Across the plaza, freed elites were skirmishing with clusters of slaves, keeping them fighting without inflicting any real damage. The adventurers had picked up on the approach and had started to do the same. The mages of the Towers of Trickery cast illusions to confuse those with crossbows and make the battle seem like it was close instead of already over. Everybody was delaying the end of the fighting so that Nathan could save people from the spells in their heads. Time to get to it. He circled the fighting, unraveling the magic even as it teetered on the edge of unleashing lethal spells on their carriers. It wasn't a challenging task. These mental spells were sophisticated in their control of the slaves, but the failsafes were no more than basic kill switches that would activate as their charges were being captured, as if the person who cast the spells didn't believe that their slaves could be freed. But the failsafe was a basic part of the spell, so they didn't bother taking it out. I got lucky. If this had been cast by somebody more paranoid,
then a lot more of these people would already be dead. I guess they don't put the deluxe versions on dishwashers and maids. As he ran, Nathan's emotions roiled with the events of the last few minutes. Artha was dead, and it had been avoidable. If they'd taken more time to think through the approach, he would probably still be alive. But we were in a hurry. We wanted to prevent Exia from summoning reinforcements, from acting first. The recriminations and excuses whirled around in Nathan's head, along with the new revelations around his rage.
I've been neutering the power of my rage with battlefield meditation. But without it, I will kill without thought. That's terrifying.
Finally, he finished his circuit, laying his hand on the forehead of a matronly old woman with flour on her apron, who had been clasping a crossbow with trembling arms. The weapon fell from her limp fingers, and she collapsed to her knees, tears leaking down her face. Nathan looked around the plaza, carpeted with dazed ex-slaves, seeing the occasional splash of red from where he'd slain their masters. He looked across the fabulous gardens to the mansion, more of a palace, from which the archmage Exiada Humal had ruled Halsmet. We did it. The city's free. Or at least mostly free. From here, it's digging out holdouts, not fighting for supremacy. But Giant's Rest will try to take it back. Assassin of Gamor has leveled to 50. You have badly wounded the archmage Exiada Humal, displaced her from her place of power, and killed many of her minions. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 193. You have defeated the last organized Giant's Rest resistance in the city of Halsmet, slaying many mages in the process and driving off an archmage. While the freed elites stayed in the plaza, the adventurers sent off a flurry of messages and then stormed through the mansion. They were looking for any remaining mages and the controls for the citywide enchantments. They found the building deserted. It looked like every single occupant had been suddenly called away, leaving the day-to-day objects of their professions behind. The kitchens still had fires burning in the hearths, and cleaning cloths were abandoned in the grand ballroom. Nathan followed the threads of the enchantments to the back of the building, where heavy doors guarded Exia's personal rooms. Inside were luxuries that wouldn't have been out of place in the richest homes on Earth, and more beyond that. The bathing area had an enormous enchanted hot tub that could have fit 20, as well as a bubble of water suspended in zero gravity. Beyond all of that was yet another layer of magical protections, which guarded the bedroom and the nexus of magic that controlled the detection enchantments, and more. With the heirs at his back, Nathan broke the magical locks and threw the doors wide open. He scanned the room inside, wary of stepping into the room lest he break magic that would help Jamor secure their new conquest. The space looked like a low-quality knockoff of the control room Nathan had seen underneath the Adrani Empire defensive outpost, with enchanted tables replete with dials and lights. The tables ringed an illusionary map of Halsmet, with various glowing lights indicating the positions of people tracked by the detection enchantments. Most surprising was that Feline was inside the room, crouched over a black-robed figure and in her familiar black-clad assassin guise.
She looked up and gave them all a high-voltage smile.
Hear me. This has been a day beyond prophecy. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. Aura of Anti-Magic 5. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body 7. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall 10. Class Implacable Anti-Mage Level 193. Deepened Stamina 5,621 over 6,090. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Improved Anti-Magic. Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-hand Expertise. Class Assassin of Jamor. Level 50. Regenerative focus, 99/600. Catastrophic blows. Stealthy movement, infiltration. Forgettable, unsuspecting strike. Utility skills. Battle meditation, 8. Leadership, 2. High-tier sprinting, 6. Magical perception, 6. High-tier notice, 9. High-tier identify, 10. High-tier dodging, footwork, 9. High-tier enhanced memory, 9. Mid-tier lecturing, 9. High-tier tumbling, 6. Mid-tier noticeability, 5. Low-tier quiet movement, 3. Low-tier disguise, 2. Chapter 16. A City Falls. Nathan just blinked at Feline for a moment.
How did you get in here?
More adventurers caught up to him and goggled at the elite adventurer.
This mutt-grabber's asshole.
She prodded the dead nail she was crouched over, a victorious smile on her face.
I saw him watching you. Almost killed him there, but decided to observe and only intervene if he did. He thought about it, but all his assassination tools are magical, and he wasn't stupid. She pulled out a wand and spun it between her fingers before it vanished into her robe. Ah, here. A large gem glinted in the assassin's hand. She inspected it with a sultry smile before her gaze moved languidly back to Nathan. The nails have long feuded with Exia, and he decided to sneak in here and purge the enchantments. She gestured towards a dark corner of the room where a hidden door stood open. I knew there was a hidden passage into this place and would have traded a grand insight for the secret, but the nail knew it, and he had this. She held up the iridescent gem, which glinted with countless colors. This is a keystone for the Halsmet enchantments. It will unlock the magic which would normally be keyed to Exia's hands. She walked around the magical control room to the master panel. In front of it was an incredibly overstuffed armchair, almost a throne of fluff. Feline glanced over at Nathan. I'd be filled with sadness if this chair is trapped. Can you? He took a second to process her request, then stepped gingerly into the room, trying not to brush up against anything important. I'm stuck somewhere between grief, vindication, and anxiety right now. I just want a good meal and to stare at a wall for a while. But Giant's Rest will be coming, and this city isn't fully reclaimed. There's so much to do. He scanned his perception through the chair, puzzling through the assortment of enchantments on the furniture. There's nothing in there to explode.
A triggered shield of some kind, but otherwise it's just an automatically adjusting, temperature-controlled chair with a massage function. It probably took somebody a year to enchant that, just so Exia could sit in comfort at this table. Nathan suppressed a burst of rage that almost caused him to spontaneously destroy the enchantments. He consciously activated Battlefield Meditation for the first time since his unhinged rage. A clarity swept through him, pushing back the anxiety and stress as he waved Feline toward the chair. It's just a fancy chair. Save it for the actual bad guys, not their chairs. Feline watched him with pursed lips and a frown on her face. Who died? Artha. Nathan met her eyes, and the other adventurers shifted behind him. He broke down the gate, and Exia disintegrated him. She closed her eyes and nodded deeply. A brave man and a worthy act. Remember unto endings. Her eyes opened. Have you added another archmage to your tally of deeds?
Fled. The voice was Kachi's as he stepped into the room. Even here he glowed with divine light, and he eyed Feline with a small level of suspicion. What is your intent for that stone? She sat in the chair with evident satisfaction before slotting the gem into a central slot on the enchanted panel. The entire room thrummed quietly as the enchantments switched from standby to active, and the dials all around the room lit up. The assassin reached out to manipulate the controls hesitantly. They had labels, but they were clearly intended for somebody familiar with the system. Nathan, meanwhile, was busy absorbing every scrap of information he could about the control center through his magical senses. It was like the center of the spiderweb, the place where the signals from all the enchantments across the city came together. He traced the incoming magic, feeling for meaning behind the interplay of mana. Stella dragged Igal into the room, looking around in wonder.
How does this place work?
Nathan was the one to answer. It's based on the Adrani Empire system. The consoles don't just look similar, the whole design is copied over. But shittier. He closed his eyes, not needing to see the changing displays. He could sense the magic inside of them, flowing back and forth. This is like understanding a pretty awful logic circuit. It would take forever to pass it all. But I can see the state of every node and the setting on every gate. Stop! He pointed at Feline's hand, frozen from where it was twisting a dial. You were about to overload the power of the detection enchantment. It would burn out in only 1 or 2 pulses on that setting. He couldn't see her face, but he heard the annoyance in her voice. Then how do I change the settings? I want it to display any Giant's Rest mages still in the city. Igal moved towards a specific console along the wall. This one controls the targeting. I've seen things like this before, but nothing this complicated. Nathan traced the lines of magic that flowed in and out of the indicated portion of the enchantment. He furrowed his brow. Yeah, that's it. And then... What does the rest of this do? Stella was walking around the room in a semicircle. There's so much magic. Information flowed through Nathan, and he burned through his last few scraps of focus to hold it all in his head. He remembered everything he'd felt in the control system underneath the Adrani Empire outpost. He hadn't had the same level of magical perception or understanding then, but he'd stuck his hand through the most important piece of it. Power was flowing away from the center of the room, and information flowed back to populate the large illusion that displayed a map of Hallsmet. Nathan frowned, realizing what was missing. In the Adrani Empire outpost, there'd been a big magical crystal, which wasn't present here. Then, he figured out what was going on. This entire thing, it's powered by a crystal stuck in a dimensional space anchored under the illusion. That button would blow it up. He pointed to a small and unobtrusive orange button near Feline's elbow. This entire console is for power distribution, not overall control. Nathan's focus ran over the memories of all the times in the past few days he'd interacted with different parts of the city-wide enchantments. They all worked slightly differently, and he could sense the connections that converged on this room, threading through individual consoles towards the central node. Each had a different flavor and focus. High-tier Enhanced Memory 10 achieved. Congratulations! You have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve Insight to develop it to the next level. As it is high-tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. His focus ran out entirely, but Nathan was pretty sure he'd figured everything out. Eyes still closed, he pointed to the different consoles around the wall in turn. That's the inner wall security grid. The next one is for the outer wall, and the one next to it can spend mana to reinforce or even rebuild different portions of the walls. This one regulates spatial spells inside the city. I think the inactive one over there can project a massively powerful force spell over the mansion, or a less powerful one over the inner city. The one by Igal is for controlling the detection grids. That one is some kind of announcement system, but it can also block in and out of the city if we route it enough mana. He opened his eyes to see everybody in the room staring at him, even as his understanding of the room settled. He still couldn't touch any of the consoles,
but he was confident he could achieve any result that was needed from the room.
Congratulations. You have developed the utility skill into utility skill. You will easily understand complex magic, even from incomplete evidence. This skill extends to spells, enchantments, and other magical effects, but not natural phenomena. Will enhance your understanding of mana types and spell work. And Eldred dismissed when I asked him if he wanted it, but it was key to figuring this thing out and letting me develop. Has lost some breadth. It doesn't apply to non-magical things anymore. That's a bit of a loss, but magic is where I need the help. I've spent 2 decades understanding the physical world, but only half a year on the thaumaturgical one. Stella had moved over to the spatial console.
How do I stop from working?
Nathan coached her through the process, though it involved a certain amount of trial and error. Feline obeyed with amusement, refusing to give up Exia's control couch. In short order, they blocked teleport spells within the city. Then Stella and the other mages spent a moment sending and receiving last minute before they blocked those off as well. Finally, they reversed the detection enchantment, so it would latch on to anybody bearing a mage mark. Feline looked down at the map of Halsmet, marked with every surviving mage of Giant's Rest still inside. They were scattered around the inner city, cut off from each other and leaderless. She looked up from the map, and her bared teeth were a promise of bloodshed. Time to hunt. They quickly organized into teams to chase down the remaining mages. The adventurers and freed elites allowed themselves to be tagged by the detection enchantment so they would show up on the map. Vala took charge of the control room, using some volunteers from the household staff as runners to keep everybody in touch. Before Nathan left, she waved him over. The dark-skinned woman's face was hard, and she didn't speak for a second, as if hesitating. Nathan spoke first. "I'm sorry about Artha. I couldn't." He trailed off, his throat growing tight. "I would trade a grand insight that he be the last of my comrades to fall." Vala's words were careful, even though her tone was bitter as she studied the holographic map of the city. "Remember Till endings, and hold what his death has gained. We are isolated, and if those mages group together, they could challenge us. Kill more adventurers. Kill those who could be freed." The middle-aged woman tossed her head, the beads in her dreadlocks clicking as she fixed Nathan with a steely gaze. "I have heard of Harthi. You have captured the mages of Giant's Rest before." He nodded, waiting for her to continue. "Do not do so now. We are too few in number, and I would not invite a soul-eater into our village. Kill them and move on." "We will attempt to free as many slaves as we can, but we will not try to save the mages. By our blood, Halsmet belongs to Giant's Rest no longer, and I will follow that light above all others." Feline stepped out of the shadows to the side. "Every mage that escapes is one more voice that will argue to retake this city. Their home." Nathan agreed. His rage still boiled under the surface, and he smiled as he imagined killing those who had held power in this city. These are the consequences coming home to roost for Giant's Rest. Consequences for how they ruled, how they treated their slaves. This was never going to be a clean fight. If we want to truly challenge Giant's Rest, I can't be squeamish about this. Vala gave him instructions on his first target, where 2 mages were huddled on the 2nd floor of a building only a few streets from the main square. She was sending other groups after slave masters or isolated mages, with instructions to avoid challenging slave soldiers until Nathan was present to break their collars. "Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 55. You have killed Hailed Dowait and Sifri Dowait by taking them by surprise. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 196. You have slain 2 enslavement mages of Giant's Rest." The messenger system Vala was using was much less convenient than the message spell,
but the inconvenience was far worse for their enemies. Nathan's next target was hiding in a closet, his panicked breathing making it easy to track him down, even if Nathan hadn't been able to feel his mana from 2 rooms away. He was trying to cast message every 30 seconds, whimpering in fear each time the spell failed. The slaves in that house bore the marks of a violent temper, and Nathan felt no guilt about the next set of levels. Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 58.
You have killed Art Doetham as he cowered in fear. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 198. You have slain an artisan mage of Giant's Rest. As Nathan left, he passed a few of the ex-slaves from Exia's mansion. They bowed their heads and gave him Giant's Rest-style salutes. Once he passed, they entered the house and spoke calming words to the newly freed slaves within, who were in various states of emotional breakdown now that the magic binding them had been broken.
Good. I was a little bit worried about what would happen now. They've always had the mages as masters, and now that they're gone, I was concerned about anarchy. But there's still organization, and it's one that values kindness.
He joined back up with the heirs and some freed elites for the next target. Several mages were assembling in one of the squares in front of the mansion on the 3rd hill. They'd assembled a force of slave soldiers and slave masters, and were trying to decide if they should retake the control room or flee the city when the heirs found them. Nathan turned the corner and caught the first fireball, which guttered and died in his hand. That simple action spread fear among the half-dozen mages ahead of him. The fear turned to outright panic after Sarah harvested the slave masters with a rapid volley of pistol fire from a nearby rooftop. Then, Stella focused a viciously powerful light spell on the leading mage, rapidly cycling the color of the spell until his shattered. The man screamed as his flesh reddened and his clothes burst into flames. The mages broke and ran. "Did you have to make it so bright?" Sarah yelled down, trying to blink away the spots as she aimed. She still managed to clip one of the retreating mages with her rifle, the heavy bullet making the woman stagger and fall even through her.
Stella yelled back, "If I never use my light spells in combat, I'll never develop them." "Oh, I can probably develop slow fall to airwalking now. Kia gave me the insight for that. But she also said that it was best done in combat. The bar is lower for talents when you're in a fight. What we're doing now doesn't count. I'll wait until I get into an actual fight." Aurel and Nathan chased down the remaining mages. Kachi didn't join them, merely holding off the slave soldiers until Nathan could return and free them of their collars. Nathan could feel the cleric's heavy gaze as he stomped on the fallen woman's skull, but the wolfman didn't say anything to interrupt. "Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 62. You have slain Benrir Domoha and Jachi Domoha, and exterminated a minor house of Giant's Rest. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 202. You and your team have killed a group of mages and freed their slaves." Nathan bid the heirs goodbye, since they were needed in different places. His friends were being sent after any mages in the streets, since the combination of Stella's spells and Sarah's rifle allowed them to quickly and easily dispatch their foes without much danger. As the only other complete adventuring team left in the city, the Oath of Tulin was hunting down slave masters and the occasional weak mage. Feline was semi-independently going after isolated mages, and small groups of freed elites were scouting and attacking opportunistically. Meanwhile, Nathan was the answer to a dozen different problems. He was directed to any large concentrations of slaves or particularly powerful mages, alternating between delivering freedom or death.
Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 65. You have slain Akur Dojolb. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 203. You have killed an enslavement mage of Giant's Rest. In the process, he sprinted back and forth over the city, often outrunning the messengers sent out with updates and further instructions.
His knowledge of the city grew, and Nathan learned the shortcuts and streets of Hellsmet as he hunted his enemies through it. But with perfected body, he never ran out of breath, and he never had to slow down from strained muscles.
High-tier sprinting 7 achieved. He freed hundreds of slaves, perfecting his abilities to break the myriad slavery enchantments of Giant's Rest without any danger, no matter how paranoid the enchanter. Magical Intuition 2 achieved. The reaction to freedom varied widely, but most of the slaves reacted with extreme emotion of one form or another. Sometimes it passed quickly, replaced by a grim determination or exhausted relief. Other times, people seemed to slip into near catatonia. Nathan spared a few quick words for each group, affirming their freedom and challenging them to be responsible for themselves. Leadership 3 achieved. But he always moved on. There were more places he needed to be. Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 67.
You have slain wretched Apologi and Divorous Dododra. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 204. You have killed an enslavement mage of Giant's Rest and their apprentice. The freed slaves spread like a tide in the cleared areas, occupying the richest of homes and caring for the people Nathan left behind. Some served as messengers or scouts for Vala, and her hold over the city grew firmer. A few mages tried to use their slaves as hostages, proclaiming loudly that they'd kill all of them if anybody prevented them from leaving the city. Nathan snuck up on them, sometimes disguising himself as a slave, other times just avoiding their attention and dropping off a roof to snap their necks. Assassin of Gamor has leveled to 70. You have slain Timen Dobeltosk. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 206. You have killed an artisan mage of Giant's Rest and saved their hostages. Mid-tier Noticeability 5 achieved. Low-tier Disguise 3 achieved. Low-tier Quiet Movement 4 achieved. Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 72. You have slain Brildomemsk. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 208. You have killed an enforcement mage of Giant's Rest and saved their hostages. One mage disguised herself among the slaves. She was just one among many, headed towards the gates in a large crowd armed with tools of their trade. Nathan grabbed some clothing from a nearby house's laundry. Then he slipped into the crowd from an alley, ambling along like any one of the mind-controlled laborers around him. He worked his way through the crowd until his magical senses picked up on a mana pool, then slowly angled himself in that direction. It took a little while to work his way over to where the mage trudged, carrying a gardening tool and blending into the surrounding slaves surprisingly well. She wasn't actively using any magic, and didn't even have active. The blow to the back of her neck killed her instantly. Mid-tier Noticeability 6 achieved. Low-tier Disguise 4 achieved. Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 76. You have slain Dohadanir as she was disguised in a crowd. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 209. You have killed an entertainment mage of Giant's Rest. The next messenger waited for Nathan to break the collars of the group before telling him that no more mages remained on the map. Any graduates of the Ascendant Academy left in the city were few in number, and likely stuck in place by whatever was protecting them from the detection enchantment. Any attempt to reclaim the city would have to come from outside the walls because teleportation was disrupted, and they had posted watchers to give warning. But Nathan's job wasn't done. Many more slaves still needed to be freed, and several groups of slave soldiers were being contained until Nathan could get to them. He ran through the familiar streets, finding that the city had changed in fundamental ways. The first time he'd been to Hallsmet, it had been bustling with an oddly silent industry.
as slaves went about the task of hauling and working without a single unnecessary word. After he'd killed Teol, the city had been in lockdown, with the only traffic being soldiers and their masters. Now the primary sound was human voices. Quiet and subdued, to be sure, but Nathan heard a laugh come from a building and stopped, listening to the chatter from inside for a moment before he continued. "That's why I do this. So people can be people, not automatons. But I'm not done until all of them are free. Not like that'll be the end of our problems. It's only a matter of time before Giant Rest tries to take the city back." Chapter 17. A City Rises. Several of the remaining groups of slave soldiers were led by slave masters, but they almost didn't rank as a threat. The class specialized in coordinating slaves, and some of their skills let them influence people with commands. But with his rage, Nathan was immune to any mental effects, and their weapons were ineffective against his toughened body. He only needed to get within arm's reach of a slave to strip away the magic controlling them. Nathan left confused and disoriented, but free soldiers in his wake as he danced and rolled through enemy formations. High-tier tumbling 6 achieved. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 210. You have freed many slave soldiers from mental magic. The adventurers and freed elites accompanying Nathan took out the slave masters with extreme prejudice, often killing them from range moments after the fight started and leaving Nathan free to break enchantments. A bunch of volunteers from the previously freed were following the adventurers around. After each fight, they descended to calm and comfort the newly freed slaves, even though they themselves had been controlled by Giant's Rest spells and enchantments until just recently. People definitely have different responses to trauma. I think it's probably healthy that these people just want to help others. The elites kept a close eye on the process, ensuring that none of the recently freed slaves tried to attack their rescuers. It happened sometimes, but maybe once in 100 compared to the 1 in 5 of the slave elites. But then again, the slave elites had undergone intensive training since childhood. While that training hadn't been heavy on brainwashing, since they'd been controlled by enchantments, some did come to believe in the tenets of the empire they served. Yeah, the oh-so-wonderful philosophy of power is a license to do whatever you want. Because Giant's Rest has powerful magic, they are the correct civilization, and their model of slaves and masters should be spread everywhere. Nathan shook his head as he headed to the next square, stifling a yawn. He hadn't slept much recently. After all, they'd cut their rest short in order to catch the response force sleeping. He couldn't complain. It had worked. That decision had directly led to where they were now, freeing hundreds of people from mental magic. Maybe I need to do the brain chemistry thing again to keep myself going. No, let's hold that in reserve. Hopefully I can sleep soon, and I need a trump card in case a bunch of mages teleport in outside the walls or something. Over the next hour, the pockets of slave soldiers grew smaller and smaller, until Nathan was breaking into mid-size houses to free pairs of guards left behind by the lower class of mages when they fled Housemet. They were still houses that belonged to mages of Giant's Rest, so lower class was relative. Each of the 2-story homes still held a dozen slaves. Then it was time to industrialize the process. The freed slaves had gotten organized, though Nathan didn't meet those responsible. But he heard that many of the orders were being given by somebody named Merla now, who was working with Vala in Exia's mansion. Hope she's not a tyrant. That sort of thing happens in uprisings. But right now I've got other priorities than ensuring the new leadership is good. It's better than the old, regardless, and I trust Vala to keep things reasonable. His orders directed Nathan to a series of squares where household and artisan slaves were being gathered to wait for him. They were arranged in long lines, so all Nathan had to do was walk down the line, breaking the mind magic as he went. Then it was off to the next square. Some of the ex-slaves running messages tried to keep up, shouting and cheering as Nathan ran through the streets. Most of them fell behind, but some managed to run ahead of him, shouting that the Mage Breaker had arrived.
Cheers from the freed people in the squares greeted him as he arrived, and Nathan couldn't help but smile. The reward of fighting isn't the blood on my hands. It's the cheering of the enslaved after their chains are broken. There were thousands of people in the city that still needed Nathan's touch. He ended up using Perfected Body to erase his tiredness, regardless of what he'd previously thought. He simply needed the attention to ensure that he didn't make any deadly mistakes while breaking the mind magic on every single person in the city. Aura of Anti-Magic 6 achieved. Magical Intuition 3 achieved. Eventually, he looked up at the crowd of runners who had surrounded him for the past few hours. They'd kept cheering him along and telling him where he needed to go even as night fell over the city once more. "Where to next?" he asked. They looked around at each other before one teenager swaggered forward. "That's all of them, Mage Breaker. Want to come party with us?" "We found the Moha booze." Nathan blinked at the kid for a moment. "I'm going to go to bed. Where can I find one?" A girl giggled. "I can show you one." A few more of the runners opened their mouths to jump in, but an older voice cut through the gaggle. "Leave the man be." Vala stepped out of the crowd, reaching out and grasping Nathan by the shoulder as if to keep him upright. "He needs your company as a fire needs snow. Come on, I've got news, and I'll take you to the heirs." Glad to get away. Getting involved with people I've just freed from slavery has all kinds of weird dynamics that I'd prefer to avoid. Nathan followed the thick-set leader of the giant traders, and the crowd of adoring fans broke up with disappointed expressions. He spoke quietly to Vala. "Everything okay? All settled? I imagine there's a lot to organize. Do you need me to break any magical locks or anything?" "All is freedom and brightness." Vala snorted at her own words. "Directly so."
Halsmet is free, and it needs you rested more than it needs one more remnant of Giant's Rest destroyed. The slave masters have been butchered, mostly by their old charges. The mages are gone, and they are not missed. She led him away from the crowded square, back towards the center of Halsmet. The city is organized, and we've prevented any infighting. A few of Exia's slaves did all of the work of the city as the Archmage bathed in perfumed oils. They were carrying crossbows in her courtyard, but you freed them, and they've resumed their old jobs with blood in their eyes and ideas in their heads. Vala shook her head in amazement. Their leader is an old crone named Merla, and her tally of deeds must be longer than my own, though they are the deeds of a scribe and organizer, not an adventurer. There were others who wished to lead, but I backed Merla. She wields a quill instead of a bow, but she reminds me of the stories of the first adventurers. She's managed to wrestle this mess into order. Hear me, it was impressive to see. I expect she'll end up a guildmaster or mayor before the next solstice, if we can hold the city. They passed through one of the gates into the inner city. The enchanted wood stood wide open and unguarded, though there was a splash of blood against the gate to mark the recent violence. Mirla tells me that the city needs food and protection. We've got food for weeks yet, but she's sending people out to retrieve the farmers and miners so that you can free them tomorrow. The farms will need to be remade. Giant's Rest policy was to replace the farmers as they were picked off by monsters. If anything terrible settled down nearby, then they'd send out the war mages. She shrugged. But I'm leaving that up to the guildmasters to solve. We took this city for them, even if they didn't ask for it. Her chuckle was dark. Any news on our reinforcements? Gamor is coming, right? Nathan asked. Yes. There were another 2 teams on the way to help assist with the rescue and escape, but I sent Wiam and Emerald out of the city to cast message. Vala snorted. Now half of the adventurers of Gamor are on their way.
including the guardians of Gamor and the 7 fools. Sudrael sees a blasphemous hope here, in the people of Halsmet, the ones you freed, Nathan. They were approaching the tallest hill, where Exia's mansion crouched like a gilded beetle. It's the numbers. There are as many here as in Gamor and all the villages. Even if we must evacuate the city, it will be a great boon to Gamor. More farmers, more crafters, more adventurers. Though the traditionalists are likely to be a muck-grabber in the sewer about it. She spat into the gutter. Idiots. There were guards on the open gates that Nathan and Artha had blown open just this morning, though it felt like a lifetime ago to Nathan.
He waved to Turbang, and the black-armored elite returned the wave with a broad smile and ushered them through. A continual flow of messengers and freed slaves entered, some with great purpose, and others seemingly seeking it. They walked into the plaza behind the gates, and Nathan stopped, looking at the patch of partially disintegrated stone. The people bustling through stepped around the crater, barely giving it a glance. That's where Artha was standing. Remember unto endings. Vala spoke the ritualistic phrase that was used to honor a fallen adventurer. Nathan turned to her and smiled, feeling tears in his eyes. Remember past endings. Artha started me on my path, and I'll honor him by destroying Giant's Rest. But it won't end there. The big black woman looked at him kindly. From any other, I'd say you were blinded by your own fire. But, she gestured at the comings and goings around them, this is your work. I wouldn't disbelieve that prophecy. And Arthur would like that deed done in his name. I think he would also like a statue. Right there. She pointed at the crater. Nathan smirked. Out of his armor. There have to be some good masons around here. Giant's Rest has enough statues. I wonder if any of them are good at well-muscled chests. Vala snorted and wiped her eyes. I remember your eyes tracing his outline back when we first found you. She shook her head. You wore the robe of a low-tier student and fled from an archmage's tower. At first I thought you were an illusion or an idiot, but then you punched a fireball and nearly ran from us. What a tale. The Bose will long remember it. Nathan frowned. Hopefully not the part about me staring at Artha. Vala smiled slyly. If Nathan Lark prefers to edit his tale, I'll instead tell of how he gaped like a beached river cutter the first time he saw a cloudless night sky. Nathan sighed with exasperation, but the banter made him feel better. He'd known that death could come from anywhere on Devrar, but Artha's death had shaken him. This, Vala's words, had started him on the path to coming to terms with Artha's death. People died, and grief happened, but life went on. They entered the mansion, where Olad and a group of elites were guarding the doors. The big bruisers split off, motioning one of the other elites to come with. They gave the 2 adventurers respectful nods before trailing behind them. Nathan looked back, raising an eyebrow inquisitively. Olad's expression was resolved. We'll be guarding you. I'll slay a dragon before I let a nail slice your throat as you sleep. You or your team. Nathan thought about protesting, but after a moment he nodded and glanced back at the big elite. Thanks, I appreciate it. Vala brought Nathan to a windowless bunk room with 8 beds, a table, and only one entrance. Olad and the other elite peeled off to stand on either side of the door as he entered. The heirs were within, and Nathan looked them all over for a moment. A deep relief spread through his chest, and exhaustion came with it. They're safe. Safer than they've been since that night that Badud came and abducted them. Vala stuck her head in behind Nathan. Take your sleep, all of you. If the city is attacked, we'll get you up right quick, but it's not likely. The only force that could attack tonight would be small, and Nathan's been a stalker in the night to them. I expect every mage in Giant's Rest knows there is an adventurer who kills archmages, and they won't attack lightly." She shut the door. Nathan stood there for a moment, not sure what to say. "Well, today happened." Their chuckles were interrupted when Nathan's belly rumbled loudly. He looked down at the offending piece of anatomy. "Shush, I fed you this afternoon." "That was hours ago. It's nearly midnight," Sarah said. "I think you need some food and then to go to bed. The kitchens here are fabulous. I'll go get you something." There was a gentle rap at the door. Nathan turned and studied it for a moment. "Oh, I'm probably supposed to open that." Arl beat him to it, taking a large tray from somebody outside. He brought it to the table in the center of the space. "Somebody's a leap ahead of us. I suppose this is what is eaten in the palaces of Giant's Rest." Nathan looked dumbly at the huge spread of food. There were big plates of roasted and sauced vegetables, and many smaller plates of plain bread, cheese, and meat. Arranged between them were small dishes of sauce. The food sparked a memory. Last time I saw food like this, I was sitting down across from Teol while he tried to charm me into giving him the secrets of Earth. That's a weird flashback to have right now. Never would have guessed these are the circumstances I'd next eat Giant's Rest food. Shrugging, he dug into the feast alongside the heirs. He expected them to start asking him questions about everything that had happened, but aside from a few sidelong looks, they mostly just talked about the novelty of the different dishes. Stella, in particular, enjoyed the food. "This is great. Try the spicy one." "I appreciate this. I need some time to just relax with my friends. Not think through the implications of life and death decisions, or that hundreds or thousands of people's freedom rest on me. Not obsess about what I could have done differently to keep more people alive." They finished every speck of food, and Arl picked up the tray. "I'll take this back to the kitchen." Nathan walked over to an unclaimed bed and fell into it. He lay there for a second and readjusted, getting the pillow under his head. He didn't immediately fall asleep. He cracked an eye open. "You all doing good?" Kachi responded with a placating tone. "We are well, Nathan. There are things to speak of, but that is for tomorrow. A day brighter for the deeds of today." Nathan awoke to a tap at the door and almost rolled out of bed ready for battle. Catching himself, he paused and reflected on the gentle, unhurried nature of the sound. He sat up slowly and watched as Sarah answered the door. She'd been awake already, but the same couldn't be said for the rest of the heirs. Everybody else was still in bed. Egal was on the other side, though Nathan noted 2 freed elites standing on either side of her. Neither was Olad, which meant they'd done a shift change. Both of the guards were watching the freed Giant's Rest mage with suspicion. She glanced around the room quickly.
"I was sent to get you. Your parents and some other adventurers are going to arrive in an hour, and Vala said you'd appreciate some warning." Arl rolled out of bed as chipper as his sister, flexing his shoulders and nodding his thanks to Egal. Stella groaned and looked up at the ceiling. "Can't we get one day of rest? It's been a long endings damned week. How did they get here so quickly?" "Likely your parents facilitating flight or an artifact from the vaults. Will they assign us work, as if we were children?" Kachi prompted Stella, sitting up himself and reaching for his armor. "Or will they show respect for the path we've blazed?" He sounded proud, as if about to receive a well-deserved award. Everybody looked at Kachi for a beat. Finally, Arl said, "I hate to douse your flame, but which do you think your mother is likely to do?" Kachi hung his head. My eyes were blinded by hope. "Worse, my parents are going to take out all their worry on me." Stella groaned again and rolled around on her bed. "Then they'll try to cram all of the insights they can get into me, because they'll be terrified that I've set my path towards fighting all the mages of Giant's Rest. But that's Nathan's torch. I just want him to teach me more magic." Nathan noticed Egal in the door,
looking a bit poleaxed by the heirs joking around. Sarah reached out and caught her hand, squeezing it reassuringly.
This is how we relax.
Then the lanky, copper-skinned woman sniffed theatrically.
Is there anywhere we can bathe around here? We smell like a battlefield.
Her eyes cut towards Nathan with an incriminating look. Yeah, there are a lot of baths here. I can show you, Igal said, glad to take Sarah's offered conversational hook. There was a bit of grumbling from Stella, but the heirs grabbed their gear and left the room. The elites peeled off after them. Nathan cast a glance back at them. You guys coming to the baths with us? One of them shrugged. Guarding's what we're good at. Giant knows we want to keep you safe, just as much as the Academy wants you dead. They're probably not wrong about that. I wonder what Badood thinks about all of this. I doubt Halsmet falling was part of his plans. I wonder when he even learned about it. We didn't let too many mages escape, and message was blocked, so it depends on what story Exia told. Nathan shook his head as he followed Igal through the sumptuously decorated halls. I hope somebody's got another pair of clothes for me. Ever since I got the anti-magic talent development, I haven't been going through clothes quite as fast, but this set is still pretty much ruined. The heirs traded amused looks, and Arl answered. We've each got a few sets left. We stocked up for a few months after leaving Jamor.
Even with you going through them like a castle bear goes through meat, we've still got some spares. A bath! I'd rather wake a dungeon than spend so long away from one again. Stella rubbed her hands together gleefully. Sarah bumped the shorter woman's shoulder. No soaking. We'll need to meet our parents. I'd rather they don't find us luxuriating in the baths after hearing we got captured. We wish to not appear as if we just fought a muck grabber, Kachi said placatingly. They will give us time. You're welcome to join us, Sarah said to Igal. No, I couldn't. I'll go find something to do. I'll go find Vala before Feline finds me. She scares me. Or Merla. She's been nice. Stella punched Igal in the shoulder, causing the slim woman to flinch. True aim. Though you'll miss out on me badgering Nathan for magical insights. Come on. Igal gave her a confused look. By the giant's thumbs, I thought you were joking before. He knows insights of magic and teaches them freely? Nathan shrugged. They're more like general insights that are useful for mages. They don't do me much good. You're welcome to listen in, but I doubt you'll get much out of it unless you stick around for a little while. He looked around at the rest of the heirs and took a deep breath. And I don't know if I'll be staying in Halsmet for long. His friends tensed, but Kachi calmly raised his hands. Let us hold on that discussion. We need to know more of Gemor and Halsmet to make a decision free of regret. You're giving me blasphemously little time to learn what you have to teach, Stella complained, then shook her head when Nathan looked over apologetically. Pardon my axe. I don't want to be ungrateful. No, I'm sorry for bringing it up. Come on, let's see if these baths are better than those in Gemor. And I can keep going on optics. I think I was about to start talking about interference. That'll be fun. Exia's bathhouses were, in fact, nicer than those in Gemor. Mid-tier lecturing, 10 achieved! Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier. Chapter 18. The Disbelieving Reinforcements. The Council of War wasn't held in the control room for the city enchantments. There wasn't enough space. Instead, it happened in a grand dining room around a table that could seat 30. Everything in the room was enchanted. The stone table rippled with magic from every touch, while the chairs conformed to the bodies of those who sat. The heirs entered the room and were introduced to Merla, the scribe who'd taken over the administrative duties of running Halsmet. She was a pale-skinned woman on the far side of middle age,
and seemed to be taking great joy in sitting in the throne-like chair at the head of the table.
Olad stood at her right hand, while a small group of scribes stood and sat on her left. She wore a comfortable, if oversized, orange robe. She nodded respectfully to the heirs.
Adventurers of Jamor, friends all.
Then she addressed Nathan.
Your face is familiar. Yesterday you banished the spell that shackled me since I was a girl. As easily as I erase ink on a page. A giant's deed. A dragon's deed. To do so to every slave in the city. This is a time of ascension, Nathan Locke.
Wonder what that means. He was saved from having to come up with a response by the new arrivals. Specifically, the reinforcements from Jamor. Nathan had been expecting the heirs' parents, along with Gail Shulett, the crow woman who led the Seven Fools. He hadn't been expecting Sudriel, Kozar, and nearly 20 other team leaders. How many people can Stella's parents bring with them? Who's left in Jamor?
I know there are almost 30 adventuring teams, so this is more than half of the adventurers in Jamor, and most of their projected combat power. Who's in charge back in Jamor? Jolba, the guy who runs the training program? The large room was overcrowded with this many people, and Nathan and the heirs stepped to the side as they sorted themselves out. Kozar sent Nathan a glare, but went to stand against the far wall without saying anything. The guardians of Jamor stopped nearby, and Kulal moved towards the heirs with her arms wide, before Dalo dragged his wife back, whispering something into her fox-like ear. Kia merely sent her son an approving glance. Nathan tried to catch her eye, to signal that he wanted to chat with her later. Sudriel took the chair at the other end of the table, facing Merla. The guildmistress met Nathan's gaze and rolled her eyes with an obvious level of exasperation. "Feline, I know you're here. Come out." Sudriel's tone was mild, but she was clearly not in the mood to tolerate any nonsense. The assassin faded into notice, leaning against the throne-like chair Mirla was sitting in and twirling a knife through her fingers. She was in her black-clad guise, with glowing green eyes and long dark hair streaked with color. "I've long aimed to kill the occupant of this chair. Now I'm here, but the occupant is wrong." Mirla squawked and jumped at Feline's sudden appearance, but Olad and all of the adventurers took it in stride. Sudriel simply glared at the grinning woman. "Exia has fled. Is there danger of an immediate attack to retake this city?" Feline stepped up to the table next to Olad, laying her dagger down on its surface and becoming more serious. "No. The Archmage of Halsmet has lost much standing, and every mage of Giant's Rest knows she fled a slave uprising caused by a small force of adventurers.
Every joke will cut her, and many of her vassals will seek new allegiances." The assassin paused for a second, enjoying the tension as the room hung on her words. "But she is still an archmage, and has favors and power fit to challenge prophecy. Some ambitious mages may think to retake Halsmet and usurp its industry and prestige, but Exia's first target will be to crush them and make it clear that the only one to retake this city shall be her. That will take time." Feline flicked her hand out to point in Nathan's direction. "They will also hear tales of the Mage Breaker, and will be hesitant to attack with such an unknown. Mages died, and Exia fled her city. Any with more intelligence than a muck-grabber will know this isn't a matter of throwing a few fireballs and casting some paralysis spells. They will know to bring non-mage soldiers, which will slow them down enough for Exia to exert her influence." She stopped, then tapped her finger on the table to emphasize her next point.
"But we have dripped blood in Exia's eyes. She will attempt to retake Halsmet with every force she can muster. But that work will move at the speed of Giant's Rest politics, which is measured in dinner parties."
The assassin picked her dagger off the table, idly twirling it once before it vanished. We have 3 to 4 weeks before any significant attack. There may be probing attacks starting sooner, but their goal will be to pick people off and gather information on our defenses. When the main attack comes, it will be heavy. Exia will be able to secure contributions from every archmage of Giant's Rest, in soldiers and mages, if not their personal involvement. None of the archmages will like the precedent set by the fall of Halsmet, but all will wish to secure their piece of Exia's hoard. Sudrael nodded gravely. Does the questor change these calculations? Feline shot a look at Nathan, biting the inside of her lip as she thought.
No. From what we know, the questor, Badud, intends to lead an expedition to conquer Gamor. He is likely to see Exia's effort as convenient and support her on the condition that the army that marches on Halsmed continues to Gamor afterwards. Badud will join the army when it marches. The army will be larger than what Exia alone could raise, but it will take longer as well. That pronouncement caused the adventurers to trade grim looks with one another. Nathan heard Kia's gauntlets creak as she reached unconsciously for the giant greatsword on her back. Wait, are we trusting this? This analysis seems kind of threadbare. How does Feline know this? Kozar seemed to share Nathan's distrust, speaking up for the first time since he'd entered the room. How certain are you? This conjecture is no prophecy, I trust. The assassin gave the old adventurer a syrupy, sweet smile and replied in a condescending tone. Dear Kozar, this is my path. I know the workings of Giant's Rest as you know the veins on your own spear shaft. I cannot predict the exact politics, but I am certain that they will take time and will end where I have prophesied. Kozar's face grew thunderous, and he opened his mouth to reply, but Feline cut him off by turning back to the guildmistress. Have we received a questor of our own? Sudrael shook her head. No. The guards are keeping an eye out, and we'll be looking here as well. Feline pursed her lips. Then this prophecy is as solid as any. There will be no battle of this kind without questors on both sides. Badud will seek to smother our fire, to sunder all that Halsmet could become. A questor will join us, most likely Brox. It is the way of Devrar, as certain as the endings. Several people looked confused or quizzical at her statement, but most didn't. Both Kia and Gale nodded gravely at Feline's words. This seems important to understand. Why? Nathan asked. Gamor has been attacked before without a questor showing up. Fate. Kaya was the one who spoke, and her eyes glowed golden as she turned them on Nathan. This is no skirmish as has come before. You have freed a city, and the coming clash will be the largest since the founding of Gamor. What will happen? She trailed off as her red-gold hair started glowing. It slipped loose of its crown braid and rose into the air as if Kaya was underwater. The light from her eyes intensified, and more escaped her mouth as she spoke in a voice that shook the building. 500 years of accumulated strength, unleashed in a battle of giants and water to lay low a questor. Ruin will be brought to an ancient city by a mage beyond endings, and the outcome will determine when the ending of history begins. Kaya's voice stopped as if cut off with a knife, and she raised a shaking hand to massage her forehead. The silence was quickly filled with quiet cursing from nearly every elderly adventurer in the room. The word prophecy was repeated in hushed voices. So that's what a real prophecy looks like. Huh. Frustratingly vague, though it implies that we can at least affect the endings. Kozar fixed Nathan with a glare. Should have never come to Halsmet. Returned to Gamor like any with a ghoul's wisdom would have. Now good adventurers are dead, and Gamor faces its doom. If not Giant's Rest,
than the ending that will follow. A few people shot him glares, but more were still trying to wrap their heads around Kia's prophecy. A couple of the adventurers Nathan didn't know seemed to agree with Kozar. Vala spoke up, her voice full of venom. "You think Nathan should have abandoned his teammates? Or fled when he could fight those who enslaved our ancestors?" She hissed at him derisively. "You're a coward, Kozar Bo. Nathan has freed a city. If we flinch from striking back at Giant's Rest, we will never be free of them. A prophecy only means the outcome is uncertain." For a second, Nathan thought that Kozar was about to challenge Vala to a duel. But then he looked around and saw a ring of unfriendly faces, the guild mistress and every single freed slave among them. Olad gave one shake of his head, and Kozar glared around generally. "Fa, this will be the end of Gamor." Stanel cleared his throat from the corner. "A weighty prophecy around the battle, to be sure. The question must be asked, should we retreat to Gamor?" He held up his hands when Mirla and the other freed slaves of Halsmet shot him dirty looks. "We'll bring everybody with us. But if this city will be attacked and 500 years of strength unleashed, maybe we should be somewhere else. Here, there. You cannot dodge a true prophecy." Kaya's voice was scratchy, her unbound hair flowing down her armor like a golden waterfall.
It will come for us wherever we stand. Badud will attack us, and Halsmet is now his cry to rally the mages of Giant's Rest. It will be a battle of questors, but we must burn brightly enough to follow the path before us. I think her hair is more gold than it was before. Only hints of red left. More voices rose in argument, but Sudrael slapped her hand down on the table with a loud crack. "We stay and defend Halsmet. Better to fight here, on territory they value too much to devastate. To read into prophecy is foolish. The meaning is only that this fight will not end in a stalemate. With us here, they will focus on this city, not on Gamore, and not on the villages. We will fight." "The freed people of Halsmet will fight with you," Olad said, glancing at Mirla and receiving a nod in return. The old scribe frowned and turned to address Sudrael. "What of Halsmet's loyalty? Will you ask us to swear our allegiance to Gamore?" Sudrael waved her hand dismissively. "Politics. Unimportant politics. We are not Giant's Rest to demand servitude, but Gamor and Halsmet are tied together already. The details will be worked out in a series of very boring council meetings you will be part of. You may wish to throw a trusted underling to the stalkers instead." The elderly guildmistress shrugged. "More important is working together to slay this waking giant. Feline says we have time. We will use it to organize and prepare." Then she turned towards Feline once more, glancing between her and the heirs. "But first, I want to hear how in the Steel Shrieker's shit this happened. One day I hear that the heirs were captured, but are now freed and trapped in Halsmet, and an archmage is dead. Then the guardians slam through my door, demanding a rescue. Then the next day Halsmet is freed and Exia fled." Her look became a curmudgeonly glare. "If my words tell the tale whole, I'll take up Hydra farming." Explain yourself, Feline Sclaria.
The dark-haired assassin drew herself up and smirked. "This deed and plan belonged to Nathan Lark. I argued against it, but he was stubborn as adamant." All of the eyes in the room swiveled to Nathan, and he rolled his eyes at Feline. "You could have phrased that more favorably. I asked the original question as a thought experiment, fully willing to abandon the idea if it seemed untenable. And it didn't. You agreed to the plan after we worked it out." Kia spoke up, her voice commanding but not aggressive. "Speak. Tell us how you came to Halsmet and blazed a path to victory in a day, a victory sought for centuries." Nathan looked around with a sudden bout of nerves. He held a degree of respect and awe for many of the experienced adventurers here now. Sudrael and Kia, Vala and Gale. They had managed to carve out some measure of safety on the death world of Devar. He'd seen them kill a monster the size of a hill, but have accomplished something they couldn't. I couldn't kill a castle bear, but I can fight any mage. I'm proud of what I've done here, and want to do it again. Most of the people didn't know his story, so he started at the beginning. Last year I made an enemy of Archmage Tailda Droxel, and he wanted to capture me. He tried to ambush the heirs outside the town of Farfield when we were on a mission out west. It failed, and he was the only one of 5 mages to escape. We killed 3 and captured 1. I wonder how Harthy's doing, presumably still back in Jamor. The Guardians had all heard this before, but many of the older adventurers hadn't. Lycasti spoke up, the armored orc looking confused. "How in the Dungeon of Fools did an Archmage get all the way to Farfield?" Dallo replied, his arms crossed. "Archmage, or some such secret of the Questers." Nathan nodded back. No. Badud was dangling the insights of mass teleport just beyond his grasp as a reward. Regardless, after that we decided to be hard to find, so we went south and lost ourselves in the wilderness. He cast his mind back to those days, where they'd been trying to get lost in the southern wastelands. It hadn't been as carefree as the time out west, but there had still been a feeling of seeking the horizon, before they'd been interrupted. Tael woke up an old Jamor fortress foundry to threaten Terran and flush us out. Nathan glanced towards Kozar. We went to relieve Terran, then met up with the Old Hands and the Gleaming Fist to destroy the fortress foundry. But Tael was watching. When we left, he followed us, and called in the Questor to ensure his victory. Badud struck the night after we left, casting several spells to incapacitate us. "Is this truth or a flattering guess?" Kozar glared back at Nathan, his arms crossed. Nathan pursed his lips, meeting Kozar's gaze calmly. "Truth. Badud mentioned it when he was lecturing Tael. He said he would only teach Tael more magic when he killed or captured me, then kidnapped the other heirs to force the conflict." A spell of sound and dreams manifested next to Nathan's ear, and he almost cancelled it instinctively. Then he recognized the source and let the spell complete. It was just Gale being a trickster. The crowfolk woman's voice emerged from the spell, and it was loud enough to be audible to everybody. "The Questor left you alone?" "Yep. They couldn't exactly teleport me back. I think Badud expected the kidnapping to bring me to them under my own power. But I don't think they expected me to charge straight to Halsmet and arrive the next day. If I had to guess, Badud thought I was going to go back and get the Guardians. He might have wanted to ambush them when we tried to rescue the heirs, but taking Halsmet blew that plan out of the water, especially with so many elite adventurers here. I could be way off, but that sounds reasonable." There were some mutters around the room at Nathan's supposition. He turned towards Feline, nodding respectfully. "When I got here, I didn't have much of a plan beyond busting my way into Tael's mansion and freeing the heirs. But Feline found me before I raised any alarms. She helped me get to Tael's mansion. I killed Tael and freed the heirs from his custody." Several disbelieving adventurers tried to ask questions, but Sudrael held up her hand again. "Allow the tale to be told." Nathan nodded his thanks and continued. "Feline took us to a safe house she has in the city, protected from the detection enchantments. When we scouted to plan our escape, it became clear that Giant's Rest knew we were still in the city and were searching for us. I probably shouldn't mention the second-class thing." He met the assassin's eyes across the table, and she shook her head imperceptibly. Nathan didn't react to the signal, continuing his tale. "We decided to go on the offensive to draw their focus away from the walls.
Feline and I killed a bunch of mages in the inner city, including a senior enforcement mage and a few trainees. Nobody, other than our victims, saw us. Feline broke in, speaking in the dramatic tones of an experienced storyteller. Nathan's trail sowed terror amongst them. Mages slain with brute force. Many of the victims clearly defended themselves with powerful magic, but none survived, not even Tail. Those remaining didn't know the nature of the threat. They named him the Mage Breaker. She paused and gave a little flourish, ramping up the tension in her voice.
It was as if a terrorghast was released in a nursery, and the messages grew frantic. Many mages fled to their relatives away from Halsmet. To kill the problem, Exia commanded every war mage and slaveolite to gather into a single response force. They were to track down the Mage Breaker. With this panic, we were ready to flee, but Nathan decided our path did not lie with escape. The room hung on her words, but she gestured back for him to continue. Definitely a bard class of some kind. Nathan shook his head, resuming the story with a matter-of-fact tone. I saw it as an opportunity. Feline overheard where the response force was kept and what their schedule was. I knew I could break enslavement enchantments, and so it was an opportunity to strike decisively. We waited until the response force was resting, then Stella opened up a hole in the wall. Feline and I went in and killed the mages, and I broke the enslavement enchantments. He shrugged. We'd sent the rest of the heirs down to one of the outer gates to open a path for the other adventurers, and I took the freed elites to break open an inner gate to link forces. Then we blitzed for Exia's mansion. There were mages in front of it, but we managed to break through their defenses and slaughter them. That's where Delric Ernesto died. Remember unto endings. The phrase came from every adventurer in the room. Left out a lot of detail, but really, that's the core of it. Egal, the first few elites I tried freeing, developing my leadership skill, not really important to this crowd. Then we carried our momentum into an attack on Exia's mansion, so they didn't get a chance to respond. Artha battered the gate down, and Exia and her household were on the other side, waiting for us. Nathan's eyes darkened as he remembered what happened next. She disintegrated Artha and teleported back to Giant's Rest before I got my hands on her, but I disrupted the spell enough that her arm stayed in Halsmet. Lycasti placed a pouch in the center of the table, with a dragon's hoard of valuables in enchanted rings and bangles. He shook his head. There are so many defensive artifacts here that I cannot believe she feared any attack. These are yours, Nathan Locke. Nathan examined the bag for a second, but shook his head. I can't use any of it. We'll distribute it among those who stormed Exia's mansion. He turned to Olad and the others who'd helped free the city. You followed me on what must have seemed like a fool's gambit. I owe a debt for that. Lycasti's eyes lit up in a smile, and Olad slapped a hand against his chest in a salute. There was some shifting from around the room as various adventurers looked at each other and eyed the bag, but nobody challenged Nathan's word. Leadership 4 achieved. That's the story. After Exia fled, we spent a day mopping up. We reversed the detection enchantments to hunt down every remaining mage. Then I freed every slave in the city. Now we just have to keep it free, in the face of everything Giant's Rest can throw at us. Chapter 19. Fateful Meetings. The entire room was silent for a moment before Gale started cackling. You don't tally your deeds much, do you, boy? Feline, you need to teach this one to speak with magic. He freed a city and tells it like he ate a dry pudding. A chuckle swept through the room before Sudrael brought the meeting back to order, though the elderly guildmistress also wore an amused smile. It would fill me with sadness to keep this meeting going too long, so let us proceed. Thank you, Nathan. Merla, the priorities for Halsmet are food,
organization, and security. We'll work with Olad on defending Halsmet, but how is the rest going?
The middle-aged matron spoke. Well, there was a danger of anarchy, but it is past.
Giant be praised that it only takes a reminder of our old masters and their desire to retake this city for everybody to weave the same color. She tapped the table with 4 fingers outstretched. 4 problems to kill. First, many of my people wish to leave this place, to go to Gamor. Hear me, but it seems safer. Can that happen? I find it hard to deny them. Sudrael's brows drew down, and she grimaced. No. Pardon my axe, but Gamor does not have the space, and we cannot spare the force to escort them. If some of them wish to become adventurers, then it may be possible, but that path is not safe, or short. They could settle in the outlying villages, but we do not have the forces to safeguard their travels. Not now. Not if we wish to defend Halsmet. They must remain in place until the Giant's Rest attack is finished. After that, we will weigh this question again. They should fight for themselves, Kozar said. Earn their freedom and protection as our ancestors did. Silence, Kozar. I will not hear a blasphemous whisper of conscription. The guildmistress's voice cracked out alongside her venomous glare. Our ancestors were surrounded by all of the riches of old Jamor, and many of them died to become the first adventurers. Smoke and blood. I will not send 100 of those who have just tasted freedom to death for one adventurer. She took a calming breath, then turned back to Merla. Jamor will stand with Halsmet, but none will flee. What is the second topic? The old scribe wore a bemused expression as she looked between Kozar and Sudrael, but she wiped the confusion away to reply. To pursue the same insight, many of those who were slave soldiers wish to be soldiers no longer. Some wish to return to their old trades, while others want to do something new. Indeed, many of my people wish to embark upon new tasks, separate from those that they practiced under Giant's Rest. She paused for a second, looking around as if for advice. What do I do? I understand that many do not wish for the same work as when they were enslaved, but they have classes in those labors. Nobody spoke for a second, thinking about how to respond to the question. Kia broke the silence. Let them. A path chosen will be deeper and go farther than one forced by any other. Guarantee some level of basics, then allow bargaining and forbid violence. People will organize themselves to make what is needed most. Ah, the most basic insight of capitalism. Merla nodded thoughtfully. As you say, holy warrior, many of my people wish to fight Giant's Rest, to safeguard themselves. But they have no classes or training. Can they be taught? There were nods around the room, and several adventurers looked excited, but Sudrael held up a hand. Yes, but carefully. Some adventurers may take apprentices, but only some. Hear me, but I will not have my adventurers distracted and slowed by teaching as the giant wakes. We will make plans to make teachers available. If any of the teams present wish to take apprentices, speak with me later. Feline gave Nathan an inquisitive look, as if to ask if he was going to teach anybody. I don't think I can. I don't understand the source of my anti-magic. He shook his head, but Merla was continuing onwards. The last question is of ownership. Many slaves looted their masters and live in the place where they were enslaved. But there have been squabbles about what belongs to who, and this is nowhere more clear than in houses. Many of those who lived in the slums and toiled in the workshops are upset by those who have claimed the households. Oof, that's a tricky question. The guildmistress grimaced again. That question deserves a grand insight,
and how you answer it will define Halsmet.
I cannot kill this problem, but we will discuss this with the Gamor Council. They are more suited to this issue, but it is your responsibility. Find a compromise that will suit Halsmet and what you want to become. Level from this challenge.
The ex-slave scribe, now the leader of a city, blinked as if she'd just now realized the amount of responsibility and power that lay on her shoulders. Not just responsible for organizing, but also setting policy. I bet that's new. Sudrail gave Mirla a sympathetic look, then glanced around the room. Now, every adventurer involved in the taking of Halsmet is off duty for 2 days. Relax and reflect on your victory. Understand your developments, for we will need you again. She met Nathan's eyes on the last line. All others will set up a watch rotation. The Guardians of Gamor, the Legacy of Gamor, or the 7 Fools will be on duty at all times, stationed in Exia's mansion or close by. We will turn off the block shortly. If the Questor comes, bring them to me. I will handle their tasking. Tomorrow afternoon we will develop a patrol schedule to block Giant's Rest scouts and harassment teams. But for now, the Gleaming Fist will take the East Gate, while other message-capable teams... She continued speaking, but Kachi got Nathan's attention with a hand signal and jerked his head out of the room before walking out the door. The rest of the heirs followed him, and they started walking back towards the room where they'd slept the night before. Hear me, but I'm happy to rest. Surely we've stared the ghoul in the eye enough. Arl stretched his arms and yawned hugely, his enchanted black armor accommodating the movements with unnatural nobility. I hope you all want to go on patrol afterwards. I want to explore this new landscape. There are new challenges in these mountains. His sister rolled her neck around, releasing tension from her entire body with the motion.
Praise the ancestors that we're not called on yet, but I could go patrolling. Later. Where to? Food, then back to sleep before our parents find us? Kachi frowned. We have all developed our builds greatly in the last few days. I would have us accustom ourselves to these changes and plan for the future. Further levels and development without plan or thought will derail us from our paths. Groaning, Stella replied, Don't smother our fire. Today's a day to rest, to raise the past. Remember what's happened to us. We've barely had any time since we killed that fortress foundry, much less Halsmet. Let's rest before we plan our next effort. I think I could do with some time staring at a wall, actually, Nathan said. He wasn't really physically tired, but he was mentally and emotionally exhausted. He hadn't realized it, but telling the story during the meeting had almost been the last straw in his ability to deal with people. He was even finding it difficult to keep up with the heir's conversation. Sarah bumped his arm gently. Freedom and brightness. You've been the busiest of us all. Food first. I'm hungry enough for a castle bear's meal. Sighing, Kachi nodded his acquiescence and asked the elite bodyguards to point them towards food. 45 minutes later, and much better fed, Nathan and the heirs trooped back to their room. They found their parents waiting for them. Stella sighed and then relented as Kulal rushed forward to embrace her. Dalo smiled at the reunion, then walked forward to join the hug. Stanel was leaning against the wall, expression placid as his eyes roamed over Arl and Sarah. His gaze caught on Arl's armor, and he huffed out an amused breath. Found a dragon's hoard, did you? Kaya stepped forward to clasp forearms with Kachi, her mostly golden hair rebraided into a crown-like shape atop her head. They have walked their paths farther than any would expect. Her brightly glowing eyes panned over the heirs. We would speak with you, but it does not have to be now. We can do it as a team, or separately, as you desire. Kulal made a wounded sound and clutched Stella tighter, refusing to let go of her daughter. Stella didn't struggle against the embrace. Eyes turned to Nathan, and he waved them off. Go, talk to your parents.
I said I wanted to stare at a wall, and I meant it. Kia, I want to talk to you, but I'd prefer it be later. I might go find Feline soon, so take your time. The plate-armored woman frowned slightly. Trust your own flame, Nathan Lark. We're on alert until the evening, but we'll have a party tonight, Dallow said. As the one after your blooding patrol. Nathan nodded back. Looking forward to it. The rest of the heirs left with their parents.
Kulal remained attached to Stella, while Stanel gave both of his children claps on the shoulder and quiet words of congratulations. Kia and Kachi merely shared respectful nods before walking away side by side. Meanwhile, Nathan released a deep sigh and stepped towards the door. The two freed elites had remained with him, and they took up positions on either side of the entrance. He looked at them. "What are your names?" They blinked at him for a moment, seemingly shocked he'd asked. "Datur," said the one carrying swords on each hip and a heavier blade across his back. The second elite was shorter and wider, but his voice was surprisingly high-pitched. "I'm Hansk." He carried a mace and a shield, and had a quiver on his back that contained an unstrung bow, as well as a few dozen arrows. Hansk continued. "What occurs? We're pleased beyond prophecy's hold to help the Magebreaker." Nathan shook his head. "No, I'm going to just sit down and relax for a bit. Maybe nap. It's not a problem if anybody comes looking for me. Also, thanks for being here. It makes me feel better. Let me know if you're needed somewhere else. I've been protecting myself so far, and I can do it again." They both nodded, not daring to contradict him. He sighed. "I might be stuck with bodyguards for a bit. I hope they don't try to prevent me from doing stuff later. Not sure Feline will want to talk about plans later if there are extra ears, or if Kia will want to discuss airwalking." He walked into the room and shut the door, taking off his shoes before flopping on the bed. Now would be a great time to watch dumb YouTube videos, or read an escapist story. I just want to turn off my brain for a bit, or at least change what I'm thinking about. I've spent so much energy planning my actions, my strategy, how to win, and keep people alive while doing it. I just need some time to do something else. Anything else. Nathan sighed and rolled over, distinctly aware of the lack of entertainment material. Unless I want to try to find and raid Exia's library. But his brain just wouldn't stop running. He was turning over the details of each fight yesterday, thinking of how he could have planned differently to prevent his allies from dying. Artha's death, in particular, weighed heavily on Nathan. It could have been prevented. Exia didn't really have that much in the courtyard beyond, I could have gone over the walls. Or I could have just backed up after breaking the magic on the door, running alongside Artha so I could have protected him from the disintegrate. It was a stupid positioning mistake, and now my friend is dead. I wish I could go back and change it. Nathan realized he was flopped on the edge of the bed and mentally spiraling. He sat up, shaking his arms out. Feeling bad for himself wouldn't change anything, and if there was a way to time travel, then he'd prefer to use it to prevent the founding of Giant's Rest. But then, how could I be here? Paradox! That's like reason 1 out of 3,000 why time travel doesn't exist. But I'm presumably in a different reality or something, so who knows? He sighed once more, leaning back against the wall and closing his eyes. With an effort of will, Nathan started to meditate without relying on battle meditation. It's a useful tool, especially to allow abstract thought in the middle of battle, but I think it cheapens the effort it takes to truly still your thoughts. Nathan sat in place for a while, not thinking about anything. A few thoughts intruded, but he didn't become invested in them, letting each one pass without diving into it. It didn't take a lot of effort, but it did require him to be present and pay attention to his thoughts.
The effort was rewarded.
He hadn't even noticed the sick ball of anxiety and guilt in his chest until it loosened. Nathan took a deep breath and felt free of his worries for the first time in days. He stayed like that for a while longer, simply luxuriating in how good it felt to set down his anxiety and fears for a little while. Eventually, Nathan released his meditation and glanced around the room with new eyes. Now that I've got a clearer head, is there anything to address? There was one particular elephant in the room that Nathan hadn't quite thought through yet. The prophecy. He used his memory skill to recall Kaya's exact phrasing, the reverberating words clear in his mind's eye. 500 years of accumulated strength, unleashed in a battle of giants and water to lay low a questor. Ruin will be brought to an ancient city by a mage beyond endings, and the outcome will determine when the ending of history begins. Right. So Giant's Rest and Jamor have been building up their strength for about 500 years. That seems pretty clear-cut. Then a questor's going to die in the upcoming battle. Could be either one. All of that seems pretty clear-cut, though the mention of water kind of throws me for a loop. I'm sure it'll make sense in retrospect. But then there's the line about a mage beyond endings who ruins an ancient city. That's probably either Giant's Rest or Jamor, though Jamor is already ruined. The mage, maybe it's Badood. It could be somebody I haven't met yet. Brox isn't a mage as far as I'm aware, but we don't know for certain that he's coming to help. It could be a different questor. The last line is both terrifying and promising. It implies that the ending of history is soon, and that's scary as hell. But it also implies that we can affect the endings. What we do here matters on the scale of the endings. They're not just unthinking calamities on a preset timer. Either the ending reacts to the state of things, or else me and the heirs surviving this fight changes how, or if, the ending starts. Nathan blew out a breath, considering what to take away from the prophecy. It seemed like the Jamor tradition was to not overinterpret prophecy, judging them tricky things that would bite you if you read too much into them. Given how prophecy plays out in Earth media, I don't think they're wrong. That being said, was there any information he could use? Weirdly enough, I think the biggest thing is to watch out for water in the upcoming battle. It's going to be important somehow. Keep in mind any angle on the endings, and watch out for any mages that could be described as beyond endings. Maybe something from the Carlis Conclave. They're a bunch of mages whose work has survived a bunch of endings. Maybe there's one preserved in that tower I poked on my way to Halsmed. He gave a small shrug. It was worth remembering, but he wouldn't read too much into the vague words. What else did he want to think about? Remembering something all of a sudden, Nathan pulled up a pending utility skill. Pending utility skill. Mid-tier battle cry. You have intimidated foes with a loud yell mid-fight. Your cries will be more intimidating and more audible across the din of battle. It's for my last free slot. Me having it pending prevented me from being offered any more skills. Whoops. I probably should have made this decision earlier. Never know if I missed out on a good skill. Nathan considered the skill. The applications were good. It was the sort of skill that could have saved lives in several previous fights. If the mages had been more single-minded about attacking him with magic, then adventurers like Delric and Esto would have lived. Arthur might have lived. It's also battlefield communication. If I had this skill when fighting the Ashblood Cobras, I could have warned them about the snake that killed Nornan. Nathan heaved a sigh, rubbing at his eyes. He'd seen a lot of friends die recently, and the thought that this skill could have saved them made him want to take it immediately. Feline was planning on teaching me, though. Do I need it? He gave a small shake of the head. Was very niche, and also transitory.
Once he leveled up a bit more, he would be able to either break any lock or sneak through any security he found. Furthermore, a lot of the locks he cared about were magical, and those would never be a problem. Being able to control attention on a battlefield will always be useful to me. It combos with to draw attention when I want to. On top of the obvious benefit for leadership, I can probably develop the skill to explicitly improve that aspect. It's a crowd control, communication, and leadership skill all rolled into one.
Congratulations. You have accepted the utility skill.
Nathan sighed, getting up off the bed. He felt better, and he'd had a chance to think things through and resolve some unaddressed issues. There were still outstanding questions, but he needed to talk with Feline and the heirs about the future anyway. After all, he wanted to go to Giant's Rest itself, to see if he couldn't break apart the whole rotten edifice from within. He needed to talk to his friends, his teammates, before he finalized that plan. Maybe they'll want to come with me, or at least coordinate. But I have the feeling that the only person I'll enter Giant's Rest with will be Feline. Regardless,